Prologue. Be careful what you wish for. Seriously, engrave that on your brain, or at least slap it on a bathroom mirror so you see it while brushing your teeth. Wishes have teeth. They don't just nip, they bite hard, and once they've sunk in, they don't let go. They hold on like a bad habit, like guilt, like a leech that refuses to loosen even after you've thrown every metaphorical salt shaker at it. I learned that the hard way. The kind of hard way that leaves scars you can't see, but definitely feel. Yeah, I'm lucky. Lucky to still be breathing, lucky to have a pulse, lucky to not be one of the names whispered in the hallways, followed by awkward silences and fake sympathy. Lucky, but not okay. It all started on my 17th birthday, supposed to be a big deal, right? 17 is that magical age when you're still dumb enough to make bad decisions but old enough for them to have actual consequences. The plan was simple: party, eat too much sugar, pretend the future didn't exist. Instead, I managed to screw it up so badly that even the universe was like, damn, dude, you didn't have to go that far. See, I had everything. Friends, family, decent grades, a life that wasn't perfect but at least made sense. And I torched it. Set it on fire with both hands, smiling while I poured the gasoline. For what? Oh, right, for nothing. Absolutely nothing. Now I'm the proud owner of nothing. No memories, no context, no identity beyond anonymous loser number 47. Turns out wiping your mind clean doesn't make you mysterious or enlightened, it just makes you confused as hell with a migraine that feels like God accidentally sat on your head. So yeah, welcome to How to Ruin Your Life 101. I'm your host, formerly someone, now a walking cautionary tale. If you're wondering what you can learn from this class, it's pretty simple: don't. Just don't. If you ever think to yourself, what if I could start over? Congratulations, you've just wished for your own destruction in a shiny new package. Alternate title for this train wreck: Rewind. Because that's what it feels like someone hit the reset button on me without asking. Except it's not a clean rewind. It's the VHS kind, the one that screeches and tangles the tape until you're left with static and a sense of regret that clings to your bones. But fine. Let's rewind. Let's press play on the mess that was my life before everything went sideways. Maybe if I tell it, I'll understand it. Maybe I'll even remember it. Probably not, but hey, hope's free, right? So here's the thing about losing everything: it's not dramatic like in the movies. No swelling orchestra, no poetic fade to black. It's quiet, sneaky. One day, you're surrounded by people who know you, and the next, you're a ghost walking through your own life. Everyone smiles too hard, talks too slow, like they're afraid you'll shatter if they say the wrong word. It's awkward, and weirdly funny, in the way that tragedy sometimes is when it's still fresh. People kept telling me, at least you're alive. Which, yeah, technically true. But when you wake up and don't recognize your own handwriting, your own reflection, your own soul, being alive feels like an afterthought. Like you're a placeholder for whoever you used to be. And the worst part? Everyone else seems to remember you better than you remember yourself. They bring up stories, memories, moments you apparently shared, and you have to fake it, nod, smile, laugh at the right time. It's performance art, except the only audience that matters is everyone who already knows the ending except you. I tried to act normal. I really did. But how do you play a role when you've lost the script? The doctors called it retrograde amnesia. Sounds fancy, right? Like something you could brag about at a party. Oh, the scar? Just a little retrograde amnesia, no big deal. Except it is a big deal. Because it doesn't just erase memories, it erases context. You know words, facts, dates, but not what they mean to you. I could recite my birthday, my address, even my blood type, but I couldn't tell you what my favorite song was or why the smell of rain made me uneasy. People think losing your memory is a blank slate, a clean start. Spoiler, it's not. It's like someone deleted the save file for your favorite game, but the NPCs are still walking around talking about quests you don't remember accepting. And here's the messed up irony: I asked for it. I wished for a clean slate. Not literally, but close enough. 17-year-old me thought erasing pain meant erasing mistakes. I thought I could trade guilt for freedom, grief for peace. But that's not how it works. Pain isn't a bug, it's part of the program. You don't get to hit rewind without paying the price. So yeah, I leveled up alright. I'm not a person anymore, just a walking punchline in someone else's bad joke. The irony practically writes itself. Kid wants a new life, gets one, hates it. If there's a moral here, it's probably something cliché like be careful what you wish for, or the grass isn't greener, it's radioactive. But clichés exist for a reason, they're the truest lies we tell ourselves. And yet, there's something strangely compelling about the second chance, even if it's a cursed one. Like maybe there's still something left to rebuild, even if the foundation's cracked. Maybe this reset isn't punishment, it's the prelude to something I haven't figured out yet. Don't get me wrong, I'm not pretending this is some inspirational journey. There's no neat bow, no everything happens for a reason crap. I'm just saying maybe there's still something under all this static. So yeah. That's where this begins. My 17th birthday. The day everything I thought I wanted collided with everything I couldn't control. I remember candles. Laughter. A wish I should have swallowed instead of speaking. And then, nothing. Just darkness. Then light again. Rewind. Play. Let's see where this disaster goes. Chapter 1, My 17th Birthday Party, age 17. It all started the moment I turned 17 and made the absolute worst wish of my life, to be born again. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, typical dramatic teenager, totally overreacting. But strap in, because this isn't a joke. This is me, living proof that some dumb wishes are way too literal. It all began with my parents, who apparently think planning a birthday is equivalent to negotiating world peace. They decided it was a stellar idea to invite Grandpa Woodruff over, who looked like he crawled straight out of the Civil War, like, top hat, whiskers, the whole apocalypse survived vibe, and some random friend of theirs named John. John immediately decided his life's purpose was to ruin mine. First move? Snatch my phone right out of my hand like it was some ceremonial scepter he'd been training for his whole sad existence. Seriously, what the hell, John? Last I checked, you weren't my parent, my therapist, or even qualified to own a calculator, so put it down. John then plopped onto our fake mahogany chair, the one that was supposed to class up the living room but instead just screamed midlife crisis disguised as furniture and launched into a rant about George Bush. Not the one with the tan smile and vaguely charming incompetence, but the younger one, the one nobody really remembers but everybody pretends to have strong opinions about like it matters. And in my head I'm like, congratulations, you've unlocked level 1 of political pain. I don't care. None of this matters. Everyone is equally awful. Stop talking. I sat there nodding like a bobblehead on a dashboard in a hurricane, pretending I gave a crap because that's what polite humans do when trapped in a living room hostage situation. Seconds stretched into eternity. My thumb twitched like a nervous rabbit. I was counting down until I could grab my phone back and vanish. But no, hostage rules applied, and apparently I hadn't leveled up yet. So, I slipped into the hallway like a shadow, because even hostages have limits. I plopped next to the flickering birthday candles on the dinner table like I was auditioning for some sad indie movie about doomed teenagers. Half joking, half praying, I whispered the stupidest wish a human has ever wished, erase 17 years and let me start over. I half laughed, half cried. It sounded ridiculous. Of course it sounded ridiculous. But the universe, apparently, has a sense of humor darker than anything I'd imagined. And then, just like that, things got weird soon after my compadres arrived. My friends started showing up. Kayla first, flashing that half smile like she already knew this entire circus was a dumpster fire, but still came anyway to roast me. She hugged me a happy birthday, you idiot hug, and I swear, it felt more valuable than any expensive crap my parents had bought. Then Marco barged in, dropping a pizza box like it was Excalibur and carrying a soda so large I was pretty sure it had its own gravitational pull. You really thought I'd miss your train wreck of a party, he joked, practically shaking the box like it contained sacred treasure. Kayla immediately tried to convince him to share, but Marco held on to it like it was the last slice on earth. Then came Nate. He slid in, doing that brown-out thing that says, "Don't worry, I got you, bro," without even saying a word. He deadpanned, 17, huh? Congrats on inching closer to being an adult who still doesn't know what the hell they're doing. I laughed, the kind of laugh that hurts a little but also makes sense. It was honest. Brutal. Exactly what I needed. For a few brief, shining minutes, it felt normal. Chaos turned into joy. Grandpa Woodruff was muttering about Civil War survival strategies or something, John was somewhere in the background still ranting about political trivia, and we were just being teenagers. Kayla nagged Marco to share the pizza, Marco ignored her like the rebel he was, and Nate challenged me to a dance-off. Spoiler alert, I nailed the lamest move without faceplanting. Victory! Tiny, but sweet. Hope sparkled faintly inside me. But hope is a fragile little beast. Even with my friends saving the night, I eventually ghosted back to my corner by the flickering candles. Sometimes the best friends in the world can't fix the storm raging inside your head. The laughter, the teasing, the pizza and pop, it all faded into background noise, neon shadows twisting like they wanted to swallow me whole. I sank to the floor, whispering the wish again, start over. No mistakes, no scars, no leftover baggage. I barely believed it. The candles flickered like the universe was mocking me. I blew them out, and everything went wrong. The room melted. Faces blurred. Lights turned too bright, too sharp, too real. The world flipped upside down like I'd been dropped into someone else's nightmare. When I finally opened my eyes, it wasn't my bedroom. Not even close. Everything smelled like moss and wet earth. My blanket was rough, scratchy, like the universe wrapped me in punishment instead of comfort. Every sound was a punch to the senses. Tears stung behind my eyelids. I couldn't stop them. The raw cry tore through the silence like a fire alarm I didn't want to hear. And then it hit me, I wasn't just awake. I was born. For real. No cheat codes, no do-overs, no manual. Just me, plopped into a messy, unpredictable, terrifying new life. This was my real birthday. Nobody asked for it, nobody planned for it, and I'm pretty sure I'm totally screwed. Grandpa Woodruff, of course, had to be involved. He showed up like some kind of dark green Grim Reaper disguised as a kindly old man. He looked at me with those brittle, vein-mapped hands and said, "Ah, you've arrived." Arrived where, Grandpa? The literal abyss? I tried to speak, but words felt useless. The blanket smelled like dirt, the air was sharp enough to slice skin, and every little rustle outside sounded like monsters practicing their sinister choreography. I wanted a restart, and apparently, the universe took that request way too literally. Days passed, or maybe hours. Time lost meaning. I started noticing tiny things, shadows stretching too long, birds that sounded like whispers, moss creeping in patterns like it was trying to spell something in Morse code. I even began talking to the moss. Don't judge me. Sometimes when reality collapses, conversation with moss is preferable to humans. And then the voices began. Low at first. Humming behind my skull. Whispering. Not exactly, "Hey, you forgot your homework," more like, "You're screwed, kid. Enjoy eternity." I sat there, clutching my rough blanket, trying to figure out if this was hallucination or punishment. Grandpa Woodruff, naturally, appeared with a flask in hand and said, "Ah, those are your inheritance, William. Don't worry, everyone in the family gets a starter pack." Starter pack? This is what passes for comforting advice in my life now. I wanted to scream, but my lungs had decided to unionize against me. And it got worse. Shadows started talking back. Candle flames grew sharp edges. Moss hummed actual words. I was trapped in a liminal nightmare where everything old, natural, and comforting was now just aggressively passive-aggressive. I tried focusing on the spark of hope from my birthday friends, but even that became distorted. Marco's giant soda looked like a threatening liquid monster. Nate's bro nod became a judgmental demon gesture. Kayla's hugs? Toxic warmth. Even my own reflection in a puddle warped into a demonic version of myself. So I decided to leave the room. I had no idea where I was going, I just needed air. Every step felt like wading through molasses laced with anxiety and existential dread. Moss clung to my shoes like tiny fingers, whispering secrets I didn't ask for. Somewhere in the distance, Grandpa chuckled like a horror movie extra who'd gotten paid too much. Hours or centuries later, I tripped into a clearing. Not a room. Not a backyard. A forest. But not my forest. This one was alive in ways that made my skin crawl. Trees bent like they were alive, twisting faces watching my every move. Moss carpets waved. Shadows danced independently of anything light-based. I realized, slowly, that I was actually born again. My wish didn't just erase 17 years. It ripped me from the world I knew and spat me into an alien reality that was somehow worse. Better? Hard to tell. Survival instincts kicked in: move, hide, survive, or lose every shred of sanity. Grandpa Woodruff appeared again, naturally, leaning against a tree like it was his recliner. "Welcome to reality, William," he said. "No cheat codes. No tutorials. Figure it out." I wanted to punch him. Instead, I whispered into the moss, "Cool, thanks, universe. Appreciate it." It didn't answer. Typical. The first night, I cried until I had nothing left. No friends, no pizza, no half-smiles from Kayla to anchor me. Just moss, shadows, and a blanket that scratched me raw. But somewhere under all that, I found a tiny spark: rage, hope, or stubbornness, I couldn't tell. Maybe that's what humans call survival. By sunrise, I had a plan, or something resembling a plan. Step 1, don't die. Step 2, figure out why the hell I'd been plopped here. Step 3, discover if it was possible to find other humans without getting eaten, hypnotized, or accidentally cursed by the flora. Grandpa, of course, stayed around, offering cryptic advice that alternated between wisdom and sadistic trolling. "Every shadow you fear is a shadow of yourself," he said. "Every tear you cry is just practice for adulthood." Yeah, thanks, Gramps. That's super helpful when the trees are whispering threats and your blanket is trying to strangle you. Weeks, or something like weeks, passed. I adapted. Mostly. The moss stopped actively whispering. Shadows became predictable. And I started exploring. Which, in retrospect, was a terrible idea, because survival lessons in this world had zero tolerance for stupid mistakes. But the thing is, somewhere deep in the chaos, the sarcasm stayed. The humor. The dark, ridiculous, you have no idea how screwed you are humor that only a 17-year-old could cling to while reality shredded itself apart. And honestly, it's the only thing that kept me sane. Because that's the thing about being born again in a world that hates instructions: you either laugh or you cry. Preferably both, at the same time, while muttering obscenities under your breath to keep the moss from getting too cocky. So yeah. 17, wish granted, universe trolling me on a cosmic scale, trapped in a nightmare that smells like moss, scratches like sandpaper, and hums like existential dread. But I'm still here. Sarcastic, defiant, very much alive, and already plotting how to make the next 17 years slightly less miserable. Spoiler alert, probably impossible. Wish granted. Total chaos delivered. And yeah, I'm so totally screwed. Chapter 2, starting from scratch, ages 1 to 6. The hospital was freezing. And I don't mean, oh, it's a little chilly, I mean frozen solid soul crystallizing cold. Whoever designed this place clearly hates humanity. They don't want you to feel safe or cared for, they want your teeth to chatter in Morse code while you wait for someone to notice you exist. The air smelled faintly like bleach, disappointment, and leftover vending machine popcorn, which is really the trifecta of medical horror. I swear, hospitals are secretly testing how many people will freeze and cry at the same time before bolting for the exit. Maybe it's part of some sadistic training program. Welcome to healthcare. Survive the Arctic temperatures first, then we'll maybe fix your minor cuts or existential dread. I remember hearing about some guy who got shot in a drive-by. He was seconds away from salvation, and then bam, game over. Classic tragic timing. The story stuck with me even though it belonged to my old memories, the ones apparently swapped out for this glitchy new life. Funny how life works, 1 second you're eavesdropping on the world's random horrors, and the next, you're the star of your own weird, untested reboot. Speaking of new memories, oh man, those were about to get wild. Like, hold on to your frontal cortex, kid, you're not ready for this kind of wild. But let's rewind a bit. Back to the cold, sterile hospital, where everything officially went sideways. Mom was crying hard. Not sad, not tragic, just full-on I am the happiest human alive crying. I couldn't relate. I don't have kids. Never want to. Honestly? Humans are expensive, high maintenance, and suspiciously judgmental toward your sanity. Seriously, who has cash just lying around for small humans? Not me. Kids cost more than a new phone, a gaming rig, or a premium subscription to every streaming service combined, and that's where my care ended. Oh, William. I love you so much. Mom practically bounced on the balls of her feet while planting a wet, over-enthusiastic kiss on my forehead. Yes, thanks, Mom. Really comforting. I was supposed to feel the warm fuzzies that apparently accompany this miracle of birth thing, but all I felt was, tone it down, please, before my brain starts a small riot. The drive home was peak mom mode. She hummed Winds of Change by Scorpions, volume low enough to be background noise, but still in a way that screamed everything is perfect. Outside, the sun was shining like it didn't even know I just rebooted into this absurd reality. Birds chirped, squirrels dashed, and I lay there wrapped in a green blanket that smelled like wet moss and existential despair, thinking, do I coo? Cry? Contemplate the meaning of existence at 5 minutes old? I had no clue. We got home. Mom set me into the crib. Naturally, I wanted to escape, but I couldn't even lift my neck. So there I was, wrapped like a fuzzy burrito, stuck in this tiny prison with bars designed to mock my helplessness. I rolled my eyes, or tried, and the crib creaked like it had feelings about my rebellion. This was my new reality, no takebacks, no do-overs, no cheat codes. Just me, rebooted, in a green blanket that doubled as a medieval torture device. Mom gave me the classic goodnight, baby speech, sugar, sunshine, cliches, and probably a sprinkling of guilt, all bundled into one. Wishing me sweet dreams like they could patch the existential hole in a 5-minute-old soul. I barely cared. Sleep, please. Just sleep. Sleep came. Deep, uninterrupted, blissfully clueless sleep. The world paused while I rebooted. The universe clearly needed a moment to process the glitch it had created. 2 years passed. Nothing happened. Literally. No wisdom, no revelations, just a lot of drooling, confused staring, and panic over my own alien-looking hands. I napped like a professional. I was a fuzzy little potato, a moss-colored existential threat, mastering the art of being vaguely alive. Then came the day I learned to crawl. And oh boy, that's when chaos officially RSVP'd to my life. Suddenly, there was no more sitting still, no more passively observing the human disaster that is existence. I was on the move. Every corner, shelf, adult targets for my tiny but efficient brand of destruction. Every inch forward was a tiny rebellion, every bump into furniture a personal victory, every shriek a musical ode to chaos. From that moment, life got messy. Loud. Unpredictable. Adults were props, furniture was fair game, and sanity? Optional. The blanket, still rough, still mossy, still judging me, became my official battle flag. By the time I learned to stand, things escalated. Running became inevitable. Shoving became an art form. Screaming was a symphony. My mother, poor sweet woman, was a mere spectator of my tiny apocalypse. Her nerves, fragile as tissue paper, tore at the seams every time I discovered something new. And everything was new. That lamp? Delicious and breakable. That book? Now a chew toy. That couch? Why sit when you can climb? Every object in the apartment was a potential hazard, a new frontier in my mini rebellion. I could sense their panic, the way they tiptoed around me like I was a tiny god of chaos, deciding fates at will. Meanwhile, the hospital experience still haunted me. The icebox air, the smell of bleach and desperation, the long, cold corridors, it all came back in flashes, like a bad dream with fluorescent lighting. Nurses whispered behind masks, calling out vitals, while I imagined tiny men with clipboards plotting my demise. Everyone seemed to forget that this version of me was no longer passive. No longer quiet. No longer just a patient. Mom kept trying. She smiled. She sang. She hummed. She tried to sprinkle tiny, human-sized joy on me like glitter, hoping I would be enchanted. I wasn't. I was busy plotting my next move, which crib bar to chew, which carpet patch to taste, which lampshade to investigate with scientific rigor. Even small things became absurdly difficult. Eating? Confusing. Crawling? Chaotic. Sleeping? An intermittent luxury. And the blanket, my constant, scratchy companion, judged every failed maneuver. It smelled like a forest floor after a rainstorm and possibly the remnants of someone else's existential dread. By the time I learned to walk, the apartment was a war zone. Cups toppled. Books flew. My mother's nerves, already stretched thinner than tissue paper, were officially shredded. I discovered that even the most innocent object could be weaponized. Forks became swords, spoons became wands, and pillows became barricades. And, of course, laughter began. Mine, there's all of it tangled into a terrifying symphony. Not the happy family laughter type they didn't get to escape. It was the chaotic, insane, post-rebirth laughter type. Every day a new comedy of errors, a fresh disaster, a perfectly sarcastic commentary on the absurdity of life. By year 3, I had mastered the art of selective destruction. Crawl when convenient. Walk when beneficial. Cry when manipulation was needed. Laugh when confusion had maximum impact. Every step, shriek, and drool strand carefully calculated to test the limits of sanity, structure, and the laws of physics. And the best part? I was just getting started. Hospitals, blankets, overly enthusiastic moms, they were just the prologue. The real story, the part where I start making decisions, mostly terrible, discovering the terrifying joys of growing autonomy, and laughing at the absurdity of rebooted life, hadn't even begun. So in short, welcome to my life. Hospitals that double as freezers. Blankets that judge. Moms that could cry on demand like professional emotional performers. And a tiny knee growing into a storm of mischief that no one, not even the universe, expected. Buckle up. It's gonna get uglier, louder, and infinitely more chaotic from here. Chapter 3, My First Steps, Ages 2 to 6. I learned to speak at around 2 years of age. Now, you'd probably expect my first words to be some heartwarming mama or papa crap, right? Nope. Mine was a solid, dramatic ouch. Why? Because I fell flat on my face right as I was figuring out how to walk. Yep, my very first steps ever looked like a failed stunt, with me hitting the floor so hard I almost decided to quit and curl up in a fetal position forever. But then came Mom, who had zero patience for my pity party. William Jake. On your feet now, she practically barked, like I was some delinquent instead of a clumsy toddler. And believe me, when Mom yelled like that, it was no joke, a scary kind of authority that made you snap to attention. Luckily for me, she didn't pull out this kind of firepower too often, but when she did, there was no negotiating. So I got up. No choice. And that's when the game changed. Over the next couple of years, my walking turned into running, and by the time I hit 4, I was basically a tiny blur. Learning to run was like unlocking a new level of freedom. Suddenly, everything was a race and every step an adventure. The world was this gigantic playground, and I was determined to master it, even if it meant more bruises, tumbles, and those epic ouch moments. Running wasn't just about speed, it was about proving, mostly to myself, that I wasn't going to stay down for long. I'd dart around Mom's apartment, my green blanket long gone but the rebellious spirit fully intact. I was all elbows and knees and an endless amount of energy that Mom both admired and dreaded. She still kept an eye on me, of course, with equal parts pride and get your ass back here before you break something on her face. And sure, it wasn't all smooth. Sometimes I'd take a spill and hit the floor like a sack of potatoes, cue the ouch. But instead of giving up, I just got back up faster. I'm pretty sure Mom started keeping score of how many times she had to tell me to get back on my feet. She never said it outright, but I bet winning that little game gave me a strange kind of confidence. Language came slow but steady. My vocabulary wasn't perfect, but I was getting there. Instead of the usual happy-go-lucky toddler babble, I had this sarcastic edge creeping in early. When I wanted something, I'd grunt or point, throwing in a dramatic ouch if I hurt myself. It was like my personal style, making sure even my baby talk had a little attitude. Mom, bless her, sometimes cracked up at my antics. Other times, she just shook her head and muttered under her breath, probably cursing fate for the whirlwind that was her son. But through it all, there was this weird love underneath the chaos. Like when she'd laugh along with me if I tripped while trying some wild new move or cheer me on when I nailed a run across the living room without crashing into the couch. Every day added to this mix of wild adventure and tough lessons. I was learning the world from scratch, but in my own way, banged up knees, sarcastic quips, and a stubborn streak you couldn't ignore. I was figuring out that life wasn't about never falling, it was about how fast you could get back up. Mom made sure I learned that lesson early and hard. So yeah, those early days? They were messy, loud, and unapologetically mine. From the ouch, that marked my first words to the sprints across the room that turned heads, I was writing my own story, as clumsy and chaotic as it was. And it was just the beginning. Oh, I totally forgot to mention my dad. Yeah, that guy. He was a stock trader. I know, try to contain your excitement. Nothing screams rockstar like staring at a bunch of numbers all day and pretending it's thrilling. To me, that job was the most boring-ass thing imaginable, like watching paint dry but somehow even less colorful. Back in my old life, I swore on everything that I would never, ever end up in that snoozefest of a profession. Seriously, I had plans, music, creativity, doing literally anything but crunching numbers in a stuffy office. But guess what? All my memories got wiped clean, like a sponge scrubbing dirty dishes until there's nothing left but blankness. Poof. Gone. One time, when I was about 5, or whatever age it was in this mess, Dad caught me sneaking into his home office, probably trying to find cool gadgets or something, and gave me the classic stock trader glare. You know the one, dead serious, zero tolerance for nonsense. William, he said, voice all business, if you ever want to take over the family business. I interrupted him, shockingly confident for a child, nope. Not gonna happen. His eyebrows shot up like I just told him I planned to run off and join a circus. What was that? Never gonna be a stock trader, I repeated, shaking my head like it was a bad joke. Too boring. Dad just stared at me for a minute, probably amused or maybe a little worried about my early rebellion. Then, with a smirk that almost made me think he was in on the joke, he said, fine. But you better have a backup plan for paying rent. Classic Dad. Always the pragmatist even when I was 2 sentences into my career rebellion. Looking back, I have no idea if he was trying to encourage me or just prepare me for the soul-crushing reality of adulthood. But in the meantime, all I knew was that being a stock trader was off my future me list even if my brain had to relearn everything from scratch. Funny thing is, now that all those old memories are wiped, sometimes I catch snippets of Dad's voice or that glare when he's talking numbers and charts on TV. And every time, I'm like, nope. Still not interested. So yeah, Dad's a number guy, I'm not, and thankfully the universe wiped the slate clean, giving me a chance to figure all this out myself. Whether I'll keep swearing off the stock market forever or change my mind later? Well, that's a story for way, way down the road. For now, it's safe to say I'm sticking to what I know, chaos, sarcasm, and trying not to fall on my face too much. But then, school came. And let me tell you, I was not ready. Like, not even close. Not in the slightest. You think learning to crawl and run was rough? Put. That was just the warm-up. School was the full-on nightmare with extra homework sprinkles on top. Suddenly, I had to sit still for hours, hours, which is basically impossible when you've just mastered the art of being a tiny tornado of destruction. Remember those mornings? Dragged out of bed, shoved into clothes that felt like bad inventions, and then forced to socialize with a bunch of kids who acted like they just swallowed a bag of sugar and were on a mission to annoy me. Not exactly the dream team. And the teachers? Oh yeah, let's talk about them. 1 minute they're all smiles and sunshine, and the next, they're barking orders like drill sergeants. William, concentrate. William, pay attention. William, sit down already. Newsflash, I didn't come out of the womb knowing how to sit still or listen for hours. I was still figuring out how not to fall off my chair. Math was a special brand of torture. Numbers jumping around on the page like little demons, refusing to make sense no matter how hard I stared. Reading? Don't even get me started on those endless paragraphs that felt like they belonged in a different language. And don't ask about group projects, nothing like trusting a bunch of tiny chaos agents to ruin your carefully planned do-nothing strategy. I tried to play it cool, you know? Act like I had this school thing all figured out. But inside, I was a hot mess, awkward, confused, and totally out of my depth. Every day felt like a test I didn't even know I was failing. So yeah, school came. And honestly, it kicked my ass. But hey, if life was easy, where's the fun in that? Chapter 4, Grandpa Woodruff takes me duck hunting, age 7. Grandpa Woodruff, because every family needs that one guy who survived a war and decided the logical follow-up was teaching you how to shoot woodland creatures while telling stories that make you question humanity. You see, Grandpa fought in the Korean War, which he always described as the freezing hell nobody remembers, and let me tell you, he was obsessed with every single detail. Every single gunshot, every frostbitten toe, every mountain that felt like it was personally trying to murder him. We were sitting in the Jeep Cherokee, that legendary relic of metal and engine oil that smelled like a garage apocalypse, bouncing along Pothole City when Grandpa started. You know, Will, he began, voice already thick with gravitas, when we were in Korea, it wasn't ducks we were shooting at. He paused for dramatic effect. I nodded like a bobblehead, because, of course, this was going to be long. There was this hill, Hill 342. Coldest place on earth. Snow up to your knees. Frozen ground like concrete. And the North Koreans? They were everywhere, like ants in a picnic basket. He squinted at me over the dashboard, eyes narrowing like he was summoning ghosts. We had to move at night. Silence was everything. One wrong step, and you're not coming home. One wrong breath, and you're history. I shifted in my seat, trying not to imagine myself as a tiny, tragic ant, but my imagination was already firing at full speed. Sounds cozy, I said sarcastically. Cozy? Grandpa barked a laugh. Cozy? It was hell. Freezing, miserable, terrifying hell. I lost half my toes to frostbite. Half my squad didn't make it past the first week. And the water? Don't even ask me about the water. Ice cold, muddy, probably had more germs than a toilet seat at a gas station. I flinched. Gross. So, you're saying hunting ducks is like, not even close? Grandpa chuckled. Exactly, lad. Not even close. Ducks can't shoot back, thankfully. No frostbite, no artillery, no Chinese reinforcements. Nothing like it. But the patience? That's where it's similar. Ah yes, the patience, aka waiting in wet boots for hours while hoping nothing jumps out to kill you. Grandpa went on to describe a night in Korea where he and his unit had to hunker down in a ravine while artillery shells whistled overhead. The snow soaked through everything. Your hands froze solid while you tried to reload your rifle with fingers that barely worked. And the moon? Bright as hell, casting shadows everywhere. You couldn't even blink without giving your position away. I stared at the dashboard, imagining snow, artillery, and Grandpa's telescopic war eyes, while Layla snored beside me like a tiny furry chainsaw. Somehow, her little snores grounded me in the present, which was a weird combination of comfort and absurdity. And the mess hall? I asked, because clearly I had no tact. What did you guys eat? Grandpa shook his head. Sear rations. Mostly beans and something that passed for meat. And sometimes you'd get these chocolate bars that were more like cement. Sweet, terrible, and impossible to chew. We called it survival candy. Tasted like regret. I had to laugh. So, basically the Korean War was one long camping trip, but with slightly more screaming? Try living it, Will. Try living it, Grandpa muttered, shaking his head like he was recalling every painful toe and snowflake. I saw friends frozen solid, I ate mud more than once, and I learned that people can do terrible things for reasons you'll never understand. Perfect. That last line was me being a 7-year-old philosopher before I even knew it. I made a mental note to someday use it in a really dark poem or maybe a rap about death, chaos, and bad life decisions. Then Grandpa paused, eyes far away. And yet, he said, voice softening just a little, there was beauty too. The stars. Cold and clear like diamonds. The silence after the storm. And the small victories, making it through another night, seeing a friend survive one more day. Those moments, they matter more than anything else. I stared out the window, birds chirping in absolute, ignorant bliss, and thought, wow. I can barely handle a day without the internet, snacks, and my sanity intact, and this guy survived literal frozen hell. Perspective. Brutal, soul-crushing perspective. Grandpa kept going, getting more into the gritty details because apparently, oversharing is genetic. One time, we were trapped on a ridge for 3 days. Frostbite everywhere. We ran out of food, ran out of water, ran out of hope. I kept thinking, if I don't survive this, I want someone to know that life, even in hell, is worth fighting for. You understand, Will? I nodded slowly. Sure, I understood. Mostly because I didn't want to get yelled at mid-lecture. Also, because I was realizing that survival was a lot more complicated than I'd thought. Not just running fast, not just hiding in trees, not just duck hunting, it was about enduring. About laughing at absurdity when you could. About clinging to life like it was a tiny, fragile joke you didn't want anyone else to steal. By now, I was both fascinated and slightly horrified. Grandpa's stories were like a highlight reel of chaos, frostbite, and death. But he told them in a way that was equal parts terrifying and, strangely, inspiring. Maybe that was the point, learning to survive with some shred of dignity intact, no matter how absurd it all seemed. Then he got into the really vivid stuff, the war horror that made you shiver in disbelief. We'd have firefights where you could hear every bullet whistling past your head. Snow, blood, mud, and fear, William. Always fear. And you can't let fear win. Not then. Not ever. Because if fear wins, you don't survive. I chewed on that mentally while Layla snored like the tiny, oblivious overlord she was. My inner dialogue went something like, okay, so life is terrifying. Survival is brutal. Grandpa is simultaneously terrifying and wise. Ducks are safe in comparison. Got it. By the time we were halfway to the hunting grounds, Grandpa started tying his war experiences back to patience and hunting in Iowa. See, Will, waiting in Korea was like waiting for a shot at that one duck out there. You wait, you observe, you know the right moment, and then, you take it. You miss, you wait again. Life's kind of the same. I blinked. So basically, the Korean War equals duck hunting with PTSD? Grandpa snorted. Not exactly. But close enough for your sarcasm-addled brain. We drove in silence for a few minutes, the only sound the Jeep's rumbling and Layla's faint snoring, until he added. You know, the funny thing is, you survive something like that, and the small stuff feels different. The ducks, the cold, the mud, it all becomes bearable. Even ridiculous. And ridiculous it was, especially when we finally pulled into the swampy hunting grounds. Grandpa was suddenly an action hero, barking orders, gesturing like we were storming a battlefield instead of waiting for a flock of ducks. Layla bolted ahead, full of heroic enthusiasm. I stood there, rifle in hand, adrenaline coursing, and realized I was now part of a microcosm of survival, life lessons disguised as hunting. I took a deep breath and thought about all the snow, the fear, the mud, and the weirdly poetic sunset we'd witness later. Korean war stories, duck hunting, a dachshund, and me, a sarcastic, slightly traumatized 7-year-old, intertwining into some absurd life lesson that was somehow working. The first shot rang out. Grandpa's voice boomed over the swamp like a warning cannon. Layla charged, paws pounding the soft earth, her little body vibrating with excitement. I raised my rifle, suddenly aware that this was about focus, patience, and listening to the old man who had literally stared death in the face. 5 ducks fell, a dozen shots echoed, and I started to get it. The absurdity, the fear, the life and death focus, it all tied together. Surviving Korea taught Grandpa about life, and surviving this swamp taught me, maybe, a tiny fraction of it. By the time we packed up, the sky was streaked with gold and pink, painting everything like a scene from an overly dramatic painting. Layla snored in the back seat, Grandpa was quiet for once, probably lost in memories of frostbite and firefights, and I was reflecting. Life, death, survival, ducks, dogs, Korean hills, and sarcastic 7-year-old overthinking, somehow it was all merging into a weird kind of order. I leaned back, trying to process it all, and realized one thing: Grandpa Woodruff's war stories weren't about glorifying fighting or killing. They were about living, surviving, and laughing at the chaos whenever possible. Even if that chaos meant quacking ducks, freezing mud, and one tiny dachshund who believed she was saving the world with every hope. Chapter 5, Toby, age 9. I met my best friend Toby in 3rd grade, back when life was still simple enough to be fueled by sugar, recess, and an overconfidence in your own immortality. We just clicked like two socially awkward puzzle pieces, finally realizing they fit because nobody else wanted them. He was obsessed with Power Rangers, I was loyal to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles like it was a religion. Naturally, we declared we were basically the same person. He was dorky as hell, the kind of kid who wore light-up sneakers like they were a fashion statement, but somehow, that was part of the charm. When he first introduced himself, I remember staring at him like he'd just wandered out of a fairy tale. An actual kid. My age. Voluntarily wanting to be friends. It felt suspiciously like a prank. I mean, before Toby, most of my friends were 20-somethings who only talked to me because I was within their babysitting radius. Mom wasn't exactly thrilled about that. She gave me the full stranger danger monologue like she was auditioning for a public safety commercial. But Toby? She adored him. He radiated that innocent, corn-fed energy that made adults think the world wasn't going completely to hell. Toby got bullied a lot, though. Little Toby. Little Toby, the elementary school hyenas would chant, like they'd invented comedy. Ironically, puberty blessed him like some vengeful farm deity. By high school, he'd become 6'4" of quiet retribution. A human redwood tree with a vendetta. I'd pay money to watch one of those gremlins try that chant again. I remember one afternoon, we were walking home, and he said, "Back where I'm from, our neighbors were pigs." Like, farm pigs or just Georgia people? I asked. He laughed. Both, honestly. Nice. Must have been great for barbecues, I said. He shrugged. They squealed louder than we did. Meanwhile, my mom was on the porch, providing the local soundtrack by cussing out teenagers like a blue-collar Shakespeare. "You inbred fucking pig," she'd yell at passing skate punks, voice echoing down the block like poetry from hell. Truly, an artist. Anyway, Toby was the first friend I hadn't met through accidental proximity or family emergency. And sure, he was weird, but so was I, and that was basically the gold standard for friendship in 3rd grade. That day, we had to pick one famous person we admired. I, being the cultural prodigy I was, picked Billy Mays. Yeah, that Billy Mays. The OxyClean guy. Because apparently, my bar for admiration was enthusiastic about soap. "Okay," Miss Winston said, trying not to look visibly horrified. "What?" "I like him," I shouted, because volume fixes insecurity. "Fine," she sighed. "Just don't think of him as a hero." "Coolio," I said, like an idiot, and went back to my desk feeling weirdly proud of myself. Then I turned to Toby. "Was it lonely being surrounded by pigs?" I asked, immediately regretting how that sounded like something an interviewer would ask on Dr. Phil. Yes, but I love them, Toby said, cheeks going nuclear red. I even named one porcina and the other hammy. Stupid, I know. Impressive, actually, I said, half joking. Most people aren't that creatively tragic. He didn't answer. Too busy staring at a fly head-butting the classroom window like it had a death wish. Honestly, I related. Oh, Stevie Wonder, he suddenly blurted out, clearly remembering the assignment. The blind guy? I asked, instantly regretting how that sounded. Yeah, I was that kid. Yeah, bro, he said, grinning like he'd just solved world peace. He's a legend. My pop always blasts superstition. So your childhood soundtrack was pig squeals and blind funk? I said. Iconic. He laughed. Thanks. I think we're gonna be good friends. I can just tell. That goofy grin of his, all buckteeth and pure sincerity, made me want to roll my eyes and believe him at the same time. Indeed, I said, like some 8-year-old aristocrat pretending to have depth. Inside, I was thinking, please don't regret this friendship in 2 weeks when you realize how weird I am. But Toby, bless him, didn't notice. The guy had the emotional sensitivity of a brick, but in a wholesome way. Pure optimism wrapped in a flannel shirt. A few minutes later, he shot his hand up like he was defusing a bomb. Teacher, can I use the computer to look up Stevie Wonder? He practically yelled. The class turned like a Greek chorus of judgment. Go ahead, Toby, Miss Winston said with that hollow teacher smile that said, I gave up on this job years ago. He strutted over to the corner like he was marching to war, and of course, I followed. The ancient Dell desktop flickered awake, Windows XP, sky blue wallpaper, the biggest lie in education. So, he said, typing like a cat with ADHD, you been a read about that Billy Mays guy? Yes, sir, I said, trying to sound casual while my anxiety was internally doing backflips. I don't know why, maybe because my brain decided looking up a dead infomercial man was a socially risky situation. Billy Mays, Toby squinted. He's the guy who yells about soap. Cleaning products, I corrected, because even in 3rd grade, I was apparently an elitist about infomercials. Same thing, he said. If it cleans stuff, it's soap. Couldn't argue with that. Toby had the logic of a child philosopher who'd never known taxes. He clicked on Stevie Wonder's Wikipedia page, eyes widening like he'd discovered fire. Dude, he's blind and can sing, he shouted. That's, like, a superhero. Yeah, I said. Some people change music. Others sell OxyClean. Toby peeked at my screen. You seriously want to read about him? Stevie Wonder made people cry. Billy Mays made people buy towels. Hey, I defended. This man revolutionized television shouting. Toby laughed so hard his chair creaked. You've got weird taste, man. I get that a lot, I said, scrolling through trivia like it was sacred text. After a while, he said, you think people remember these guys forever? Like after they die? It hit different, that question. For a kid who named pigs after lunch meat, Toby had these sudden existential bursts, like his soul got bored of recess. I dunno, I said. Maybe if they do something big. Stevie Wonder? Sure. Billy Mays? People forget fast. He frowned. That's kinda sad. Like, one day, nobody's gonna even know your name. Welcome to planet Earth, I said. He stared at Stevie's photo for a long time. I think I want to be someone people remember, he said. Not famous. Just remembered. You mean, like, in a good way? I asked. Because you'd also be remembered if you accidentally blew something up. He laughed, that full-body kind of laugh that made you forget the world sucked. No, man. Like, I want to help people. And for once, I didn't have a sarcastic comeback. The kid was serious. It was weird seeing him not grinning like an over-caffeinated puppy. Well, I said, awkwardly sincere, you're already one of the good ones. He smiled, wide again. Thanks, Will. For a while, we just sat there, him reading about Stevie Wonder's discography, me diving into OxyClean trivia like it was a sacred text. The classroom hummed with fluorescent boredom. Then Toby said, "You know what's cool about Stevie? He couldn't even see the world, but he still made it better." "Yeah," I said. "Meanwhile, most people can see and still manage to screw it all up." He snorted. "You sound like my dad." "Does your dad also monologue about humanity's moral decay?" "Nah," he said. "He just hates paying taxes." We both laughed, because apparently that was the peak of comedy. And for a moment, it was all perfect, a dusty classroom, two idiots bonding over blind musicians and dead TV pitchmen. When it was time to log off, Toby closed the computer with dramatic finality. The screen went black, reflecting both our faces, his, bright and hopeful, mine, already rehearsing for my future as a mildly depressed philosopher. "You know," he said, slinging on his backpack, "I think we're gonna be friends for a long time." "Like, forever." "Forever's a long time," I said, because sarcasm was my love language. "Yeah, but it sounds cool," he grinned. And even though I didn't believe in forever, not even in third grade, a small, stupid part of me wanted to. We walked out humming Superstition, completely off-key, like two idiots pretending the world made sense. "Hey, Will," Toby said, swinging his arm dramatically. "Promise me something." "What?" "When we grow up, we don't turn into boring adults who hate life." "Deal?" "Deal," I said. And I meant it. Sort of. Until life eventually did what it does best, slowly beat the sincerity out of us one disappointing day at a time. Chapter 6, Summer Break with Woodruff, age 9. I got super tight with Toby back in third grade, like, we're blood brothers now tight. Yeah, we actually did that whole slice your hand and shake thing like total geniuses. Pretty sure that's how people catch, HIV or whatever, but did I care? Nope. Life's too short to freak out over a handshake with a little shared DNA, right? That was our thing, being legendarily stupid but committed. Toby and I would sit at the lunch table plotting world domination between bites of mystery meat, pretending the cafeteria apple juice was whiskey and we were hardened outlaws. We thought we were so cool. Spoiler, we weren't. But that didn't stop us from building elaborate stories about growing up, moving to the woods, and living like survivalist kings. So naturally, when Grandpa Woodruff suddenly decided I needed a summer of survival, I figured, okay, this is it, finally living the dream. Except, reality had other plans. It all started when Grandpa showed up one Friday afternoon, like some discount Santa Claus with zero warning. Mom was in the kitchen burning spaghetti again, and I was halfway through a YouTube rabbit hole about JFK assassination conspiracy theories when he just walked in. No knock, no text, just appeared, smelling faintly like motor oil and peppermint. The man had a presence, I'll give him that. "You're spending the summer with me, William. You don't mind that, right?" he asked me stupidly, like this was some smart-ass fucking question. "No, sir." I beamed, because apparently I was auditioning for World's Best Grandkid. "Good," he said, clapping his hands together like a mad scientist who just solved cold fusion. "Because we're going hunting and fishing every single day until summer's over." Every single day. I swear my soul left my body for a second or 5. "Every day?" I repeated, smiling through the pain. "Like, all of them?" "Yes, William." "It'll be the best summer ever," he said, sounding like a brochure for outdoorsy cults. Now, you have to understand something about Grandpa Woodruff. He's not just old school, he's prehistoric. The man still thinks Wi-Fi and 4G is a conspiracy and refuses to use debit cards because the bank can't track cash. He also believes that the government is run by the devil. Yeah, he's one of those tinfoil hat type of guys. He's also one of those people who believes coffee should taste like gasoline and sleep is for people who lack discipline. So yeah, best summer ever was already sounding like a death sentence. But I couldn't exactly say no. You don't say no to Grandpa Woodruff. He's got that look like he could build a log cabin, skin a bear, and win a bar fight all before breakfast. So, I packed up my stuff, translation, Mom did it for me, and braced for what I thought would be 3 months of mosquito bites and bonding. The drive there? Absolute torture. His Jeep looked like it had survived 3 world wars and maybe an alien invasion. No AC, no radio, just the glorious symphony of squeaky windshield wipers and Grandpa humming shitty 1940s jazz like it was top 40 radio. The seats were cracked leather, sticking to my legs every time I moved, and the smell, God, the smell, was like a mix between mothballs and regret. By hour 2, I was ready to throw myself out the window. By hour 3, I started to hallucinate cows waving at me. By hour 4, I was seriously questioning if Grandpa had taken a wrong turn somewhere. We're here, William. Grandpa beamed like we just found the lost city of gold. Where are we, Gramps? I croaked, because whatever this was, it didn't look like the woods. Welcome to Chicago, Illinois, he boomed, as if announcing a WWE fight. Chicago. Fucking Chicago. Concrete, honking cars, skyscrapers, exactly what I pictured when I heard hunting and fishing. The man had kidnapped me for an urban safari. Wait, Chicago? The city? You promised ducks and mud. He grinned, totally unbothered. Fishing, hunting, same fight, different battlefield. Trust me, this river's loaded with pulls and bites. Right. Because when I think adventure, I think industrial water full of soda cans and weird floating seaweed that's definitely not natural. We parked near the river, which looked less like a fishing spot and more like a toxic waste dump. Grandpa popped the trunk like some secret agent prepping for a mission. He had fishing rods, tackle boxes, and what looked suspiciously like a small army's worth of bait. You ever fished before? He asked. Nah, I said. I thought hunting meant shooting ducks, not dangling worms in sewage water. He laughed, this deep, belly-shaking laugh that echoed across the bridge. Young blood, you're about to learn the art. And no, it ain't video games. This is real life, he chuckled. That line right there? He said it like a battle cry. It ain't video games. I swear, that should have been stitched on his truck seat or tattooed across his bicep. To him, everything was a lost art. Talking face to face? Lost art. Fixing things with your hands? Lost art. Not complaining? Definitely a lost art. So, we cast our lines into the murky water, and I watched my worm float away like a tiny, doomed hero. Minutes passed. Then hours. The silence between us was so loud I could practically hear my brain eating itself. A jogger went by and shouted, "You know that river's toxic, right?" I looked at Grandpa like, "You heard the man." But he just waved it off. Ah, people exaggerate shit. Builds character. Yeah, so does radiation. Then he started talking about the good old days. About hunting bucks in the forest, chasing ducks through marshes, surviving off the land like some kind of pre-internet Rambo. You gotta learn patience, boy, he said. And respect. Whether you're stalking a buck or waiting for a carp, it's all about the game. I nodded, mostly pretending to understand. In reality, I was wondering if any fish down there had 3 eyes from chemical runoff. I remembered reading about Bubbly Creek. It was so polluted that all of the fish perished. Only bloodworms remained. Yes, fucking bloodworms. Upton Sinclair exposed the polluted creeks in the jungle, but that did jack shit to stop the continuing contamination of the water. So, hunting and fishing, I said eventually, what's the difference besides mud and bullets? He grinned like I'd just asked the smartest question in the universe. Simple. Hunting's the thrill of the chase, the heart pounding, the focus, the moment before the shot. Fishing's the slow burn. The torture. The hope that maybe this time you'll get something. So, they're both suffering? He chuckled. Exactly. But it's the good kind of suffering. Yeah, sure. Totally normal concept. Nothing screams fun like masochism with worms. We sat there for what felt like forever, and I realized something weird, I kind of liked it. The city noises, the smell of water that might be half oil, half algae, it was peaceful, in a chaotic sort of way. Grandpa looked like he belonged there, like this was his temple. Then, of course, he ruined the moment by saying, back in Korea. Here it comes. Grandpa's favorite topic, the war. But instead of the usual "I saw things you wouldn't believe" speech, he surprised me. He told me about the guys he'd met. The friendships that got him through nights colder than fear. There was this kid, Johnson, he said, staring into the water like it was a movie reel. He couldn't grow a beard to save his life, but he'd still shave every morning. Said it made him feel human. Did he make it? I asked. Grandpa didn't answer for a while. He just smiled faintly. Some of us don't make it home, William. Some of us stay where the noise never ends. I didn't get it at the time, but later it hit me. He wasn't just talking about war. He was talking about everything. About living, surviving, pretending. About fishing on dirty rivers just to feel something real again. But of course, I couldn't say that out loud. I was too busy being a sarcastic little gremlin. So, what you're saying is, shaving equals emotional stability? He burst out laughing. Something like that, yeah. When we finally reeled in our lines, I'd caught absolutely nothing. Not even a soggy boot. Grandpa, though? He'd snagged a weird-looking fish with one eye. I asked if we could keep it, but he said no, it deserved freedom. I was like, okay, Captain Planet, whatever you say. As we packed up, the city lights started to flicker on, and the river glowed this eerie green. It was almost pretty if you ignored the floating trash. So, what did you learn today? Grandpa asked as he started the Jeep. That Chicago smells like dead seaweed in disappointment, I said. He grinned. Close enough. The drive back was quieter. For once, he didn't hum, and I didn't complain. We just sat there, two mismatched souls, one made of old scars and patience, the other made of sarcasm and YouTube addiction, coexisting in the same rusted Jeep. Chapter 7, We Go Hunting, again, age 9. Grandpa dragged me hunting again, because apparently, my weekend plans are officially cancelled forever in favor of bonding over killing things. Except this time it wasn't ducks. Oh no. Big plot twist. We upgraded from birds that just scream at you in the sky to hares. Yeah, hares. The rabbit knockoff that's like the DLC version, way bigger, faster, and with that smug little "you'll never catch me" face, like it knows some secret about the universe that I'll never grasp. And let me tell you, these weren't normal, fluffy, cartoon bunnies. These were survival mode hares, like they'd been training with Navy SEALs or some shit. While Grandpa strutted around like this was the pinnacle of human achievement, you line up the shot, boy, and you respect the kill, I was just trying not to trip over brambles and die in the middle of nowhere. Meanwhile, the hare's 20 feet ahead, probably laughing at me in some feral rabbit language, wondering why the fuck this weird kid is stomping through its house in borrowed camouflage that smells like mothballs and existential dread. Bonding, sure. Totally worth losing feeling in my toes just to watch Grandpa's eyes light up when he spots a fine specimen like he's hosting a nature show nobody asked for. The kind where the announcer voice is sarcastic about your imminent death. So Grandpa shows up looking all serious this time, like he's starring in a low-budget action movie, and guess what he's got? A Mossberg Maverick 88. Yeah, a pump-action shotgun. Because apparently, hunting hares isn't enough of a challenge unless you're armed like a doomsday prepper. He even held it up like it was Excalibur, giving me the full lecture. That's a pump-action, boy. Reliable, straightforward. One pull, one kill. Thanks, Grandpa. I totally thought it was a Nerf gun. And I mean, sure, hares are fast, but do we really need that much firepower? Like, what if one's just out there minding its business, munching grass, and suddenly boom, vaporized because Grandpa wants a clean shot? Nothing says wholesome family fun like turning woodland creatures into Swiss cheese. But yeah, hares totally deserve this. Right? Meanwhile, I'm standing there, trying not to flinch every time he racks the slide like he's auditioning for Saving Private Ryan 12, Electric Boogaloo, wondering if it's socially acceptable to fake heatstroke to go home early, or maybe just melt into a shrub and become one with the brambles. Jesus Christ, Grandpa. You'll turn me into a damn vegetarian, I half-kidded. He murdered wildlife like there were wolves chasing him. It was disturbing. Layla hopped out of the Cherokee like she was starring in some post-apocalyptic survival show and started hauling the hairbodies over to us. Real classy moment. They were full of holes, Swiss cheese levels, and their eyes were wide open, frozen in pure horror, like they'd just watched the world's worst slasher flick and realized they were the main characters. "What is your issue with vegetarians?" I asked, annoyed but also trembling a little. "Those bastards are always preaching about how animal lives matter. Only pet lives matter." "Don't be one, William," he barked. "I won't," I mumbled, feeling the first tremor of my mind slipping around the edges. "Attaboy. I love you, woman," he hollered, proud and slurring, his emotional range powered entirely by whiskey fumes. Grandpa always reminded everyone his next "hi tomorrow" was for booze, like it was some national holiday. You almost expected him to send out invitations, "Come celebrate Grandpa's Liver Appreciation Day," featuring questionable advice and secondhand smoke. Oh, right, Grandpa smoked. Or more accurately, he marinated in nicotine. Joe Cocker? Amateur. Grandpa made him look like someone testing their first cigarette behind a gas station. Every 5 minutes, it was strike, puff, cough, repeat. The inside of his Jeep smelled like 10 decades of regrets. I cracked the window just to avoid developing a second-hand addiction. "Been doing it since before you were born," he grinned, cigarette dangling from his lip like a punctuation mark at the end of every sentence. "Yeah, Grandpa. And you might actually live long enough to regret that if your lungs weren't already filing for divorce." After the hunt, we went back to the Chicago property he bought in 1976. Not Iowa. Not home. Not anywhere safe. I went upstairs to my room until he called me down to watch a movie with him. I had no idea what to expect, but it wasn't the butterfly effect with Ashton Kutcher. "This looks retarded," I said, only to receive a slap across the face. "We do not use that kind of language in this house." "Is that understood?" he roared, making my skull rattle like an off-brand jackhammer. "What I meant to say is that it looks stupid," I corrected myself. "Watch before you judge. This is a beautiful film." "You will cry," he said, all emotional. "Yeah, right," I brushed it off. "We'll see," he droned, like a broken record stuck in existential suspense. I hit play like I was calm, but this movie swallowed me. Some dude time traveled through his childhood memories, fucked everything up, and I do mean everything. There was a scene where he lost his secret notebook and became a no-power zero in his own story. Sounds lit, until every oops in time makes the universe unravel. Then the first pain hit. A stabbing in my chest like an angry drill sergeant with personal grudges. Not the kind patched with a band-aid. An invisible claw digging into my ribs. And then, whispers. "You're in the wrong reality. Wake up before it's too late." I spun around, heart hammering. No one was there. "Who said that?" My voice cracked like a broken violin. "Nobody said anything, Will," came Grandpa, calm but worried. "You all right?" I tried to brush it off, but the world was shifting. My hands trembled. Colors warped. Shadows stretched across walls in impossible ways, like someone had tilted the universe slightly and forgot to tell me. I feel off. Like my brain's glitching. Like sick, or losing your mind. His eyes were sharper than a scalpel. Both, honestly, I admitted, the words tasting like sandpaper. The whispers repeated, louder, crueler, "Wake up. Wake up. Wake up." I stumbled, falling into the couch. The walls breathed. The floor pulsed. Lights flickered, and for a second I swear the characters on TV were staring at me, mouthing the same words, "Wake up before it's too late." Grandpa stood over me like he was still part of the same reality, or maybe he wasn't. Maybe he was just another hallucination, grinning through cigarette smoke like the universe's twisted prank. The whispers became voices, a chorus echoing inside my skull. "You're not real. None of this is real. Wake up. Wake up." I clawed at my ears. Nothing worked. My body vibrated with the sound of my own panic. Shadows grew longer, and for a moment I couldn't tell if the floor was tilting or if I was floating above it. Grandpa's words pierced through the haze, distorted but real enough to reach me. "Attaboy, Will man." But even that sounded like it was coming from somewhere beyond, like a memory I'd never lived. I ran outside, barefoot on the concrete. The city was wrong. Cars crawled like beetles. People's faces stretched as they screamed and laughed at once, mocking me. Hares real ones? Or hallucinations, bounded through streets like shadowy missiles, taunting. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't stop running. "Wake up," the voices screamed again. And suddenly, I couldn't tell if it was Grandpa, me, or reality itself shouting. The sun shattered across the skyscrapers in a kaleidoscope of wrong colors. Windows reflected impossible versions of me, smiling, screaming, crying. I realized I might have been the hare all along, hunted by something I couldn't name, something that had always been me. And then I tripped. Fell into a puddle. My reflection stared back. My face twisted and split. My lungs burned. My hands were mud and smoke. The voices laughed at me, layered over one another until my head ached so badly I couldn't remember my own name. Grandpa appeared, or maybe he never left, holding the mossbird like it could solve this. "You okay, Will man?" he asked, cigarette smoke curling into my eyes like a toxic halo. I don't know," I whispered, not even sure I existed anymore. I can't. And the city, the hares, the voices, the concrete jungle, the woods, the memories, Grandpa, me, all. Chapter 8, Diagnosed with Encephalopathy, age 9. So they slapped some fancy-ass word on me, encephalopathy, like it was some sort of goddamn trophy I didn't ask for, a label to hang on the mess in my skull before they booted me out like I'd been repossessed for being too loud in my own brain. Bullshit. Pure. Simple. I already knew the voices weren't going anywhere. They had the permanence of wallpaper in a haunted house, peeling at the edges, creeping into your thoughts, laughing at your attempts at normalcy. I grabbed Grandpa Woodruff by the collar, eyes probably wider than my brain deserved at the time, and demanded, "Why the hell am I hearing things no normal person hears?" He leaned back, hands tangled in wrinkles like they'd been sculpted from shadow and regret, eyes glinting with that mixture of amusement and horror reserved for people who've seen too much and done too much. "Maybe it's schizophrenia, William," he said, low and cold, like a graveyard whisper that licked your spine and left frostbite. "Thanks, Grandpa. Nothing like being told your nightmares aren't imaginary, they're genetic. A legacy. A cursed family heirloom passed down with all the love of the tax bill." He dropped his brittle, vein-webbed hand on my shoulder, crushing it like he wanted to remind me of mortality while pretending to offer comfort. The voices, oh, they had been waiting, snickered. Sneered. Tickled the edges of my sanity like rats in a basement. Promised that the darkness wasn't done gnawing yet. And that's when I realized no one actually wants to say the ugly truth. Sometimes your nightmare isn't in your head. It's waiting. Growing. Patiently starving for the moment you let your guard down. And when it moves in, it doesn't punch a time card or sip coffee like a polite tenant. It roots in. Redecorates your reality with screaming wallpaper and mirrors that reflect the wrong person back at you. Come on, William. Maybe some rest will shut that crazy brain of yours up for a while. Give you a break from the endless chorus, Grandpa cooed, hugging me around the middle like I was a porcelain doll about to crack. Like a hug could exorcise the monsters in my skull. Yeah. I hope so, I whispered, but it sounded more like cursing in the middle of a hurricane. Rest? Ha! The voices don't clock out. They don't sip chamomile tea before bedtime. They're permanent tenants, squatters with no regard for my sanity, and they love redecorating with fluorescent anxiety and nightmares framed in jagged lines. The car ride back was a symphony of terror. Grandpa fished out a cassette deck older than most people's parents and cranked LA Woman by the doors. Jim Morrison's voice poured out like velvet-coated acid, wailing about some lost woman in LA. Pretty? Sure. Relevant? Hell no. My brain wanted something sharp: animals, Pink Floyd, guitar screams gnawing at your skull and shattering the fragile notion that reality is stable. Instead, I got washed up hippie sobs while my demons tied nooses around my nerve endings and rearranged my thoughts like furniture in a haunted house. Suddenly the hallucinations started really showing off. The dashboard melted in slow waves, pooling onto the seat like black water. Grandpa's hands stretched, veins pulsating like snakes under transparent skin. The rearview mirror became a window into a hall of screaming faces, mouths moving without sound, lips spelling wake up in twisted Morse code. William, Grandpa muttered, oblivious to the chaos. You okay, boy? I nodded. Sort of. My eyes felt like they were about to crawl out of my skull, following shadows that didn't exist. Reality itself had become a funhouse mirror. Every sound, every vibration, every flicker of the streetlights outside became a chorus of warnings. You're late. You're wrong. You're not awake yet. Out of nowhere, Grandpa goes, "Did you know Jim Morrison died in a bathtub?" Like it was the headline of the century. I didn't know who Jim Morrison was. Could have been my neighbor, could have been the mailman. That sucks, I mumbled, only partially acknowledging the real world. One of the hallucinations, a long-limbed version of myself, was crawling up the windshield, whispering, "You're not real, you're not awake, you're wrong." Indeed. He died at 27. Part of the club, Grandpa said, eyes gleaming like he'd unlocked VIP access to the afterlife. I blinked. Blinked again. Grandpa was speaking in stop-motion bursts. His words stretched, elongated, doubled, as if reality was lagging on purpose. My mind flipped between memory and hallucination. Hospital rooms, white walls stabbing at my retina. Doctors pointing at charts with words that changed when I blinked. My mom's voice distant, panicked, repeating, "He's different. He's broken." And then, the whispering storm again, "Wake up. Wake up. Wake up." I tried to scream. My voice came out as a strangled bark. My lungs refused cooperation. The whispers coalesced into words I could almost understand. "You're lost, William. You're not supposed to be here." Grandpa, still humming along to Morrison, switched the tape deck. The car became a vessel of discord. Shadows shifted. Faces appeared in the back seat: my grandmother Magdalene, my mother, Kurt Cobain, even that weird kid from school who everyone said had fleas. They all whispered. All mouths moving, lips spelling, "Survive, survive, survive." I closed my eyes, and the hallucinations followed behind my eyelids. I was spinning in a void where nothing made sense, where time folded in on itself, and flashes of memory, real and imagined, overlapped. Grandpa's voice became dissonant, sometimes far away, sometimes inside my skull, repeating. "Storms never clear. Love isn't enough. Wake up before it's too late." And then, flash. I'm in the ER. Bright fluorescent light stabbing me. Machines beeped. Nurses hovered. My chest was cage-tight. Panic, raw and unfiltered. A doctor muttered something about stress, anxiety, panic attacks. But the voices laughed. My storm, my eternal storm, was louder here. I was back in the car, then hospital, then car again. Grandpa's hand on my shoulder alternated between comforting and crushing. The hallucinations were constant, crawling up my arms, whispering threats and advice at once. Shadows stretched into grotesque, impossible angles. My memories merged with imaginary futures, and the future with hallucinations of memories I'd never had. "You remind me of her," Grandpa said. "Magdalene. My grandma." I saw her face in a shimmer of static, soft, loving, terrifying. Wrestling with what I can't fix. Fighting battles I wish I could fight for you. I wanted to scream. My reality wasn't mine. It was a collage of broken neurons, whispering voices, endless reflections of failure and doom. The storm inside me wasn't just a metaphor anymore, it had taken shape, claws, teeth, and a grin. It dad said on the edges of my vision, giggling. "You're late, William. You're wrong." "Shut the fuck up," I attempted to say. But my voice was swallowed by the storm. The hallucinations had learned to mimic me. They echoed my words, twisting them into, "You're late, you're dead, you're lost." The car twisted. Grandpa's face warped. His hand elongated into a branch, scratching the air, leaving cracks in reality. The road outside was a river of black ink, swallowing the lights. Time fractured. The cassette played backward, Morrison screaming from the depths of my skull. I grabbed my head, teeth digging into my own skin just to remind myself I was real. But my hands dissolved into smoke. My body dissolved. My thoughts dissolved. Only the storm remained, laughing, gnawing, whispering, "Wake up before it's too late." And somewhere in the void, I felt a tether. Grandpa's hand, real, not real, both at once. The storm didn't like him. The voices quieted just enough for me to gasp, to feel, to anchor to the shred of reality he represented. He was a storm survivor. Maybe I could survive too. And that's when I understood, some storms don't clear. They only get louder. They only shape you, gnaw at you, chew up your brain, leave echoes of madness in your memories, and eventually you either survive or you don't. The storm, the hallucinations, the endless chorus of voices, they were here to stay. My grandmother's face in static, Kurt Cobain wailing in backward Morse code, Jim Morrison's bathtub, none of it mattered. I was alive. I was still here. And somehow, barely, that made me a little less alone. Even if the storm was hungrier than ever. Chapter 9, Robert, age 9. My parents drummed the no-touch zone rule into my skull like it was some sacred, invisible law etched in handwriting only toddlers could read. You know, the one they expect you to memorize by osmosis: don't let anyone cross your line. Ever. Ever. Like it was the 10 fucking commandments, but with a way more boring moral about boundaries and personal space. But apparently, Woodruff's friend Robert got a special memo that said, everything you've been told about boundaries is a suggestion, not a law. Or maybe he shredded it, crumpled it into a ball, lit it on fire, and threw it straight into my nightmares. And that's the exact kind of nightmare that gets handed to you without warning, like someone sliding a razor across your soul and saying, "Have fun, kid. This one's yours now." It burrows into you, sets up a rent-free condo, and leaves permanent graffiti on your brain. Every step I took after that, every time I tried to breathe in a little normalcy, I could feel the echo of that moment, like a shadow growing longer every time I blinked. Life doesn't care. Life never did. It's like some sadistic storm, pummeling you with rain that smells like wet asphalt and regret, expecting you to smile and say thank you. It doesn't pause for tears or screams. Doesn't say, "Hey, maybe take a day off. Sit in a puddle. Watch some bad cartoons." Nope. Life just shoves you forward like a rogue bowling ball crushing soda cans along an infinite alleyway and expecting applause. The worst part? Realizing the people you're supposed to trust, people chosen by default, by blood or proximity, can be the ones stabbing you with the sharpest knives. People who should be shields end up being the storm. And everyone else? They look away. Pretend it didn't happen. Pretend it's someone else's problem. That's reality. That's how it works. So yeah, this isn't some melodramatic sob story designed to make you feel sympathy for a frazzled teen. No. This is brutal honesty wrapped in the sort of silence that screams louder than any words ever could. It's the darkness that no one wants to admit exists inside some of us. It doesn't heal. It doesn't shrink. It just mutates, carving new scars over old ones every single day, like some kind of fucked up performance art piece. And what can you do? You survive. That's it. You carry the weight, the bruises, the betrayals like a badge of twisted honor. You learn that maybe the only thing worse than being hurt is forgetting the hurt, because the forgetting is a trap, and it's relentless, and it's a battle that never ends. Enter Robert. Oh, Robert. His name alone was like a warning label written in dripping neon. The dude got way too handsy during our Twin Peaks marathon, which was supposed to be a chill, mysterious, oddly caffeinated evening of small-town intrigue. My grandpa? Totally oblivious. Honestly, he had let me watch The Butterfly Effect when I was 9. 9. That movie alone is enough to scramble the brain into a surreal omelet of panic and existential dread. Compared to that, Twin Peaks was like finger painting with weird scarves and cryptic small-town drama. But Robert? Not interested in the plot twists, the enigmatic one-liners, or the lurking, almost supernatural sense of dread. Nope. His eyes were locked on my personal space, and his hands clearly thought boundaries were a suggestion. If personal space were money, Robert would be in permanent bankruptcy court, trying to pawn off his fingers as collateral. I tried subtlety. I tried polite hints. I tried the universal "please don't touch me" glare that's supposed to send people scuttling away like startled rats. But nope. Robert had zero interest in subtlety. Zero interest in common sense. He crept along like some predatory raccoon who stumbled into the wrong house and thought, well, might as well grab all the shiny things I see. Creepy? That doesn't even cover it. Robert was peak-level creepy, the kind that makes you wish for teleportation, a grappling hook, or ninja stealth skills just to disappear without starting a scene that would get someone arrested or you institutionalized. Forget solving the mystery of Laura Palmer, the real puzzle was how fast I could fake a bathroom break and escape the slow, encroaching horror that was Robert. Finally, I leaned in, so close my teeth could have grazed his earlobe if I were feeling dramatic, and whispered. Robert. Not a question. Not a greeting. A warning. A spell. A curse. Something. Anything. He looked at me like I'd just asked him if he wanted a latte, and that's when I realized, guilt is an optional accessory for some people. For Robert, shame was like socks, optional, maybe stylish, mostly irrelevant. Keep your fucking hands off me, pervert. The words spilled out before I could process them, my voice a tangled mess of fear, fury, and every pent-up scream from my 12-year-old soul. And that's when Grandpa snapped out of whatever haze he'd been in. You know the kind of haze where old men seem to float somewhere between knitting existential dread and contemplating how many rocks they could throw at clouds? He raised the butt of his rifle and cracked it across Robert's chest with the force of a meteor impact, reverberating through the whole damn room. I always knew there was something off about you, Robert. I just didn't know what until now. Robert stammered, probably thinking words could fix what his hands already ruined. Ha! Cute. Grandpa's glare alone could have shredded steel, cut through lies, and filed Robert down into something resembling remorse. I'm calling the goddamn cops, he hissed, dialing 911 like he was programming the universe to recognize justice in his own personal time zone. I froze, clutching my knees as the dispatcher's calm, monotone voice cut through the tension. What is your emergency? My grandson was just touched by a family friend. Grandpa's voice cracked like glass, fragile and fierce simultaneously. Robert? He went pale. The kind of pale that makes you think maybe someone just pulled all the color out of the world and shoved it into a vacuum bag. The air thickened with anger and betrayal so dense you could have mistaken it for a physical force field. Grandpa? Oh, he was more than angry. He was shattered, a man whose calm exterior had been stripped away by betrayal and primal rage. In that moment, I saw rawness like a predator, like a storm, like a goddamn force of nature with a soft spot carved out just for me. That promise, that he wouldn't let Robert slip away unscathed, was something I tucked into the deepest, safest pocket of my brain. Hours later, after the police arrived in record time, because apparently being a rural neighborhood badass pays off, Robert didn't resist. Not even a little. He would have lost either way. You're going away for a long time, Grandpa said, sarcastic, almost gently, patting him on the shoulder as if the world were a game of chess and Robert just moved into checkmate. Kiss my ass, Robert muttered. Brave, really. Famous last words. Just shut up for once, won't ya? One officer deadpanned, shaking his head like he'd seen it all and then some. I'll be back, Woodruff, Robert muttered, probably imagining some half-baked revenge plot in his tiny, warped brain. You'll be killed, dumbass. Even prisoners don't take kindly to child touchers, Grandpa replied, deadpan and terrifyingly calm. Robert opened his mouth to respond but got duct-taped immediately by one of the officers. Finally. I cheered internally, mostly in my head. Out loud would have been too much. Sometime later, I finally returned to my Twin Peaks marathon. I'd put the horror, betrayal, and rage into a metaphorical trunk in my chest and locked it with a key I didn't want to lose. Damn good coffee in hand, blankets arranged like fortifications, I was back in the tiny, quirky town of Laura Palmer, ready to navigate cryptic messages, dream sequences, and every weird scarf-related mystery I could handle. And maybe, just maybe, I'd survive this season with a shred of my sanity intact. Because that's the thing I learned that night, in that storm of terror, justice, and borderline supernatural grandfather ferocity: the world is messed up. People are messed up. Life doesn't care. But sometimes, just sometimes, you find someone willing to fight the messed up for you. And that's worth more than any normal childhood ever could be. Chapter 10, Black Hog, Age 9. Grandpa? I asked, my voice caught somewhere between concern, fear, and the resigned sarcasm of someone who's already lost all faith in humanity. He was hacking like a busted lawn mower on its last day of life, phlegm spraying out in slow-motion arcs that were simultaneously fascinating and horrifying. My stomach twisted. I swear I could already feel my life flashing before my eyes, and not in that cool, I'm dying in slow motion but it's cinematic way. No. This was more like, oh God, I might be forced to watch someone cough up their lungs and possibly their soul. Even as he choked on the Marlboro menthol like it was a last rite, I had this mental flashback to gym class when they drew my blood. Little glass vials full of my own red liquid, staring back at me like tiny prison cells for my DNA. I almost fainted then, too. So seeing Grandpa wobble between life and some nicotine-induced near-death experience was basically a full sensory assault. Heart racing, stomach somersaulting, and my brain's sarcastic commentary in full swing: great. This is exactly how I wanted to spend my morning. Watching the old man cough up the last remnants of his dignity while I contemplate if I should faint or throw up first. Don't you die on me, old man. I blurted out, my voice cracking somewhere between command and plea. My hands curled into fists as I imagined dragging him through the woods like some grotesque prize if he did decide to keel over mid-hack. We still need to hunt hogs, maybe catch some pikes, or, hell, even wander aimlessly through the swamp without dying. Because, apparently, survival was suddenly a team sport and I was playing captain whether I liked it or not. Grandpa managed a ragged half-smile that looked like it had been patched together with duct tape and memories of better days. Kid, I'm tougher than you think, he rasped, voice harsh and gravelly like a truck stuck in third gear. Yeah, sure, Grandpa. Tougher than me watching you almost suffocate on tobacco fumes? Right. My brain immediately jumped ahead into horror scenarios. What if this hunting trip was my last? What if the memorable summer adventure they'd promised me was just a euphemism for dragging Grandpa's ghost out of the woods while he cursed the afterlife? Not exactly the summer memory I was hoping for. But hey, hope is apparently a cruel joke, so I clung to it like a drowning man to a floating tire swing. Finally, he managed to expel the last of that god-awful cough, waving a hand like he'd just survived a war with his own respiratory system. Kid, I'm still here, he said, eyes glinting with some dangerous mix of defiance and sheer chaos. I raised an eyebrow and internally muttered, yeah, Grandpa, but you're flirting with the Grim Reaper's speed dial like it's a casual afternoon activity. Out loud, of course, I had to slap on a sigh that screamed reluctant cheerleader for your survival. All right, he wheezed, chest heaving like a freight train that someone forgot to maintain, lungs permitting, we're still hog hunting. And if I keel over, somebody better tell those dumb animals I died trying. I almost laughed at the thought of Grandpa's ghost hauling pigs out of some ethereal swamp, swearing at some celestial hunting buddy like a possessed outdoorsman. But somewhere in the core of my petrified, sarcastic heart, I was relieved. The coughing fit hadn't claimed him yet. Not this time. Still, my hands remained glued to the rifle like a life raft in shark-infested waters, and I couldn't stop my eyes from flicking toward that Marlboro pack tucked in his jacket. Menthol or not, it was clearly a suicidal accomplice in his slow-motion lung demolition. Come on, old man, I muttered, still dripping with sarcastic desperation. No cheating death before we even hit the muddy trails. I'm not ready to be solo hog catcher just yet. He grunted a laugh that sounded more like a warning. One part I'd been through worse, 2 parts don't push me, and a splash of kid, you haven't seen anything yet. Let's move, Grandpa said, jerking a thumb toward the back door like the world's most intimidating boss demanding immediate action. The woods won't wait for anyone, not even a wheezing old geezer like me. I hoisted my gear tighter, bracing myself against both the physical and psychological assault of the day. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle in the leaves, every gnarled branch seemed like a personal commentary on how fragile this entire adventure was. But hey, for now, we were still breathing. That alone counted as a victory, even if it felt like a bitter one. Once Grandpa finally caught his breath, and after I swore on my rapidly deteriorating sense of self-confidence that I wasn't secretly auditioning for the role of kid who watched his grandpa keel over, we stumbled into the wild like some ragtag survival duo plucked straight from a nightmare survival show. The woods were less cabins and campfires and more mosquito apocalypse meets mud wrestling championship. I kept expecting a bear, or worse, something even more sarcastically cruel, to stroll by and judge our life choices. Grandpa, true to form, was all business, moving like he owned the place even if every breath sounded like an accordion with a bad fuse. Eyes sharp, lungs steady, he grunted. See that trail? Hogs use it like their own damn freeway. I, on the other hand, was mostly focused on not tripping over roots, dropping Grandpa's heavy-ass rifle, or accidentally rolling down a hill that clearly wanted to murder me for sport. Every crunch of leaves underfoot felt like a personal attack. My heart raced like it had signed up for a sprint it hadn't consented to. Then, through the thick, unrelenting underbrush, we spotted it, a grotesque, dirt-chested hog, probably the size of a compact car if your imagination was sufficiently twisted. It was grunting, filthy, and radiating anger at the universe. Pretty sure it had personal grudges against humanity, and honestly, can you blame it? Grandpa lifted his rifle, and for the first time that morning, I swear I saw a ghost of calm precision. He exhaled, not in a coughing fit, mind you, but with the practiced patience of someone who'd seen every horror life could throw at him and decided fuck it, I'm still standing. The rifle barked, the hog stumbled, grunted, and then collapsed as if the weight of its poor life choices had finally caught up. I half expected confetti to fall from the sky. We approached the hog with all the reverence you'd show a fallen titan, except this titan smelled like wet mud, sweat, and existential failure. Grandpa's grin was half pride, half relief. That's dinner, kid, he muttered, like announcing a Nobel Prize winner. Then came the grim reality, cooking the thing. Firewood gathering quickly devolved into a full-on wrestling match with the wilderness itself. I swear, the trees were laughing at me, some urban kid with the survival skills of a wet noodle trying to conjure up the ghost of a hunter-gatherer. Grandpa showed me the ropes, lighting a fire with equal parts frustration and skill, the flames licking the night sky like mocking angels. As the hog sizzled over the crackling fire, I launched into my sarcastic commentary. Wow, yes, this is exactly what I envisioned for my summer, roasting a beast over a fire while considering whether mosquito bites are the universe's subtle way of torturing me. The night dragged on, a cacophony of coughing fits, sore muscles, and the ever-present threat of wildlife auditioning for horror movie cameos. But amidst the chaos, I realized something crucial: maybe, just maybe, disaster days like this weren't entirely hopeless. Maybe they were moments to survive, to mock, to sarcastically narrate to the universe like a teen with nothing but spite and a slightly ruined sense of optimism. By the time we finally collapsed near the fire, pig meat and stomachs and minor scratches decorating my arms, I couldn't help but grin like the sarcastic, battle-hardened survivor I was slowly becoming. Grandpa gave a satisfied grunt, chest still heaving but clearly triumphant. He made it. Both lungs functional enough to plan another chaotic day. I survived. Both of us intact. Sort of. Chapter 11 Abracadabra, age 10. Oh, fantastic. I woke up this morning to the sweet, delicate, life-affirming sound of my dad absolutely decimating every ounce of peace and quiet with Abracadabra by Steve freakin' Miller Band. And I mean obliterating. The kind of volume that makes your eyeballs do that involuntary roll and shake thing, walls trembling like they're about to quit on life, windows rattling in sheer existential terror. Because apparently, mornings need that kind of trauma. And here's the kicker, this is the same guy who normally worships at the shrine of mopey indie sad boys like Jeff Buckley and Sufjan Stevens. You know, the genre where every chord sounds like someone is gently weeping into a cashmere sweater while simultaneously composing their own funeral playlist. You'd think waking up to that would be, I don't know, soothing or melancholic or something that doesn't make you want to smash a spoon against your skull. But no. Today, apparently, he decided to enroll in Boomer Dad 101. Like, one day it's soft, emotionally manipulative ballads that smell faintly of Earl Grey and bad poetry, and the next, it's Steve Miller belting out abracadabra like the world depends on it. Which, honestly, it might as well. Because my internal organs were shaking in protest, begging the universe, why? Why is this happening? Please, mercy. I swear, if anyone had walked in at that moment, they'd see me lying in bed, staring at the ceiling with wide eyes, lips moving in silent prayers, and a single, lone thought in my brain: how did my dad go from sad indie whisperer to full-blown midlife crisis DJ overnight? And the absolute best part? He didn't even realize he'd committed this musical atrocity. He was probably strumming along air guitar style, hair tousled like he just woke up from a heroic nap, completely oblivious to the psychological carnage he'd wrought. Honestly, it was like watching a nature documentary. Observe the adult human male in his natural habitat, blissfully unaware of the emotional devastation he causes to his offspring. So, yeah. Morning ruined. Peace obliterated. My brain cells filing complaints with HR. And somewhere in the background, Steve Miller is still shouting about magic tricks like he's auditioning for the world's least subtle alarm clock. Naturally, I stormed out of bed because hello, priorities, and asked him why the hell Steve Miller Band was suddenly our family soundtrack. This is the same man who's yelled at me for blasting Nirvana too loud, even though, newsflash, Smells Like Teen Spirit is objectively a public service. But apparently rock history is fine if he's the one making the neighbors' ears bleed. Make up your fucking mind, Papa. I stomped into his office, which looked like a thrift store for bad taste, and just stood there, waiting for him to notice his hypocrisy screaming in surround sound. I'm pretty sure our neighbors can hear that damn song. I had to yell over Steve Miller practically declaring he's gonna reach out and grab ya. What? He said, blinking at me like some confused turtle emerging from a midlife crisis. That was it. I grabbed the cursed CD, looked my father dead in the eye, and snapped it in half with all the righteous fury of a child who just found out their favorite band's going on indefinite hiatus. Could I have walked away without breaking it? Sure. But could I have lived with myself knowing abracadabra might return? Absolutely not. Hypocrisy is my mortal enemy, right up there with people who say vinyls. Shockingly, this didn't go over well. His face morphed into the enraged emoji, vein popping and everything. Don't you ever do that shit again, William, he roared, voice cracking like he'd just finished a karaoke session he didn't warm up for. And then, get this, he threatened to ground me. Over a Steve Miller Band CD. As if being trapped in my room without music wasn't already my default state of existence. Honestly, I think I won this round. Chill before you give yourself a case of, like, an aneurysm, I said bluntly. He blinked at me like I'd just spoken in Morse code. That's how Magdalene died, I added, voice cracking halfway through, which was so not part of the plan. Great, emotional breakdown incoming. It had been, 5 years? Half a decade and change since she, gone. But somehow it still felt like she just ghosted us yesterday, which would have been way cooler, honestly. Instead, the whole memory never fades cliché turned out to be disturbingly accurate. He looked at me, all sympathetic eyes and trembling lip, and then he hugged me. Actually hugged me. Like, full contact, arms around the shoulders, I care type of hug. EW. Normally, I hate hugs, they're awkward and sweaty and just human. But in that moment, fine, it was kind of necessary. I miss her so freaking much, I mumbled into his shoulder, trying not to sound like one of those drama movie teens who cried beautifully under rain. Spoiler alert, I did not cry beautifully. You'll see her again someday, as a spirit, he said, trying his best to sound wise. Dude thought he was some ghost whisperer or some shit. Newsflash, it didn't help. Like, at all. Cue me crying harder, ugly sobs and everything, because my emotions apparently decided to throw a parade right then and there. You miss her a lot, William. I know that. But you've gotta move on, he said, all calm and collected like he'd just read that line off a self-help blog. Oh, yeah? Easy for you to say. You've never lost anyone, I shot back, glaring like I was auditioning for Annoyed Child Prodigy of the Year. So don't give me that motivational speech garbage. I probably looked like a feral cat ready to bite someone's hand off. Which fits, honestly, apparently, we did have a cat once. Before I was even born, naturally, because the universe loves irony. And everybody still brings it up like it's this legendary family tragedy. Like, remember Orion? He was such a sweet soul. Yeah, sure, sweet enough to die of old fucking age. What a heroic way to go, just aged out of life. Meanwhile, I'm here dealing with actual, soul-stabbing loss, and you're comparing it to your geriatric cat taking the long nap? Come on. So yeah, forgive me if I don't join the moving on committee just yet. Some of us are busy dealing with real emotions, not pet eulogies. I have lost my mother, Will, he said, all grim and serious, like he was about to drop the tragic backstory bomb. And then oh boy he did. She used to hit me with belts when I didn't do my chores, he added, staring into the distance like he was narrating a dramatic goddamn audiobook. Wow, I said. What a loving, nurturing example of parental guidance. We love a queen of discipline. He kept going. She was abusive, he admitted, voice lower now. An actual nightmare. She died when you turned 3. Oh. So when I was barely out of diapers, she decided to peace out. Awesome parenting arc. What a nice way to teach your kid responsibility, beat them senseless, then toss yourself out of existence. Am I right or am I right? He shot me the glare of someone deciding whether or not to throw a shoe at my head. You really don't get it, do you? Sure I do, I said, raising my hands. Here's the message loud and clear, chores are life or belt, and mortality is the ultimate mic drop. It's practically inspirational, someone should put it on a coffee mug. Wow, you're impossible, he muttered. Thanks, I said. I try. Dad, seriously, do you have any games on that ancient-ass Windows 95 dinosaur of yours? I asked, stifling a massive yawn like I was about to pass out from pure boredom. I swear, if I didn't get some kind of stimulation soon, I was just going to turn into a statue. I didn't even care what games he had. Could have been Solitaire, Minesweeper, or whatever prehistoric shit he was hoarding. Just something, anything, to snap me out of this soul-sucking nap threat. That was all I was asking for basic life support through pixelated entertainment. Honestly, he had to be one of the very few people left in the entire United States still rocking Windows 95 in 2010. Like, hello? It was nearly 2011. Who still voluntarily uses a computer from the Jurassic era? Yeah, I'm learning that patience is a virtue, and extinction is a guarantee if you don't move faster, I quipped, settling in for what was about to be the most low-res adrenaline rush of my life. Well, your ancient tech isn't totally useless, he muttered as the pixelated armies began marching. At least that game came with some kind of excitement. This game is slow as hell. Just load already, damn it, I cursed at the computer. Be patient, he poked me in the side playfully when I kept mashing the mouse like there was no tomorrow. I smirked and leaned closer to the screen like he was about to reveal the secret to eternal coolness. I'm going with the Vikings, I announced like it was the most obvious and badass choice on planet Earth. Of course you are, he said, rolling his eyes so hard I thought they might get stuck in his head. Because when I think of strategic masterminds, it's definitely a bunch of pixelated longboats and horned helmets. I fired back, hey, Vikings were fierce, fast, and loved to raid. Basically the original trolls. Original trolls? Great, so now you're playing a digital Viking keyboard warrior, he teased. What's next? You're going to grow a pixel beard and start yelling scal. Don't knock the Vikings. They're all about raiding, burning villages to the ground, and then somehow ending up with insane boat tech, Papa said, already clicking away like a pro warlord. I watched as the pixelated villagers scrambled to chop wood and build houses with the precision of a toddler on espresso. So, your master plan is just chaos on water and land, huh? Chaos is underrated, I said with a grin. Plus, nobody's ever beaten me using the Vikings. It's proven superior Viking science. He snorted. Yeah, Viking science, that explains the horns on helmets myth, too, didn't it? Totally historical fact. Hey, those horns are optional, I shot back. Focus on my pixel army's sheer destructive power. I shook my head but couldn't help smiling. Alright, Captain Viking, lead your pixel raiders to glorious digital destruction. Just don't blame me when you lose to some guy with a more boring civilization. So yeah, we made up. Miracles do happen. The sky didn't fall, and the world didn't explode. In fact, Papa somehow decided that my brutal decimation of his precious abracadabra CD wasn't the end of the universe. No longer was he furious, well, at least not on a volcanic, I'm about to launch a protest level. He downgraded to mild disappointment, which is basically like winning a gold medal in the Familial Forgiveness Olympics. I mean, sure, I crushed his treasured abracadabra like it was an ancient relic, which, honestly, it kind of was, but hate CDs are made to be played, or in my case, occasionally obliterated. You still destroyed my damn CD. He reminded me out of nowhere. Look, it was accident, I shrugged, throwing in the classic don't hate the player, hate the game vibe. Dad just rolled his eyes, that mix of whatever and I'll get you back someday gleaming in his expression. But, for now, peace reigned, well, until the next battle over something equally stupid. Because that's how we roll, war, peace, repeat. Chapter 12, No More Pharaoh Falls, age 10. Alright, buckle up, because this is the tragicomic saga of how a kid from Pharaoh Falls Elementary accidentally became the reluctant main character in a psychological thriller nobody asked for. I graduated from Pharaoh Falls Elementary School in 2010, back when life was supposed to be sunshine, playground bruises, and the occasional meltdown over who got the last chocolate milk. Simpler times, right? Except, spoiler alert, my brain had other plans. If the universe were an operating system, mine was Windows 95 running on a dying hamster wheel, full of pop-up ads, malware, and that cursed fatal error noise. But before the Chaos update rolled out, things were tolerable. My biggest worries were who stole my pudding cup at lunch, looking at you, Tyler, whether I'd ever survive dodgeball without getting my head caved in, and trying not to faceplant during recess. Basically, I was thriving, if thriving means scraping by in a world where cafeteria pizza counted as a balanced meal and your entire self-worth depended on who let you sit at their table. Then the voices started. Yeah, voices. Not metaphorical ones like follow your dreams, but the kind that make you question whether you've accidentally subscribed to some invisible podcast you can't turn off. At first, I thought maybe I was just tired, or maybe the fluorescent lighting at school had finally melted a few circuits in my brain. But no, these things had opinions. Loud, uninvited ones. Imagine trying to focus on spelling tests while your own internal radio station is whispering, "You're gonna fail that, you fucking worthless piece of shit." Super motivating, right? Like having a coach who hates you but can't be fired. I tried to ignore it. Because who wants to be that kid? The one everyone whispers about, the one teachers watch a little too closely. I told myself, just act normal, which, of course, immediately made me the most suspiciously not normal kid alive. And just to spice things up, I started noticing something else: homeless schizophrenics. They were everywhere. On the sidewalks, muttering to ghosts, in alleyways, arguing with invisible enemies, on park benches, just existing. It's like once you start hearing your own voices, you suddenly develop radar for everyone else who's fighting theirs. At first, I felt sorry for them. Then I felt scared. Like, deeply scared. Because the unspoken question started creeping up my spine: is that me in 10 years? There was one old guy I saw on my walk home from school, grizzled, eyes like static, shaking his fist at the clouds like they personally offended him. He had a styrofoam cup in one hand, muttering words that didn't sound like any language I knew. He looked like a glitch in the Matrix, a living error message. I wanted to help him. Or maybe I wanted to help me. But then the cynical little voice in my head chimed in: "What are you gonna do, genius? Give him your 85 cents of lunch money? He'll just buy more poison." And just like that, I kept walking. Because it's easier to keep pretending you're fine when you can point at someone else and think, at least I'm not that bad yet. But the thing about pretending is, it doesn't actually fix anything, it just delays the inevitable crash. Fast forward a few months, and I'm sitting on the swings at the playground, staring at the cracked asphalt like it's gonna open up and swallow me. The voices are going off again, nagging, mocking, overlapping like a crowd at a concert where everyone's singing the wrong lyrics. One of them says, "You're crazy." Another says, "You're not real." And I'm just sitting there like, cool, thanks for the confidence boost, guys. Then, out of nowhere, this gravelly voice cuts through, "Hey, Earth to crazy kid. It's Joe. The janitor. The guy who looks like he's been through 6 wars, a divorce, and an exorcism but somehow still shows up to mop up puke with the patience of a saint. You look like you're plotting world domination," he said, plopping down beside me with a grunt. "Wanna talk?" And for some reason, I did. Maybe because Joe didn't have that fake adult sympathy voice teachers use when they're secretly hoping you'll shut up. "You hear those voices too?" he asked, popping open a pack of sunflower seeds like this was the most casual topic in the world. My brain short-circuited. "Wait, what?" He just smirked. "Relax, kid. Everyone's got voices. Some are just louder." That sentence hit me like a 2x4. Because, for the first time, someone didn't look at me like I was broken. He said it like it was a feature, not a bug. Maybe he was right. Maybe I just had the deluxe surround sound edition of consciousness. But then, the other part of my brain, the part that loved catastrophizing, piped up, "Yeah, or maybe you're on the fast track to being that guy yelling at pigeons in the park." Great. Comforting. Thanks, brain. You ever notice how once you start fearing something, the universe keeps throwing reminders at you like it's taunting you? Suddenly, every bus ride home became a horror show of whispers, muttering, and sidelong glances. One day, this scraggly old man got on the bus. Hair wild, eyes bugged out, clutching a grocery bag like it contained the secrets of the universe. He started mumbling about aliens and the apocalypse, gesturing at his shoes like they'd been stolen by the Illuminati. People were pretending not to hear him, all doing that awkward "let's all stare out the window and pray he doesn't talk to us" routine. And me? I just froze. Because every word out of his mouth sounded like something that could have come from my own head on a bad day. That's when I realized I wasn't scared of him. I was scared of the mirror. The bus smelled like old gum and paranoia, and by the time I got home, I felt like I'd just looked 50 years into my future and didn't like what I saw. I started wondering if this was how it happened, quietly. No lightning bolt, no movie-style breakdown. Just one day, your mind drifts too far from the dock and the rope snaps. By graduation, everyone else was hyped about summer break in middle school and pretending they were grown-ups. Meanwhile, I was internally spiraling, thinking about the next chapter. Faro Falls Elementary is over, now what? Oh right, try not to go insane. I remember the ceremony vividly: plastic chairs, itchy clothes, someone's dad recording on an ancient camcorder. The principal gave one of those bland, pre-written speeches about bright futures and limitless potential. I wanted to stand up and say, "Yeah, what about the kids whose potential comes with surround sound hallucinations?" But I didn't. I smiled for the pictures, threw my cap in the air, and tried to pretend my brain wasn't holding a rave in the background. Years later, I can almost laugh at it. Almost. The voices never left, they just evolved. Less scary, more annoying. Like background noise you eventually learn to tune out. Sometimes they're helpful, like a twisted internal Google Maps for bad decisions. Other times, they're just there. Commenting. Critiquing. Existing. And here's the messed up thing, I'm grateful for them now. Because they taught me something no school ever could, that sanity isn't some clear line you either stand on or fall off. It's a balancing act. Some people just get the harder tightrope. Those homeless folks I used to pity? I think about them a lot now. About how easy it is for the world to write someone off once they stop fitting the script. I used to see them as broken mirrors. Now I see them as survivors. People who fell through the cracks and still somehow kept walking. So yeah, I graduated from Faro Falls Elementary in 2010 with a brain that wouldn't shut up, a fear I couldn't name, and a janitor's wisdom rattling around in my head. Some just have a louder channel. That line still plays on repeat. Because maybe that's all this ever was: me, tuned into a frequency most people don't even know exists. And while that used to terrify me, now it kind of feels weirdly empowering. Because maybe the glitch isn't the end of the world. Maybe it's the start of seeing it differently. And if the world's still running on Windows 95, fine, I'll be the weird kid in the corner learning how to rewrite the code. Chapter 13, My First BMX Bike, Age 10. It's Saturday morning. Which, for me, is the spiritual equivalent of being dropped into the Roman Colosseum wearing pajamas, armed only with a half-eaten Pop-Tart and a sticky remote control. The gladiatorial battles of willpower that ensue? Wrestling my alarm clock into submission, convincing myself that homework isn't some fluorescent-lit prison designed solely to crush my soul, and navigating the treacherous minefield of parental ambivalence. I roll over, blink at the ceiling like it owes me an apology, and immediately feel the crushing weight of potential disappointment. You know, the standard Saturday mood. Suddenly, the metaphysical equivalent of a battering ram, also known as my parents, kicks down the metaphorical door to my lair. They stride in, faces radiating anticipation usually reserved for discovering alien life or the final season of Lost actually making sense. I freeze. Alarm bells explode in my skull. My brain, already a tangled nest of caffeine dreams and leftover anxiety from Friday, starts racing. They're either about to tell me we're moving to Nebraska, or Toby has somehow been appointed CEO of some sketchy Silicon Valley startup. Possibly both. Plot twist. They're holding something else entirely, keys. But not just any keys. Shiny, metallic, perfectly innocent-looking keys that, in my hands, will transform me from a lethargic household fixture into the most feared suburban stunt rider the cul-de-sac has ever seen. Yep, my parents, who, let's be honest, have previously grounded me for sneezing too sarcastically, are handing me a neon green BMX bike. A bike that could probably survive a small meteor impact and has more spikes, pegs, and shock absorbers than my self-esteem. Cue emotional whiplash. Because sure, I've read about parents rewarding kids for straight A's, saving kittens from burning buildings, or literally curing cancer. Me? My most recent triumph was successfully not spilling ramen on the living room carpet for a whole week, a feat requiring immense skill, restraint, and an almost tragic level of mindfulness. Naturally, suspicion bubbles up like a pot of boiling sarcasm. I squint at them, trying to calculate the catch. Did I accidentally save a whale in my sleep? Did the Tooth Fairy submit a glowing Yelp review on my behalf? Why would these people, who once made me sit in timeout for sarcastically answering fine to how was school? Why would they suddenly shower me with hundreds of dollars worth of neon glory? So, what's the catch? I ask, my tone balanced precariously between dread and mock suspicion, hoping that if I stare long enough, the truth might spontaneously leak out of their eyeballs. Are they going to send me to character-building summer camp, where I'll emerge 2 inches taller and 20 pounds sadder? Is this a passive-aggressive way of saying, stop doom scrolling, you lazy little existentialist? Are we about to discover we're actually minor royalty cursed with terrible internet? Nothing. We just thought you'd like it, they reply, simultaneously, like members of some low-budget, suburban cult. Sure, January totally believable. I check for hidden cameras because, obviously, this is 2010 and trust is a concept about as stable as a soda can on a wobbly table. Nope. No cameras. No confetti. Just a bike that looks like it could double as a transformer in a post-apocalyptic Marvel crossover. Black, green, sleek, with pegs and shocks that scream, this child may die, but he will do so in style. I step outside, clutching the handlebars as if they are the only thing keeping the universe from imploding. My parents hover like amateur paparazzi, eyes practically vibrating with excitement or maybe sheer terror at the thought of me taking flight at 7 miles per hour. I throw a leg over the bike and instantly realize that flexibility, like most of my life skills, is optional. Somehow, I still cling to the handlebars, dignity dangling precariously like a coupon for expired pizza. The first few seconds are predictably catastrophic. My shoelace conspires with the pedal, forming a nefarious alliance designed to make me look like Frankenstein's monster chasing a particularly judgmental squirrel. My limbs flail. Gravity, the ultimate frenemy, asserts itself mercilessly. For a moment, I contemplate the poetry of meeting my doom on this very sidewalk, becoming a cautionary tale whispered in PTA meetings for generations. But then, something miraculous happens. Balance, an almost mythical force I didn't know existed, decides to show up late to the party. Suddenly, the wind slaps me in the face like a cold, judgmental shower. Tires crunch over gravel, sending vibrations through my bones and any remaining parental faith in my coordination. I catch a bump, momentarily float in midair like a protagonist in a low-budget superhero film, and land with a grace that could charitably be called controlled chaos. For perhaps the first time in human history, I am not thinking about homework, social media faux pas, or the crushing inevitability of existing in a world that refuses to recognize my genius. No, for a glorious afternoon, it's just me, my questionable motor skills, and the world's loudest, most fluorescent shade of green reflecting off my handlebars like an obnoxious spotlight demanding attention. Neighborhood kids stop and stare. Their eyes widen. They might be witnessing history. Or they might be confused at my erratic wobbles. Details. Either way, I am now the undisputed king of BMX stunts, okay, technically king of narrowly missing the mailbox at high velocity, but let them embellish the legend. My phone buzzes in my pocket. I ignore it. If it's my parents, it's probably a passive-aggressive group chat reminding me to wear a helmet or, worse, a family-wide memo proving I am, in fact, not adopted in light of this inexplicable generosity. My only regret? Not having a boombox blasting an entrance theme worthy of cinematic greatness. I envision Tupac's ambitions as a riotous slamming from a nearby boombox, asserting my dominance as I wobble down the street in neon glory. Nothing says suburban legend in the making like turning a routine BMX ride into a low-key, high-stakes heist scene. I attempt a trick, let's generously call it a turn rather than an impending crash, and try to channel the cool, untouchable aura of a movie stunt double. My audience? A squirrel, unimpressed. Possibly judging my life choices. Squirrels are brutal critics. I loop back toward the house, parents still outside, mom furiously texting like she's announcing my death-defying feat to the entire extended family. Dad wields a phone, documenting what he assumes will be my inevitable crash for future blackmail purposes or possibly an internal home movie contest. I slam the brakes in a Hollywood-worthy skid, dust rising theatrically around me. Nice, Dad says, voice dripping casualness, the universal code for, please do not die before lunch. Don't worry, I reply, the ultimate mix of sarcasm and passive threat. If I break my arm, we've got insurance, right? The flash of mild panic that dances across their faces? A masterpiece. Worth every wobble, every near-death, every traumatic memory. Despite all the suspicion, paranoia, and dramatic internal monologues about hidden family conspiracies, something wholly unexpected occurs, happiness. Like, the actual kind. Not the mocking everyone else to cope kind, but genuine, unfiltered, neon green in your face happiness. The world suddenly gets louder, bigger, and somehow less like a pre-algebra exam about to crush your soul. But then comes the next layer of absurdity, tricks. I attempt a wheelie, which in reality looks like I'm trying to convince gravity that my front wheel doesn't exist. I wobble perilously, imagining headlines reading, local teen invents new form of public humiliation, breaks neighborhood record. I catch the bike just before a bush turns me into an unintentional shrub sculpture, and I can hear my parents silently sighing, probably praying I survive long enough to eat dinner. I try another stunt, using a curb as a ramp, because of course, every BMX moment in the history of my suburban life requires a daring leap into unknown consequences. I soar, arms flailing like I'm auditioning for Cirque du Sarcasm, and land with a squeak that makes me question physics itself. Tires bounce. Gravel explodes. Somewhere, a neighbor probably questions their life choices for living here. The sun reflects off the neon frame, making me look like some radioactive stunt prodigy from a low-budget superhero flick. Children pause their Minecraft and YouTube marathons to gape. Birds scatter. Dogs bark. One particularly judgmental pigeon lands on a lamppost, squawking disapproval. I loop again, trying to weave between imaginary cones that represent my parents' hidden rules, societal expectations, and the occasional HOA nightmare. Mom is now filming everything, probably preparing a montage of my eventual, inevitable humiliation. Dad is waving like a football coach in a motivational video, shouting encouragement in a voice that suggests he might faint from sheer excitement or terror. I stop at the end of the block, puffing like a tiny, neon steam engine. For a brief, glorious moment, I consider every Saturday henceforth cancelled in favor of BMX adventures. My existence has achieved a temporary, precarious balance between joy and total disaster, and it feels amazing. Later, I park the bike in the garage, kickstand down like I've claimed territory, and collapse on the couch, out of breath but exhilarated. Parents hover, eyes bright, waiting for me to provide some appropriately grateful response. I do what any self-respecting, sarcastic, borderline apocalyptic teenager would. Thanks for the bike, I guess. Next time, though, can you throw in a jetpack? There's laughter. Warm, genuine, slightly confused laughter. And underneath it, that inexplicable feeling, connection. Maybe, just maybe, these weird creatures who raised me for a dozen-ish years actually get it. Or, at least, manage to pull off a surprise that has absolutely nothing to do with chores, lectures, or existential guilt. Sometimes, I realize, even the snarkiest, most deeply cynical adolescents have to admit, just a little, that perhaps, for once, their parents are not scheming some elaborate punishment or passive-aggressive life lesson. Maybe they just wanted to see me ride full tilt into happiness, neon green and grinning, for no reason other than sheer, chaotic joy. And yes, I'm still waiting on that jetpack. Chapter 14, Uncle Peyton, age 10. I basically rode the hell out of my BMX bike until everyone had to start calling me Chrome Wheel. Super original, right? I mean, who wouldn't want to be named after a shiny bike part like some sort of street legend? But forget BMX bikes and lame nicknames, this story isn't about that. This story is about Uncle Peyton. Mom's side of the family. The guy who made blasting Metallica sound like an Olympic sport. He had this Dodge Charger, black, monstrous, and built to scream. And scream it did. You got inside, and the speakers didn't just play music, they annihilated your sense of spatial awareness. If sound had a body, it would have been the size of a rhinoceros, and its favorite hobby was sitting on my chest. I figured, being the brave idiot I am, that maybe I could handle a ride with Peyton. Famous last words. I step in, smell the motor oil and rebellion, and he slaps the stereo. Black Album. Sad but true. The bass hits my chest like it's trying to rearrange my organs into alphabetical order. My ribcage performs interpretive dance involuntarily. Maybe a little quieter? I shouted, waving my arms like a cartoon character about to be flattened by a steamroller. Quieter. Peyton's grin widened to a crescent moon. You want louder, kid? I can do louder. No, I meant, less lethal. Soft? You're killing me. This is Metallica, not Kenny G, he laughs it up. Fine, but if I'm deaf by the time we reach the corner, it's on you. Worth it, he shrugged, like it was the simplest truth in the universe. And then it began, the full Peyton experience. The Charger roared down the street, tires squealing like banshees trapped in a blender. Each song was a goddamn assault on physics. The Unforgiven started to slow, crushing, like Hetfield's voice was narrating the death of all innocence in my chest. Peyton bobbed his head like a guru conducting chaos with his very soul. So, you like Metallica? I yelled, trying not to drown in the sound. Like Metallica? I live Metallica. Fight fire with fire, one, master of puppets. If they're not screaming in your ears, is it even music? How do you remember the lyrics? You don't. You scream anyway. And scream I did. Not like normal screaming, though. It was the kind of noise that probably violated several international noise ordinances. My lungs and vocal cords engaged in a slow, sadistic duel against the subwoofer. Then came Enter Sandman. Peyton cranked it so high I briefly wondered if my eardrums could file assault charges. You feeling it? He bellowed, like I was supposed to spontaneously ascend to some metal nirvana. Yeah, sure, I gasped, clutching the dashboard as if it might launch me into orbit. Super, therapeutic. Anxiety killer. The Metallica way, he said, as if he'd discovered a new branch of science. I tried to sneak a plea mid-song. Maybe, like nothing else matters? Peyton's look could have melted steel. Mellow? Kid, Metallica isn't mellow. It's all shredding, all soul-shattering adrenaline. Ever heard Fuel? That's life distilled into pure chaos. A fucking killer track. Fuel hit, and my chest was a trampoline for sound waves. My skull vibrated like a tuning fork possessed by demons. I screamed incoherently over the riff. Okay, fine. Yes, I feel it. But it wasn't just the music, it was Peyton. His body moved perfectly in sync with every note. Head bobbing, foot tapping, knuckles tightening on the wheel. It was as if he and the charger were a single entity, powered by electricity, amphetamines, and sheer unhinged joy. At one point, I gasped between songs, why the Unforgiven 2-2? Isn't one enough pain? First one's just the trailer, he said, dead serious. The sequel hits harder. More angst, more guitar, more life lessons. Trust me. By the time Sad But True looped again, my body was vibrating on some subatomic level. Every nerve felt like it was being individually interrogated by Lars Ulrich. And Peyton, my personal metal conductor, was grinning like he'd unlocked the secrets of the universe. We veered down a side street, and he decided it was time to test the limits of the charger. I didn't know what that meant exactly, but the tires squealed in terror. The street signs leaned in sympathy. I clutched the dashboard like it had become a life raft in a storm of pure sound. Relax, kid. Peyton shouted. This is where the magic happens. Magic. Right. My stomach disagreed. My chest refused to participate. But my brain, oddly enough, loved it. Somewhere between one and battery, I realized something. Peyton didn't just listen to Metallica. He was Metallica. His energy, his presence, the sheer intensity of his existence, all perfectly aligned with the music. He lived in this constant state of controlled chaos. We hit the main street, and Peyton laughed like a damn maniac. Feel that? That's life, kid. That's raw. That's power. That's freedom. Freedom felt like my ribs were trying to escape through my skin. But yes, okay, there was a weird kind of joy in it. Finally, we rolled back to his house. 3 stories of excess, clutter, and energy that could fuel a small city. I stumbled inside, heart pounding, ears ringing, brain liquefied. And then, a twist, Peyton plopped down, grabbed a box of tissues, and popped in Sleepless in Seattle. I froze. The same man who had just put my nervous system through a full-scale Metallica assault was now crying over a rom-com? My brain refused to process this. You're serious? I asked, still trying to locate my own sanity on the floor. Absolutely, he sniffled, totally absorbed. Sometimes, even a metal god needs a rom-com. I laughed, because honestly, the image was perfect, tough, brutal Peyton, headbanging through earthquakes, now melted by a hotel lobby meet-cute. My brain kept replaying it, his knuckles still white from the wheel, tears threatening, tissues in hand, fully vulnerable to Tom Hanks' charm. By the end of the night, my brain was a montage, charger roaring, bass pounding, chest vibrating, Peyton grinning maniacally, screaming along, then crying over a love story like a teenage girl with a vendetta against her own dignity. I realized something. This is Peyton. Pure, unrelenting, impossibly loud, frighteningly alive. He taught me that chaos could be beautiful, destruction could be joyful, and contradictions, metal and rom-com tears, could coexist in perfect harmony. And me? I survived. Not because I was brave, or because I was prepared, but because I had no choice. I was in the passenger seat of history in motion, screaming, laughing, and praying that the charger didn't spontaneously combust. By the time I crashed in my room, body trembling, ears still ringing, I thought about the day. BMX bike glory, charger chaos, the full Peyton experience. Life doesn't hand you heroes like this every day. It hands you people who are completely unhinged, terrifying, and awesome all at once, and you either survive, or you explode. I survived. And damn it, I'd do it all again. Because that, my friend, is Uncle Peyton in a nutshell, loud, chaotic, terrifying, heart-pounding, borderline insane, and secretly crying over Meg Ryan. Chapter 15, Robert Franklin Middle School, age 11. Oh, You thought middle school was just going to be a casual step up from the horror show that was elementary school? Guess what? Nope, hello, nightmare sequel. So there we were, shoved into the gym for what they called a welcoming ceremony, which was basically a fancy way to say forced staring contest while adults talked in this weird, overly chipper tone, trying to convince everyone that middle school was fun. Spoiler, it's not. Toby and I found our way to the back row because no one in their right mind sits front and center. That's where the wallflowers, the maybe if I blend in I won't get noticed types, and apparently, me, gravitate naturally. The gym smelled like a mix of sweat, disinfectant, and that faintly terrifying you will be judged here energy. The first speaker, a teacher with a smile so fake it could probably cut glass, stepped up to the mic. Good morning, students. Welcome to the beginning of the best years of your life. She said it like she was announcing a carnival ride. In my head, though, I was screaming, yeah right, lady, keep dreaming. Then Mr. Thompson took over. This guy looked like he walked straight out of an 80s hair metal music video with his mullet and shoulder pads hidden under his polo shirt. We are thrilled to have such a diverse and vibrant class this year. You will face challenges, but we're here to help you grow into leaders of tomorrow. I shot a glance at Toby, who looked like someone just told him he'd have homework over Christmas break. I whispered, leaders of tomorrow? More like survivors of today. He snorted quietly. Principal Gay got his turn next, clearing his throat like he had memorized an entire Shakespeare play to deliver in one breath. Our faculty is dedicated to your success. We expect hard work, respect, and most importantly, participation. Who's ready to make this year unforgettable? Cue half the gym groaning, the other half pretending to cheer. Toby muttered, unforgettable, yeah. Like a bad tattoo. I laughed quietly, hoping no one noticed. Then came Miss Powers, the teacher whose sole job appeared to be reminding everyone about rules and regulations. She practically radiated a warning label. Remember, no cell phones during class, respect your teachers, and don't be afraid to ask for help. We are here for you. Great. So basically, my social life was officially dead before lunch. The ceremony dragged on like molten maple syrup, with occasional bursts of motivational music such as Eye of the Tiger by Survivor that sounded like someone had turned a motivational YouTube video into a gym-wide PA system. I stared at Toby and whispered, think we'll survive the year? I smirked. Survive? Man, I'm just trying to make it to summer without dying of embarrassment. Weirdly enough, that thought made my chest tighten, not panic exactly, just this odd sense that the year might bend in ways no one prepared us for. The fluorescent lights above us flickered once, then twice. Toby's hair, which had gone through its own summer explosion in growth, looked like it briefly shimmered under the buzzing lights, but he didn't notice. I blinked and it was normal again. After the ceremony, Toby and I wandered into the hallways for a tour, which felt like a maze designed to crush your soul with every corner. Signs screamed science lab or gymnasium in fonts so large and bold they might as well have been threatening. Lockers lined the walls like a regimented army of metal soldiers, each one slightly humming in a way that sounded almost alive if you listened too closely. Toby revealed the most horrifying summer development: he had shot up like a weed. 7 inches taller. One minute he's a tiny dude, the next, he's a walking skyscraper compared to me. I had to know the damage. Alright, man, just how tall are you now? Don't leave me hanging. He looked down at me with a grin like a giant surveying an ant colony. I'm 5'5". What about you? I swallowed hard. 5'1". Yeah, I know, basically a midget. He chuckled. Short doesn't mean weak. You just haven't hit your growth spurt yet. Oh yeah? Already on growth spurt number 3? Toby shrugged. Nah, just the first one. This height boost was like upgrading from standard definition to HD. You're still stuck in old school VHS. Oh great. So I'm vintage. Thanks for the upgrade, Toby. Of course, that's exactly when a teacher, somewhere between furious and exhausted, stomped over. Are you two paying attention to the ceremony or are you just gawking at each other all day? Guilt-tripped, we slid into our seats like we'd committed a crime. I whispered, if your height keeps increasing, you might end up blocking my view. He grinned. Better than you blocking mine by sitting on my foot. Pfft, feet are overrated anyway. I started noticing little things. Weird little shifts in the hallways, the way the banners on the wall seemed to twitch slightly when no one was looking directly at them, the way the lockers' shadows shifted ever so subtly as we walked past, and the faint hum of the fluorescent lights that sometimes felt like a message in Morse code. Small things. But enough to make my brain notice, and my brain notices everything when it's bored. Lunch, naturally, was a level of disaster that could only exist in a public school cafeteria. They served the most offensive fried chicken and cornbread combo imaginable. Not just cornbread, this was the kind of cornbread that could make a health inspector cry. The smell alone felt like a violation. I stared at my tray and asked Mrs. Hart, our lunch monitor and part-time food philosopher, "Hey, Mrs. Hart, why exactly are we being served such an offensive meal?" She shrugged like she'd been asked this question a million times before. We have to serve what we get, I guess. I blinked. Yeah, but have you seen this cornbread? This screams disaster. She smiled like that made it okay. Welcome to middle school, dear. Adjust your expectations. Toby and I exchanged a look. Surviving lunch meant eating something that tasted like punishment. I noticed the shadows under the fluorescent lights seemed to lean in closer, like they were observing us, silently judging. The air smelled sharper than it should have, like someone had sprinkled vinegar into the ventilation system. No one else seemed to notice, though. By the time I collapsed onto my bed, pure exhaustion hit me like a freight train. One day of middle school had been enough to make me consider living under a rock. Mom's voice floated in from the living room. Well, how was it? Oh, it was fantastic, Mom. Almost cried 3 times, once 'cause I was embarrassed, twice because I was bored out of my mind. She smiled, blissfully unaware of sarcasm. New adventures, new friends. Sounds exciting. I sighed, staring at the ceiling. For a moment, I swore I saw the ceiling tiles ripple like water. My brain, fried from too much forced enthusiasm, decided reality needed to warp a little. The edges of my vision seemed to pulse, colors bleeding slightly into one another. I blinked hard. New friends? More like new enemies in training, I muttered. And in that instant, the lines between what was normal and what my mind thought I saw started to fray. The shadows in my room were longer than they should have been. The lamp flickered, not with electricity, but with some rhythm that felt synced to my heartbeat. I could hear the faintest whisper of laughter, like the school gym's fake cheerleaders, echoing inside my skull. Not real, I told myself, just exhaustion. I tried to focus on Toby, on surviving, on small victories like not being trampled by growing classmates. But the weirdness kept pressing in. The day felt longer than it should, each second stretching and cracking under its own weight. I realized, lying there, that maybe middle school wasn't just awkward and miserable, it was a kind of psychological funhouse. A place where the tiniest weirdness crept into your perception and refused to leave. Where teachers could smile through deception, where cornbread could offend, where shadows might actually be watching, and somehow, in that disjointed, pulsating reality, I felt a strange thrill. Weirdness, exhaustion, tiny betrayals of gravity and sound, it all felt alive, like the day itself was observing me as much as I was observing it. I closed my eyes. Tried to rest. But the day's echoes didn't let me. I could still hear the cheerleaders in my head. I could still feel the shadows twitch. And I knew somehow that surviving middle school wasn't just about friends or lunches or ceremonies. It was about surviving your own perception of it. And maybe, just maybe, reality itself was more fragile than anyone let on. Then I blinked again. And for the briefest, most terrifying moment, I swear the walls of my room weren't walls anymore. Just lines, stretching outward, as if the house itself was breathing. The fluorescent lights weren't lights, they were eyes. I sat up, gripping the bedpost, heart hammering. And then everything snapped back to normal. Mom knitting in the living room. Toby texting me about the lunch fiasco. The ceiling still plain white. The shadows settled where they should. But my chest still tightened. Because I knew, deep down, that the line between normal and surreal had shifted. Just slightly. And maybe, just maybe, middle school had won its first battle, quietly, invisibly, inside my own head. I lay back down, staring at the ceiling again. Tried to convince myself it was just exhaustion. Tried to convince myself that tomorrow would be normal. But somewhere in the back of my mind, I felt it, the echo of a whisper, the twitch of a shadow, the sensation that the world might be just a little off. And honestly, I didn't know if I wanted to fight it. Chapter 16, Nicolae Ceausescu, age 11. So our history teacher decides it's time to introduce us to the charming character Nicolae Ceausescu. You know, the guy who pretty much set the gold standard for dictator-level delusions and bad decisions and fucked up Romania for decades. Naturally, she starts with, "Now class, today we're going to learn about the brilliant leadership of Nicolae Ceausescu." Cue a chorus of groans and eye rolls from the back row. I swear, her sarcasm was so thick you could cut it with a knife, and she totally seemed to enjoy watching us flinch. "Brilliant," she said, "because what's more inspiring than a leader who managed to alienate his entire population, bankrupt his country, and get executed along with his wife because nobody could put up with his crap anymore?" Jake shot me a sideways glance and whispered, "She's gotta be the only teacher who actually enjoys roasting dictators during class." Mrs. B, our teacher, was on fire. Ceausescu was so sensitive that even a sneeze might have set off his secret police, also known as the Securitate. Paranoia was practically his national sport. Emma snorted, "Sounds like my little brother on a sugar high." Mrs. B went on, "And let's not forget his genius plan to solve the country's problems by banning abortion and contraception. Because nothing says progress like forcing a baby boom during a nationwide famine." Lisa raised her eyebrows, "So basically, he created mass poverty and then stared at it like, yep, this is working exactly how I planned." "Exactly," Mrs. B said, "he was like that kid who ruins the group project but shouts louder to pretend he's still in charge." Toby leaned over and added, "And when people got mad? Surprise! The army opened fire on them." Bravo! Yeah, I chimed in, then he thought a balcony speech would make everything better. Spoiler alert, it didn't. Classic Ceausescu move, thinking public speaking can fix genocide and chaos. It's like using duct tape to fix a sinking ship. Mrs. B chuckled. He even had a hairstyle so questionable, even his comb gave up. The infamous communist pompadour that could have doubled as a bird's nest. So, essentially, she concluded, he was a dictator who had absolutely no style, a huge ego, and zero ability to read a room. The whole class nodded in agreement, smirks all around. This is how history class is meant to be entertaining, while also being educational. "Any questions?" she asked, knowing full well we'd already roasted this guy enough. I raised my hand. "Yeah, can we add worst reality show contestant ever to his resume?" Mrs. B couldn't help but smirk and say, "You know, Romanians had some of the best dark humor, because laughter was basically their secret weapon against Ceausescu's nightmare show. Like the joke about people lining up for meat, 'Do you have pork?' 'No, chicken?' 'No, what do you have then?' 'We're open from 6 to 16. Translation, you can stare at empty shelves all day long. Toby whispered, "Yeah, and there was that classic, guy yells in front of the communist headquarters, 'We don't have bread, heat, or light.' The secret police lock him up, shoot blanks at him, then let him go. Next day, he's back shouting, 'We don't even have bullets anymore.'" Emma laughed, or the one about a kid lost in the street with the cop saying, "Don't worry, the commander will announce it on the radio." Kid goes, "Yeah, but if you want my parents to hear it, try Radio Free Europe." Mrs. B shook her head. These jokes didn't just show the resilience of the people but the terrifying absurdity of living in a country where every answer was no, every protest meant bullets, and every day was a battle between hope and survival. Our effed up jokes didn't mock their struggles. Rather, they acknowledged their existence. That's what anyone would want, right? I added under my breath, survival and sarcasm, Romania's unofficial national hobbies, thanks to Ceausescu's great leadership. That was honestly the only highlight of my day. Sure, watching Bill Nye in biology was kind of cool if you're into bones and muscles or whatever, and I guess it's nice seeing science not try to kill you with boredom for once. But then we had to take notes. Yeah, because scribbling down facts about muscles pulling and bones flexing totally spices up your day, right? Takes all the fun out of it. The episode was about bones and muscles or some shit, basically explaining how we don't just flop around like jellyfish without some tough stuff inside us holding us together. Bill kept yelling things like muscles always pull, and bones are stiff but flexible, as if that was going to make watching a bunch of white sticks moving on air any less soul-crushing. Honestly, by the time the episode was over, I felt like I deserved a medal for surviving the most painfully educational hour of my life. I mean, if only Bill Nye did a show on how to fake enthusiasm in class, it'd be groundbreaking. Bones and muscles may move us around, but the only thing moving me was the urge to escape wherever they shoved my desk. Yeah, I get it, the skeleton is our framework, muscles pull, bones push, and without them, we're just a pile of sad meat. Thanks for the life lesson, Bill. Too bad this process doesn't keep my motivation alive. Life at home was different, to say the least. For starters, I stumbled into the living room and caught my dad blasting Bridge Over Troubled Water by Simon and Garfunkel like it was the soundtrack to the apocalypse or some shit. Don't get me wrong, the song's beautiful, almost like a lullaby for the soul. The only problem? He was cranking that shit so loudly that it felt like the ceiling might just cave in. And of course, the guy has the balls to bitch at me when I blast Nirvana or Stone Temple Pilots in my room like the world's about to end. Seriously, Core by Stone Temple Pilots is my second favorite album ever, only beaten by Nirvana's In Utero. That record? It's like Kurt's last gift to the world, a jagged, raw scream from the heart that somehow still pulls you in even when you don't want to feel anything. So yeah, if I'm gonna drown out Dad's tinny bridge music, I'm picking bands that actually know how to sound like life's messy, painful, beautiful disaster. And Dad? He can keep riding that wave of soft rock that sounds like it belongs on a goddamn Hallmark card. Meanwhile, I'll be here, perfecting the art of turning my speakers up so loud my neighbors can get a little taste of my grunge apocalypse. At least when I'm screaming along to Kurt or Scott, it's honest. Unlike Dad's tragic volume wars that always end with him accusing me of ruining the neighborhood. Spoiler, I'm just trying to survive, one distorted chord at a time. As if you're not doing the same fucking thing. I shouted, trying to cut through the noise. Do you have to blast your damn music so friggin' loudly? Of course, the bastard didn't hear me, because guess what? Instead of turning it down, he just cranked it up to maximum volume like he was trying to stun me into submission or some medieval torture method. It was like living with a broken record on full blast, except the record was some ancient Simon and Garfunkel love fest being weaponized against my sanity. The irony? He gets all high and mighty complaining about me drowning the house in Nirvana and Stone Temple Pilots, but hearing his playlist was like being trapped at a Starbucks that only played songs from the 70s at deafening volume. Every single goddamn time I tried to turn up my music, it was like a damn volume war where nobody wins. Only loser? Me, because I'm stuck navigating life between his passive-aggressive Marshall amp and my need to scream along to the soundtrack of angsty despair. Meanwhile, he's sitting there, all high and mighty about noise complaints while making it impossible to hear myself think, let alone write my homework or plan my escape. Oh, and don't even try telling me to put on headphones, those things only muffle my rage. We're stuck in this endless battle of sound where the winner is the one who outlasts the other's obnoxious playlist, and spoiler, it ain't pretty. He finally stopped blasting his folk rock torture and apologized to me for destroying my eardrums, no less. Yeah right, like I was going to accept his weak-ass, half-assed apology. I called him out, you really need to stop doing that crap, Dad. Yeah, I dropped the first name bomb for maximum effect. How dare you call me Dad, he hissed, like I'd stabbed his very soul. That's your name, isn't it? I teased, smirking like a champ. Yeah, I was purposely poking the bear, not the brightest move, but when you're pissed off, logic takes a coffee break. Well, yes, but you shouldn't call me that, he warned with the kind of serious face that screams I'm plotting my sweet revenge. Whenever he got pissed, he made damn sure to find creative ways to get back at me, because apparently grown-ass men throw tantrums too. I raised an eyebrow and muttered, oh great, more emotional warfare. Can't wait to see what genius plan you come up with next, Dad. He just glared like I'd personally kicked his puppy. Honestly, sometimes it feels like living with a grumpy toddler disguised as a dad who thinks volume wars and passive-aggressive titles are the path to peace. Of course, the peace didn't last long. Within 10 minutes, Dad was back at it, cranking up some obscure blues rock band called Stone the Crows that sounded like a cross between a blues guitar and a dying cat. I marched back into the living room, ready for round 2 of the sound war. Seriously, Dad, this isn't some hipster music festival. Tone it down before my brain melts, I said, voice dripping with all the exhaustion and disdain I could muster. He looked at me with this smug little grin like he just won a chess match no one was playing. It's called culture, maybe you should try it sometime. Oh, I get it, I snapped. You're the culture police now? I didn't realize that came with permission to massacre my eardrums daily. He rolled his eyes so hard it was practically a whole workout. Whatever, Dad. Just don't cry when your music isn't the only thing shaking this house. Keep dreaming, Dad, I shot back, my sarcasm levels officially through the roof. At least my music doesn't make you sound like you're trying to summon ghosts with a rusty guitar. The battle lines were drawn again. I threw on my headphones, drowning out his folk apocalypse while plotting how to survive the next sonic assault. Honestly, sometimes I wonder if this is what war feels like, just with less honor and more terrible music. Chapter 17, I Get Pneumonia, age 11. So, yeah, I got pneumonia over spring break. And I don't mean the, I might get a little sniffly kind. I'm talking full-on coughing up my lungs, hacking up buckets of phlegm, and feeling like someone decided to host a bonfire in my chest. Add in a fever that hit 105, 105, and you get the picture. I was basically auditioning for the role of almost dead kid in some tragic drama. Honestly, there were moments when I genuinely worried I might kick the bucket. Spoiler alert, I didn't. Lucky me, right? Then Grandpa calls, and the dude is damn near hysterical. I mean, this guy is usually as stoic as a statue, but over the phone? He was full-on waterworks mode. Don't you dare die on me, William. You'll make it. I promise, he practically sobbed. Hearing that from Mr. Stoic was weirdly comforting and terrifying all at once. Of course, the immediate thing I wanted was to see him, because when you think you might actually die, family takes on a whole new meaning. So I asked my parents if I could visit him. Their response? We're going to the nearest emergency room, and you're probably getting in 4 in fluids. Yep, no sweet home hospice, just a cheerful trip to the ER to be drained and poked. Yay! So finally, it's time for the big hospital adventure. Because nothing screams fun spring break like wheeling into the emergency room, where the fluorescent lights are bright enough to fry your brain and the smell of antiseptic chokes you like it's trying to kill every germ in your motivation. The waiting room was a VIP lounge for misery, coughing old ladies, babies who sounded like they were auditioning for a horror movie, and a guy who seemed clinically depressed, moaning about his unbearable back pain. Eventually, they dragged me back like a sack of potatoes, and I got hooked up to N4, because who doesn't love having needles stuck in them while feeling like their head might explode? The nurse poked around, asking me questions I could barely answer between coughs and the joy of feeling like my face was melting off. I managed a sarcastic, "Oh yeah, just peachy," when she asked how I was doing, because at that point, honesty was overrated and misery loves company. The doctor came in with a clipboard thicker than a phone book, rattling off words like severe pneumonia and high fever like it was just routine traffic talk. And of course, they wanted to keep me overnight for observation, which is code for welcome to the hospital spa, except the only massage is from 4 tubes and the only drink is mystery hospital water. I couldn't help but think, great, stuck here with a bunch of people coughing their lungs out and one guy snoring loud enough to compete with my own hacking fit. But hey, at least Grandpa's tears on the phone reminded me that someone cared. Mostly. So yeah, after what felt like an eternity trapped in the fluorescent-lit purgatory they call a hospital, I finally got the golden ticket, the discharge papers after 4 days. I couldn't have felt better, and by that, I mean I felt less like a dying whale and more like a slightly battered pigeon who'd survived a tornado. I peeled off the prison gray hospital gown, took one glorious breath in real clothes, and threw on some actual shorts as if slipping into those meant I was ready for a beach party, surfing waves, or at least stepping outside without looking like a walking biohazard. We made it. I declared like I'd just escaped a zombie apocalypse, which honestly maybe I had, considering the hospital vibe. Dad was all pumped too, slapping my hand for a high five like we'd just sealed a deal to take over the world, or at least the stereo speakers. Hell yeah. Give me 5, he said like we were co-conspirators in the Great Volume War. Naturally, the first thing that popped out of my mouth was a bet. Think you can blast your crappy whiny music louder than my banger grunge? I challenged, feeling unstoppable. The stakes? Bragging rights for actually walking after pneumonia. The result? I lost, spectacularly and humiliatingly. Apparently, Dad's got superhuman hearing, or maybe his volume knob is rigged to a black hole. Either way, my ears paid the price. But honestly, the real victory was escaping the culinary nightmare they called hospital food. Breakfast looked like sad gray mush that tasted like it came straight from the depths of flavor hell. Lunch was some soggy regret in a tray, and dinner? Let's just say I'd have preferred licking the floor. There was no seasoning, no zest, not even a hint of please don't poison me, just bland death disguised as care. I swear the chef must have taken an oath to kill all joy with every bite. And the waiting times? You could study the art of patience in that ER waiting room. Every minute stretched longer than a weekend without Wi-Fi. People coughed, groaned, and moaned like they were auditioning for a horror movie soundtrack. The fluorescent lights buzzed like tiny demons singing the song of human misery, as patients lost their minds one cough at a time. The highlight? The guy next to me explaining his back pain in exhaustive detail for an hour straight. I wanted to crawl out of my skin or at least wake up from the nightmare. Still, the odd silver lining was Grandpa's tears over the phone. The man usually as stoic as a stone statue, breaking down like a toddler over my hospital drama. Don't you dare die on me, William, he sobbed, sounding like the world might actually end if I didn't pull through. Heart-tugging, but also a reminder that even the strongest people have a soft spot. If only the hospital gave out therapy for dealing with freaked-out family members. Oh wait, they don't. So here I am, discharged, coughing less but heartburning more from the diet of despair they served up, and freshly crowned loser of the epic homesound battle. Surviving pneumonia, hospital food, and volume wars, just another day in the life of a doomed kid trying to stay sane. Chapter 18, Idi Amin, age 11. This week, our lovely, ever-enlightening curriculum decided that what we all really needed in our fragile, hormone-fueled lives was a deep dive into African dictators. Because, obviously, what screams middle school engagement like mass murder, economic collapse, and military coups? Nothing says Happy Tuesday quite like genocide before lunch. So there I am, half awake, doodling in the margins of my notebook, mostly dramatic skulls and one surprisingly accurate sketch of a decapitated pineapple, when Mrs. Bueller walks in with that manic, over-caffeinated energy teachers get when they think they're about to open our minds. She slams a stack of papers on my desk like she's dropping the 10 Commandments. Today, she declares, we're learning about unrestrained power. Great! Because nothing motivates me like a 35-year-old woman explaining power dynamics while wearing a dress that looks like it's been through 3 wars and 1 divorce. She starts listing off names, Mobutu Sese Seko, Muammar Gaddafi, Robert Mugabe, like she's reading a shopping list for a villain convention. Everyone else starts nodding, doing that fake I totally know who that is face, the same one people use when they pretend to understand Shakespeare. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there thinking, cool, I barely know who my state governor is. Why are we doing this? Then someone in the back snorts when Mrs. Bueller mentions cannibalism. Classic. There's always that one kid who thinks eating people is peak comedy. Bro ate his enemies, someone whispers. Cue the laughter. Because, of course, the only way we can process horror is by making it a cruel joke. Mrs. B glares. Cannibalism, she says sternly, is not a joke. But then she pauses dramatically, like she wants us to be horrified. Idi Amin was rumored to be one. And that's it, the class loses it. The giggling, the whispers, someone muttering zombie dictator, and our teacher rubbing her temples like she regrets becoming a teacher. I don't even laugh. I'm just sitting there thinking, okay, but if he really did that, who even told people? Like, was there a complaint? Still, once we started reading, the laughter died fast. Because Idi Amin isn't your average bad guy. He's the deluxe package of evil. A full-blown, charisma-wrapped apocalypse in uniform. The man didn't just rule Uganda, he owned it like a broken toy. He smiled, joked, Dad said, and murdered like he was auditioning for some twisted reality show called So You Think You Can Dictate? And of course, the textbook calls him the Black Hitler, which feels lazy. Like evil has a brand identity now. You can't just compare everyone to Hitler, that's cheating. Idi Amin was his own flavor of nightmare, less industrial genocide, more chaotic destruction meets pathological ego trip. He didn't just commit evil, he curated it. Notice, Mrs. Bueller said, pacing like a low-budget philosopher, how he was loved by some at first. And that's what gets me. Because idiots cheered for this guy. They clapped while he wrecked the country like it was a demolition derby. It's so human it hurts how easily we mistake confidence for competence, fear for loyalty. The man literally smiled on camera while the nation starved. That's not leadership, that's performance art. At this point, my best friend Tony leans over. He sounds like my stepdad, he whispers. Does your stepdad have tanks? I ask. He shrugs. Not yet. Half the class is zoned out by now. Tyler's scrolling on his phone under the desk, pretending to look up sources. Brittany's doodling hearts around the words Black Hitler equals crazy OMG in her notes. Mrs. B sighs the sigh of a teacher who knows she's lost us to the algorithm. But I'm actually paying attention. Against my will, obviously. There's something magnetic about the insanity of it all, the way absolute power doesn't just corrupt, it mutates. Idi Amin's like a case study in what happens when someone mistakes God for their reflection. He called himself the conqueror of the British Empire while his country literally ran out of soap. Like, priorities much? And then we get to the wives. 5 fucking wives. Because apparently mass murder wasn't enough cardio for his ego. The man collected spouses like they were limited edition sneakers. One for every mood swing. And of course, it wasn't about love, it was about ownership. Possession. Like, congratulations dude, you've officially turned romance into a war crime. I raise my hand. So, like, was polygamy legal there? Mrs. B gives me the teacher look, the one that says don't start. In certain contexts, she says carefully, yes. But not murder, right? Shut up, William, she hisses in a tone of a pissed-off cat. She's had enough of the class goofing off. I don't even blame her. I'd be pissed too. Fine. Whatever. I sit back and watch the next slide pop up, Amin in full military regalia, smiling like the world's most dangerous game show host. Smile for the camera, you just executed a cabinet minister. By lunch, I can't stop thinking about it. I'm at our usual table, trying to eat my sad cafeteria burrito, when Nina sits down with that look that says she's about to ruin my appetite. Did you know he expelled like 80,000 people? She says through a mouthful of chips. All the Asians in Uganda. Just kicked them out. Why? I ask, even though I already know the answer. Because he felt like it, she says. Said they were ruining the economy or whatever. I roll my eyes. Yeah, that's how you fix things. Fire the people who actually know what they're doing. Tyler joins in, sliding his tray onto the table. Bro literally did an economy speedrun, destruction edition. He was basically the Charles Ponzi of economics, Nina adds. Yeah, I say, except Charles Ponzi at least had a plan. This guy just woke up one day and chose financial annihilation. We all start laughing, but it's that uncomfortable kind, the kind where you're laughing because the truth's too heavy to sit with. Idi Amin's story is so absurd it feels like fiction. But it's not. It happened. Real people lived through that. And here we are, in a temperature-controlled lunchroom, eating overcooked mystery meat, turning genocide into a punchline. The bell rings, and I drag myself to history again for the group presentations. Of course, my group gets assigned Idi Amin, the economic fallout. Because fate apparently thinks I'm not depressed enough already. Tyler does the intro. So, basically, Amin decided to nationalize the economy, which in dictator speak means steal everything that isn't nailed down. Brittany chimes in, and then the whole system collapsed. She pauses for effect. Like, totally collapsed. I can't resist. Kind of like your group projects, huh? She glares. Mrs. B sighs. Again. I take over next, trying to sound professional even though the absurdity's eating me alive. He gave the expelled Asians' businesses to his military buddies. Which went great, obviously, because handing a bakery to someone who's only ever held a gun always ends well. A few people who followed us to our lockers snicker. I keep going. By the end, the currency was worth less than toilet paper. People starved. Hospitals had no medicine. And Amin just kept giving speeches about how Uganda was finally free. I pause. Free of sanity, maybe. Mrs. Bueller looks up from her grading pile, half impressed, half concerned. Interesting commentary, William. She sighs heavily, the kind that parents give their children when they've disappointed them. Thanks, I say. I try. After class, I catch myself lingering by the poster wall, Nelson Mandela, Gandhi, Churchill, Mother Teresa, all the usual good people lineup. No Idi Amin, obviously. He doesn't fit the aesthetic. Like, at all. But part of me thinks he should be there. Not to glorify him, but as a reminder. Because evil doesn't come with a villain soundtrack. It comes smiling, making jokes, shaking hands. I head out into the hallway, and the world feels weirdly fake. Posters about kindness, assemblies about leadership, everyone pretending we're all future world changers. But the truth? We're just potential cogs waiting to spin the next disaster. Chapter 19, The Real Man of Steel, Age 1-1. Oh my fucking god, Joseph Stalin. Just saying his name makes my brain short-circuit a little. Total disaster energy wrapped up in one tiny, evil mustache. Like, who the hell picked this guy to run the Soviet Union after Lenin kicked the bucket? Did they hold auditions, or was it just to pick the scariest mustache in the room contest? Stalin's whole vibe is basically paranoia meets murder spree, and somehow that got him crowned supreme boss man. I'm sitting in Mrs. B's history class, pencil hovering over my notebook, trying to pretend I'm taking notes, but honestly, my mind's just spinning. Who the fuck lets this happen? Mrs. B is mid-slide, clicking through pictures of Stalin smiling like your creepy neighbor who somehow knows where you live. Stalin didn't just betray his friends, she explains. He eliminated anyone who threatened his power. Entire factions, military officers, colleagues, all purged. I raise an eyebrow. Eliminated? Like, deleted from existence? The guy literally turned into the human version of a glitch in a horror video game, popping up and removing people like they were bad NPCs. Imagine being in a squad where the leader's favorite pastime is, who can I kill today? Spoiler alert, everyone loses. I glance sideways at Nina, who's busy doodling skulls in the margins of her notebook. She whispers. Imagine his inner circle. No survivors. Just horror. Yup, I mutter. Sounds like some twisted anime, but with actual history instead of cartoon monsters. And don't even get me started on his parenting. Stalin's son tried to kill himself once, right? You'd expect a human reaction like, oh no, let me help you, maybe even a touch of empathy. Nah. Stalin's response, ha, you can't even shoot straight, loser. Literal villain vibes, cold as ice and twice as evil. Emotional support? Zero. Empathy? Nada. Pure, uncut nightmare fuel. The class is quiet now. Even Mr. Wilkins seems to sense a collective shudder in the room. She switches slides, showing images of the gulags. And I swear, I feel my soul shrinking. Gulags. Those special little playgrounds where Stalin basically said, let's see how creatively miserable I can make these people's lives today. People beaten half to death for existing, starved until their ribs were visible, forced into work so grueling they didn't even have the energy to hate him. Okay, that last part is probably wrong. They hated him plenty. Imagine it, cold Russian winds whipping through wooden barracks, snow everywhere, the smell of unwashed bodies and despair hanging in the air, a line of exhausted people shuffling like ghosts. World's worst summer camp, if summer camp was run by a sadistic dictator who hates fun and kindness. Nina whispers. I feel like Disneyland is lying to us. Yeah, I agree, they didn't tell us about the real rides, frostbite, starvation, and the constant threat of death. Mrs. B goes on. Gulags were for anyone Stalin deemed an enemy, intellectuals, suspected traitors, or anyone who breathed the wrong way. I mutter under my breath, basically anyone alive. Tyler snorts behind me. Dude, we're basically learning about a real-life horror video game. And it wasn't just the camps. Stalin had an entire strategy for terrorizing people into obedience. Secret police everywhere, neighbors spying on neighbors, denunciations encouraged. Imagine living next door to someone you trust, only to have them quietly write your name down for execution. That's right, your friend could be plotting your death while sharing their lunch with you. Middle school drama? Ha! This is real adult horror. The slideshow keeps going: purges, show trials, mass executions. Stalin's own people, his closest colleagues, vanished or got shot. And yet he smiled for propaganda photos like nothing was wrong. His charisma wasn't cute, it was a weapon. A smile that could bleach the blood off his hands. And the scariest part? People cheered. Applauded. Laughed. They wanted strong leadership even if it literally ate them alive. I stare at my notebook. The lines have turned into a chaotic web of skulls, arrows pointing to corpses, doodled mustaches with murderous expressions. I'm starting to feel it in my chest, the weird mix of awe and disgust. Stalin wasn't just a dictator, he was the ultimate what happens when paranoia and ego fuse until they're unstoppable experiment. Then Mrs. B adds, almost casually. Stalin's final moments were just as batshit paranoid. He ordered his own doctor executed, had a stroke and was found lying in his own piss, doctors too scared to enter his dacha to help him. I laugh nervously. Yeah, nothing screams I ruled the world like dying alone in your own piss, I whisper to Nina. She giggles softly, because what else can you do? Honestly, I continue under my breath, I'd pick Lenin any day. Sure, he had assassinations and revolutions, but at least he didn't invent gulags as a weekend hobby. The bell rings. Class is over, but my brain hasn't recovered. I walk to the cafeteria, backpack weighing more than my sanity, tray in hand, and sit with Nina and Tyler. They're both munching on mystery meat sandwiches. I feel like we just got hit by a history truck, Tyler mutters. More like an entire apocalypse bus, I reply. And Stalin was the driver. Nina nods. Seriously. He didn't just ruin people's lives. He made being alive terrifying, every day, for years. We're quiet for a while. I scroll through my phone, half looking at pictures of the gulags, the purges, the propaganda posters. It's terrifying, but also surreal, like watching a nightmare in slow motion. Then I think about Mao for a second. Just briefly, because I'm not ready to spiral that deep again. Mao, about 70 million people starved under him. The Great Leap Forward. Backyard furnaces. Starvation as a policy. Same basic formula, dictator plus paranoia plus ideology equals human disaster on an industrial scale. But at least Mao didn't have the same personal touch of terror, that specific flavor of paranoia meets murder spree that Stalin perfected. He's like, the sequel that's sadder but less cinematic. I finish my pizza and stare out the window. People walk by, laughing, scrolling, living. Meanwhile, in the back of my mind, Stalin is still there, sitting at his desk in my imagination, tiny mustache twitching, plotting who gets erased next. I feel a weird combination of rage, fascination, and pure existential dread. By the time I get home, I'm sprawled on my bed, staring at the ceiling. I write in my journal. Monsters aren't just history lessons. They're in classrooms, in governments, in people we follow blindly. And Stalin? He's the OG reminder that power plus paranoia plus humanity's laziness is a lethal cocktail. I close the journal and whisper to the empty room. Next time someone says history is boring, just tell them they clearly haven't met Joseph Stalin. And then I laugh, because the absurdity is too much, and cry a little because, well, that's history. Because at the end of the day, the punchline is this: people always act surprised when the monsters win. But history? History doesn't write itself. We do. And if we're not careful, the mustaches just keep coming. Chapter 17, I get pneumonia, age 11. So, yeah, I got pneumonia over spring break. And I don't mean the, I might get a little sniffly kind. I'm talking full-on coughing up my lungs, hacking up buckets of phlegm, and feeling like someone decided to host a bonfire in my chest. Add in a fever that hit 105, 105, and you get the picture. I was basically auditioning for the role of almost dead kid in some tragic drama. Honestly, there were moments when I genuinely worried I might kick the bucket. Spoiler alert, I didn't. Lucky me, right? Then Grandpa calls, and the dude is damn near hysterical. I mean, this guy is usually as stoic as a statue, but over the phone? He was full-on waterworks mode. Don't you dare die on me, William. You'll make it. I promise, he practically sobbed. Hearing that from Mr. Stoic was weirdly comforting and terrifying all at once. Of course, the immediate thing I wanted was to see him, because when you think you might actually die, family takes on a whole new meaning. So I asked my parents if I could visit him. Their response? We're going to the nearest emergency room, and you're probably getting in fluids. Yep, no sweet home hospice, just a cheerful trip to the ER to be drained and poked. Yay! So finally, it's time for the big hospital adventure. Because nothing screams fun spring break like wheeling into the emergency room, where the fluorescent lights are bright enough to fry your brain and the smell of antiseptic chokes you like it's trying to kill every germ and your motivation. The waiting room was a VIP lounge for misery, coughing old ladies, babies who sounded like they were auditioning for a horror movie, and a guy who seemed clinically depressed, moaning about his unbearable back pain. Eventually, they dragged me back like a sack of potatoes, and I got hooked up to N4, because who doesn't love having needles stuck in them while feeling like their head might explode? The nurse poked around, asking me questions I could barely answer between coughs and the joy of feeling like my face was melting off. I managed a sarcastic, "Oh yeah, just peachy," when she asked how I was doing, because at that point, honesty was overrated and misery loves company. The doctor came in with a clipboard thicker than a phone book, rattling off words like severe pneumonia and high fever like it was just routine traffic talk. And of course, they wanted to keep me overnight for observation, which is code for welcome to the hospital spa, except the only massage is from 4 tubes and the only drink is mystery hospital water. I couldn't help but think, great, stuck here with a bunch of people coughing their lungs out and one guy snoring loud enough to compete with my own hacking fit. But hey, at least Grandpa's tears on the phone reminded me that someone cared. Mostly. So yeah, after what felt like an eternity trapped in the fluorescent-lit purgatory they call a hospital, I finally got the golden ticket, the discharge papers after 4 days. I couldn't have felt better, and by that, I mean I felt less like a dying whale and more like a slightly battered pigeon who'd survived a tornado. I peeled off the prison gray hospital gown, took one glorious breath in real clothes, and threw on some actual shorts as if slipping into those meant I was ready for a beach party, surfing waves, or at least stepping outside without looking like a walking biohazard. We made it. I declared like I'd just escaped a zombie apocalypse, which honestly maybe I had, considering the hospital vibe. Dad was all pumped too, slapping my hand for a high five like we'd just sealed a deal to take over the world, or at least the stereo speakers. Hell yeah. Give me 5, he said like we were co-conspirators in the Great Volume War. Naturally, the first thing that popped out of my mouth was a bet. Think you can blast your crappy whiny music louder than my banger grunge? I challenged, feeling unstoppable. The stakes? Bragging rights for actually walking after pneumonia. The result? I lost, spectacularly and humiliatingly. Apparently, Dad's got superhuman hearing, or maybe his volume knob is rigged to a black hole. Either way, my ears paid the price. But honestly, the real victory was escaping the culinary nightmare they called hospital food. Breakfast looked like sad gray mush that tasted like it came straight from the depths of flavor hell. Lunch was some soggy regret in a tray, and dinner? Let's just say I'd have preferred licking the floor. There was no seasoning, no zest, not even a hint of please don't poison me, just bland death disguised like care. I swear the chef must have taken an oath to kill all joy with every bite. And the waiting times? You could study the art of patience in that ER waiting room. Every minute stretched longer than a weekend without Wi-Fi. People coughed, groaned, and moaned like they were auditioning for a horror movie soundtrack. The fluorescent lights buzzed like tiny demons singing the song of human misery, as patients lost their minds one cough at a time. The highlight? The guy next to me explaining his back pain in exhaustive detail for an hour straight. I wanted to crawl out of my skin or at least wake up from the nightmare. Still, the odd silver lining was Grandpa's tears over the phone. The man, usually as stoic as a stone statue, breaking down like a toddler over my hospital drama. "Don't you dare die on me, William," he sobbed, sounding like the world might actually end if I didn't pull through. Heart-tugging, but also a reminder that even the strongest people have a soft spot. If only the hospital gave out therapy for dealing with freaked-out family members. Oh wait, they don't. So here I am, discharged, coughing less but heartburning more from the diet of despair they served up, and freshly crowned loser of the epic home sound battle. Surviving pneumonia, hospital food, and volume wars, just another day in the life of a doomed kid trying to stay sane. Chapter 18, Idi Amin, age 11. This week, our lovely, ever-enlightening curriculum decided that what we all really needed in our fragile, hormone-fueled lives was a deep dive into African dictators. Because, obviously, what screams high school engagement like mass murder, economic collapse, and military coups? Nothing says Happy Tuesday quite like genocide before lunch. So there I am, half awake, doodling in the margins of my notebook, mostly dramatic skulls and one surprisingly accurate sketch of a decapitated pineapple, when Mrs. Bueller walks in with that manic, over-caffeinated energy teachers get when they think they're about to open our minds. She slams a stack of papers on my desk like she's dropping the 10 Commandments. Today, she declares, we're learning about unrestrained power. Great! Because nothing motivates me like a 35-year-old woman explaining power dynamics while wearing a dress that looks like it's been through 3 wars and 1 divorce. She starts listing off names: Mobutu Sese Seko, Muammar Gaddafi, Robert Mugabe, like she's reading a shopping list for a villain convention. Everyone else starts nodding, doing that fake "I totally know who that is" face, the same one people use when they pretend to understand Shakespeare. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there thinking, cool, I barely know who my state governor is. Why are we doing this? Then someone in the back snorts when Mrs. Bueller mentions cannibalism. Classic. There's always that one kid who thinks eating people is peak comedy. Bro ate his enemies, someone whispers. Cue the laughter. Because, of course, the only way we can process horror is by making it a cruel joke. Mrs. B glares. Cannibalism, she says sternly, is not a joke. But then she pauses dramatically, like he wants us to be horrified. Idi Amin was rumored to be one. And that's it, the class loses it. The giggling, the whispers, someone muttering zombie dictator, and our teacher rubbing her temples like she regrets becoming a teacher. I don't even laugh. I'm just sitting there thinking, okay, but if he really did that, who even told people? Like, was there a complaint? Still, once we started reading, the laughter died fast. Because Idi Amin isn't your average bad guy. He's the deluxe package of evil. A full-blown, charisma-wrapped apocalypse in uniform. The man didn't just rule Uganda, he owned it like a broken toy. He smiled, joked, danced, and murdered like he was auditioning for some twisted reality show called So You Think You Can Dictate? And of course, the textbook calls him the Black Hitler, which feels lazy. Like evil has a brand identity now. You can't just compare everyone to Hitler, that's cheating. Idi Amin was his own flavor of nightmare, less industrial genocide, more chaotic destruction meets pathological ego trip. He didn't just commit evil, he curated it. Notice, Mr. Bueller said, pacing like a low-budget philosopher, how he was loved by some at first. And that's what gets me. Because idiots cheered for this guy. They clapped while he wrecked the country like it was a demolition derby. It's so human it hurts how easily we mistake confidence for competence, fear for loyalty. The man literally smiled on camera while the nation starved. That's not leadership, that's performance art. At this point, my best friend Tony leans over. He sounds like my stepdad, he whispers. Does your stepdad have tanks? I ask. He shrugs. Not yet. Half the class is zoned out by now. Tyler's scrolling on his phone under the desk, pretending to look up sources. Brittany's doodling hearts around the words Black Hitler equals crazy OMG in her notes. Mrs. B sighs the sigh of a teacher who knows she's lost us to the algorithm. But I'm actually paying attention. Against my will, obviously. There's something magnetic about the insanity of it all, the way absolute power doesn't just corrupt, it mutates. Amin's like a case study in what happens when someone mistakes God for their reflection. He called himself the conqueror of the British Empire while his country literally ran out of soap. Like, priorities much? And then we get to the wives. 5 fucking wives. Because apparently mass murder wasn't enough cardio for his ego. The man collected spouses like they were limited edition sneakers. One for every mood swing. And of course, it wasn't about love, it was about ownership. Possession. Like, congratulations dude, you've officially turned romance into a war crime. I raise my hand. So, like, was polygamy legal there? Mrs. B gives me the teacher look, the one that says don't start. In certain contexts, she says carefully, yes. But not murder, right? Shut up, William, she hisses in a tone of a pissed-off cat. She's had enough of the class goofing off. I don't even blame her. I'd be pissed too. Fine. Whatever. I sit back and watch the next slide pop up, Amin in full military regalia, smiling like the world's most dangerous game show host. Smile for the camera, you just executed a cabinet minister. By lunch, I can't stop thinking about it. I'm at our usual table, trying to eat my sad cafeteria burrito, when Nina sits down with that look that says she's about to ruin my appetite. Did you know he expelled like 80,000 people, she says through a mouthful of chips. All the Asians in Uganda. Just kicked them out. Why? I ask, even though I already know the answer. Because he felt like it, she says. Said they were ruining the economy or whatever. I roll my eyes. Yeah, that's how you fix things. Fire the people who actually know what they're doing. Tyler joins in, sliding his tray onto the table. Bro literally did an economy speedrun, destruction edition. He was basically the Charles Ponzi of economics, Nina adds. Yeah, I say, except Charles Ponzi at least had a plan. This guy just woke up one day and chose financial annihilation. We all start laughing, but it's that uncomfortable kind, the kind where you're laughing because the truth's too heavy to sit with. Idi Amin's story is so absurd it feels like fiction. But it's not. It happened. Real people lived through that. And here we are, in a temperature-controlled lunchroom, eating overcooked mystery meat, turning genocide into a punchline. The bell rings, and I drag myself to history again for the group presentations. Of course, my group gets assigned Idi Amin, the economic fallout. Because fate apparently thinks I'm not depressed enough already. Tyler does the intro. So, basically, Amin decided to nationalize the economy, which in dictator speak means steal everything that isn't nailed down. Brittany chimes in, and then the whole system collapsed. She pauses for effect. Like, totally collapsed. I can't resist. Kind of like your group projects, huh? She glares. Mrs. B again. She sighs. Again. I take over next, trying to sound professional even though the absurdity's eating me alive. He gave the expelled Asians' businesses to his military buddies. Which went great, obviously, because handing a bakery to someone who's only ever held a gun always ends well. A few people who followed us to our lockers snicker. I keep going. By the end, the currency was worth less than toilet paper. People starved. Hospitals had no medicine. And Amin just kept giving speeches about how Uganda was finally free. I pause. Free of sanity, maybe. Mrs. Bueller looks up from her grading pile, half impressed, half concerned. Interesting commentary, William, she sighs heavily. The kind that parents give their children when they have disappointed them. Thanks, I say. I try. After class, I catch myself lingering by the poster wall, Nelson Mandela, Gandhi, Churchill, Mother Teresa, all the usual good people line up. No Idi Amin, obviously. He doesn't fit the aesthetic. Like at all. But part of me thinks he should be there. Not to glorify him, but as a reminder. Because evil doesn't come with a villain soundtrack. It comes smiling, making jokes, shaking hands. I head out into the hallway, and the world feels weirdly fake. Posters about kindness, assemblies about leadership, everyone pretending we're all future world changers. But the truth? We're just potential cogs waiting to spin the next disaster. By the time I get home, I'm spiraling. Mom's watching the news, some new Obama is somewhere doing something terrible. It all blends together. Politicians don't die, they just get new names and better PR. Rough day? Mom asks. Yeah, I say. We learned about Idi Amin. Oh. She frowns. The one who ate people? Maybe, I say. But honestly, that's the least of it. I go upstairs, throw my bag on the floor, and open my laptop. Wikipedia, YouTube documentaries, grainy photos, it's like falling down a dark hole. Every headline sounds like satire: self-proclaimed King of Scotland, economic collapse, exile to Saudi Arabia. The man literally retired. Like he just logged off from being evil. Lived in comfort until he died. No punishment, no reckoning. Just poof. Gone. What a goddamn piece of fucking shit. And that's what hits hardest. The fact that evil doesn't always end with justice. Sometimes it just ends. Later that night, I text Toby. So, do you think people like Amin are just born messed up, or do they turn into that? Like Jeffrey Dahmer, I text him, hoping he knows who the hell Dahmer is. He texts back. Both. Maybe you start small, cutting in line, lying for fun, and next thing you know, you're nationalizing bakeries. I laugh. Then I stop. Because he's kind of right. Power's just permission to stop pretending you're not selfish. The next morning, Mrs. B. Wilkins starts class with a quote. Those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. She says it like he's the first person to ever think of it. Then he asks, so, class, what's the lesson here? Brittany raises her hand. Don't let crazy people run countries. Good start, he says. Tyler adds, or maybe just, don't give anyone too much power. Excellent, says Mrs. Bueller. He looks at me last. William? I hesitate. The class waits. I think about the smiles, the speeches, the cheering crowds. About how everyone around Amin wanted to believe he was their savior until they couldn't anymore. I think the real lesson, I say slowly, is that people like Amin only exist because we let them. Because we want someone to blame, or someone to follow, or someone to fix the mess we're too lazy to fix ourselves. And by the time we realize the monster's wearing a crown, it's too late. The room goes quiet. Mr. Wilkins nods, almost solemnly. That's quite insightful. Then Tyler whispers, bro thinks he's the main character, and the moment dies instantly. Back to normal. Middle school logic, never let sincerity live longer than 5 seconds. But even as everyone laughs, I can't shake it. The feeling that Idi Amin isn't just some distant historical villain. He's proof of what happens when fear and stupidity shake hands. He's the reflection we pretend not to see. By the end of the week, we've moved on to Joseph Stalin because apparently the curriculum wants to make sure our optimism is fully dead. Mr. Wilkins cracks open another slideshow of suffering, and someone in the back groans, not another one. And yeah, another one. Always another one. Because the truth is, history isn't a series of villains. It's a loop. Different faces, same script. As I pack up my things, I glance back at the projector, Stalin's mustache frozen mid-frown. The caption says absolute power corrupts absolutely. It's cliché, but it's right. I leave class feeling older somehow. Tired. Like I've seen too much through a textbook. And maybe that's the point. Maybe history class isn't supposed to make us feel smart. Maybe it's supposed to make us uncomfortable, to remind us that evil isn't ancient, it's renewable energy. And as I walk past the trophy case filled with plastic awards for leadership and integrity, I can't help but laugh. Because if Idi Amin taught me anything, it's this: humans love authority almost as much as they love pretending they hate it. We cheer for monsters, and then we act shocked when they bite. We crave order, even if it kills us. And we call it progress. So yeah, maybe calling Idi Amin the Black Hitler was too nice. He wasn't a copy of evil. He was proof it never really dies. Just changes uniforms, smiles for the cameras, and waits for applause. Bottom line? We're all fucked. Chapter 19, The Real Man of Steel, age 11. Oh my fucking god, Joseph Stalin. Just saying his name makes my brain short-circuit a little. Total disaster energy wrapped up in one tiny, evil mustache. Like, who the hell picked this guy to run the Soviet Union after Lenin kicked the bucket? Did they hold auditions, or was it just to pick the scariest mustache in the room contest? Stalin's whole vibe is basically paranoia meets murder spree, and somehow that got him crowned supreme boss man. I'm sitting in Mrs. B's history class, pencil hovering over my notebook, trying to pretend I'm taking notes, but honestly, my mind's just spinning. Who the fuck lets this happen? Mrs. B is mid-slide, clicking through pictures of Stalin smiling like your creepy neighbor who somehow knows where you live. Stalin didn't just betray his friends, she explains. He eliminated anyone who threatened his power. Entire factions, military officers, colleagues, all purged. I raise an eyebrow. Eliminated? Like, deleted from existence? The guy literally turned into the human version of a glitch in a horror video game, popping up and removing people like they were bad NPCs. Imagine being in a squad where the leader's favorite pastime is, who can I kill today? Spoiler alert, everyone loses. I glance sideways at Nina, who's busy doodling skulls in the margins of her notebook. She whispers, imagine his inner circle. No survivors. Just horror. Yup, I mutter. Sounds like some twisted anime, but with actual history instead of cartoon monsters. And don't even get me started on his parenting. Stalin's son tried to kill himself once, right? You'd expect a human reaction like, oh no, let me help you, maybe even a touch of empathy. Nah. Stalin's response, ha, you can't even shoot straight, loser. Literal villain vibes, cold as ice and twice as evil. Emotional support? Zero. Empathy? Nada. Pure, uncut nightmare fuel. The class is quiet now. Even Mr. Wilkins seems to sense a collective shudder in the room. She switches slides, showing images of the gulags. And I swear, I feel my soul shrinking. Gulags. Those special little playgrounds where Stalin basically said, let's see how creatively miserable I can make these people's lives today. People beaten half to death for existing, starved until their ribs were visible, forced into work so grueling they didn't even have the energy to hate him. Okay, that last part is probably wrong. They hated him plenty. Imagine it, cold Russian winds whipping through wooden barracks, snow everywhere, the smell of unwashed bodies and despair hanging in the air, a line of exhausted people shuffling like ghosts. World's worst summer camp, if summer camp was run by a sadistic dictator who hates fun and kindness. Nina whispers, I feel like Disneyland is lying to us. Yeah, I agree, they didn't tell us about the real rides, frostbite, starvation, and the constant threat of death. Mrs. B goes on, gulags were for anyone Stalin deemed an enemy, intellectuals, suspected traitors, or anyone who breathed the wrong way. I mutter under my breath, basically anyone alive. Tyler snorts behind me. Dude, we're basically learning about a real-life horror video game. And it wasn't just the camps. Stalin had an entire strategy for terrorizing people into obedience. Secret police everywhere, neighbors spying on neighbors, denunciations encouraged. Imagine living next door to someone you trust, only to have them quietly write your name down for execution. That's right, your friend could be plotting your death while sharing their lunch with you. Middle school drama? Ha! This is real adult horror. The slideshow keeps going, purges, show trials, mass executions. Stalin's own people, his closest colleagues, vanished or got shot. And yet he smiled for propaganda photos like nothing was wrong. His charisma wasn't cute, it was a weapon. A smile that could bleach the blood off his hands. And the scariest part? People cheered, applauded, laughed. They wanted strong leadership even if it literally ate them alive. I stare at my notebook. The lines have turned into a chaotic web of skulls, arrows pointing to corpses, doodled mustaches with murderous expressions. I'm starting to feel it in my chest, the weird mix of awe and disgust. Stalin wasn't just a dictator, he was the ultimate what happens when paranoia and ego fuse until they're unstoppable experiment. Then Mrs. B adds, almost casually, Stalin's final moments were just as batshit paranoid. He ordered his own doctor executed, had a stroke and was found lying in his own piss, doctors too scared to enter his dacha to help him. I laugh nervously. Yeah, nothing screams I ruled the world like dying alone in your own piss, I whisper to Nina. She giggles softly, because what else can you do? Honestly, I continue under my breath, I'd pick Lenin any day. Sure, he had assassinations and revolutions, but at least he didn't invent gulags as a weekend hobby. The bell rings. Class is over, but my brain hasn't recovered. I walk to the cafeteria, backpack weighing more than my sanity, tray in hand, and sit with Nina and Tyler. They're both munching on mystery meat sandwiches. I feel like we just got hit by a history truck, Tyler mutters. More like an entire apocalypse bus, I reply. And Stalin was the driver. Nina nods. Seriously. He didn't just ruin people's lives. He made being alive terrifying, every day, for years. We're quiet for a while. I scroll through my phone, half looking at pictures of the gulags, the purges, the propaganda posters. It's terrifying, but also surreal, like watching a nightmare in slow motion. Then I think about Mao for a second. Just briefly, because I'm not ready to spiral that deep again. Mao, about 70 million people starved under him. The Great Leap Forward. Backyard furnaces. Starvation as a policy. Same basic formula, dictator plus paranoia plus ideology equals human disaster on an industrial scale. But at least Mao didn't have the same personal touch of terror, that specific flavor of paranoia meets murder spree that Stalin perfected. He's like, the sequel that's sadder but less cinematic. I finish my pizza and stare out the window. People walk by, laughing, scrolling, living. Meanwhile, in the back of my mind, Stalin is still there, sitting at his desk in my imagination, tiny mustache twitching, plotting who gets erased next. I feel a weird combination of rage, fascination, and pure existential dread. By the time I get home, I'm sprawled on my bed, staring at the ceiling. I write in my journal, monsters aren't just history lessons. They're in classrooms, in governments, in people we follow blindly. And Stalin? He's the OG reminder that power plus paranoia plus humanity's laziness is a lethal cocktail. I close the journal and whisper to the empty room, next time someone says history is boring, just tell them they clearly haven't met Joseph Stalin. And then I laugh, because the absurdity is too much, and cry a little because, well, that's history. Because at the end of the day, the punchline is this: people always act surprised when the monsters win. But history? History doesn't write itself. We do. And if we're not careful, the mustaches just keep coming. Chapter 20, Pol Pot, age 11. Alright, let's get real about Pol Pot. The guy who basically redefined batshit crazy dictator. I'm sitting in Mrs. Bueller's history class, notebook open, pencil hovering like I might actually write something useful, when she drops this gem: Pol Pot was the leader of the Khmer Rouge. Millions died under him. I blink. Millions. I mean, I get dystopian novels, I get zombie games, I get horror movies, but actual people? Dead? Like, for real? She clicks the projector and a picture of Pol Pot pops up. And the fucker is smiling. Smiling. Like, some creepy dad next door type, but way worse. I glance at Toby across the row, and he's doing the slow blink of mutual horror. Nina's face is pale, pencil halfway through doodling a skull with a bow. Fun fact, Mrs. Bueller continues, ignoring our silent freakouts, the only person Pol Pot ever really loved was his daughter. I snort. Of course he did. Only way he could feel anything besides paranoia and rage. Seriously, think about it, the same man who orchestrated one of the worst genocides in history, pushing millions into labor camps, starving them, executing anyone who looked educated, somehow had a soft spot for one tiny human. That's like finding out Freddy Krueger wrote bedtime poems for his kid. And you know what? That's terrifying. Love twisted up with absolute horror. She launches into the history, and I zone out for a second, imagining it like a shitty survival game. Pol Pot wasn't always pure nightmare fuel. Born Saloth Sar, somewhat well-off farming family, scholarship to Paris, fell in love with communist ideology. Sounds like a boring biography until he comes back to Cambodia and goes full-on Maoist dictator mode, turning the Khmer Rouge into a well-oiled death machine. And what a machine it was! Millions forced out of homes, marched to farms they didn't know how to work, labor camps that made Stalin's gulags look like summer camp, prisons designed purely for psychological torture. Starvation? Check. Murder squads? Check. Torture? Oh, hell yeah. It was like someone thought, how can I combine my love for horror movies with actual history? I glance at Nina again. I feel like my brain just got wiped by a horror game, she mutters. I nod. Same. And the scary part? He loved only one person. One. That's Pol Pot logic right there. If you can love your daughter but wipe out millions, what does that say about everything? After school, I dig into the reading Mrs. Bueller assigned. My laptop screen lights up with S21, the infamous torture prison that used to be a school. 17,000 prisoners sent there. Only a dozen or so survived. A school. Where I do homework. Now a sight of horror. They were photographed, tortured, and executed with terrifying efficiency. And the killing fields? Mass graves where victims were bludgeoned to save ammo. Like, yeah, some horror movie could have invented this, but nope, Cambodia, 1970s, real life. I can't even picture it without my stomach twisting. People beaten, starved, forced into unimaginable work, ethnic minorities slaughtered without mercy. All while Pol Pot played dictator hide-and-seek, popping up only when he had to, letting the machinery of death run itself. And when Vietnam finally invaded in 1979? Cambodia wasn't a country anymore, it was basically a graveyard. Nearly a quarter of the population gone. Starvation, exhaustion, disease, execution, you name it. I scroll through photos of S21. Empty classrooms, cold stone cells, photographs of terrified prisoners, kids, teachers, monks all lined up, eyes wide. It's horrifying, and yet, I can't stop staring. Nina leans over my shoulder. This is unreal. It's like he ran a real-life horror movie and everyone else was an extra who didn't survive. Exactly, I whisper. Except there's no director's cut, no reset button. Just bodies. And then, because I apparently like punishment, I read about Vlad Tepes. Because why stop at modern genocide when medieval horror exists? Vlad the Impaler. Original nightmare fuel. Impaled tens of thousands of people, merchants, nobles, peasants, women, children, didn't matter. He turned Wallachia into a literal bloodbath. Banquets where enemies were invited, then impaled. That's not just extra. That's next-level hostile hospitality. I close my laptop and flinch. My brain's basically jammed with terror and awe. History isn't boring. It's horrifying. Vlad Tepes, Pol Pot, different centuries, same human capacity for madness. Walking home, backpack heavy with textbooks, I can't shake the images. I imagine Pol Pot's daughter, the one human he somehow loved, walking past the ruins of his horror. Maybe she didn't even realize the scale of what her father did. Maybe she did. Either way, it hits me like a punch. The people who create nightmares are human. And the world, history, humanity, we let them get away with it until it's too late. I flop on my bed and write in my notebook, history doesn't have a boring chapter. It has monsters hiding in plain sight. Pol Pot loved a girl but destroyed millions. Vlad Tepes impaled people because why not? If you think humanity learned from horror, you're kidding yourself. I stare at the ceiling, stomach still in knots. It's wild how the same species can invent night terrors, and then survive them. But I guess surviving is easier than understanding. And there's the punch, the kicker, the part that keeps me awake at night. Monsters don't just exist in history books. They exist in classrooms, in governments, in our textbooks, and in our minds. The question isn't did they exist? It's what are we doing while they do? And that's the part that keeps me scribbling notes and drawing little skulls in the margins. History isn't over. The mustaches and the smiles and the death machines? They just keep coming, waiting for the next person stupid enough to ignore the warning signs. Chapter 21, Vlad the Impaler, age 11. As if by some kind of cosmic cruelty, we finally wrapped up weeks of studying every communist dictator who ever ruined their country, and instead of taking a breather, we went straight into the next circle of historical hell: monarchs. Yeah, kings, queens, and royalty in general. Because clearly, if you're gonna keep traumatizing students, you might as well do it chronologically. So, goodbye, Stalin and Mao. Hello, blood-drunk kings and psychotic princes. Ladies and gentlemen, my Mrs. Bueller announced in that overly cheerful, dead-inside voice all teachers get by the middle of the semester. Give it up for William. The class clapped half-heartedly, and I considered evaporating into thin air. She patted my back way too enthusiastically, like I'd just won something other than a lifetime's supply of embarrassment. I made my way to my seat, fully ready to sink into it and die quietly inside, but of course, life had other plans. I sat down and immediately shot back up like I'd been electrocuted. There was a thumbtack on my chair. I let out a noise that could only be described as a dying walrus mixed with a fire alarm. What the hell? I yelled. What is it now? She asked, sounding exactly like someone who regretted every life decision that led to this job. I sat on something sharp. I groaned through clenched teeth, pulling the tack out of my pants. Some kid in the back was wheezing with laughter, probably the culprit, while Toby tried so hard not to crack up that he almost fell out of his chair. Oh, my goodness. I'm so sorry that happened to you. My teacher rushed over, wrapping me in a bear hug so tight I thought my organs might file for workers' comp. I wriggled out before she could collapse my lungs completely. I'm sorry for hugging you, she said, clearly flustered. Yeah, don't sweat it. Happens all the time: thumbtack, physical assault, emotional trauma. I muttered, sitting back down carefully. I'll hug you, Toby joked, smirking. No thank you. I snapped, glaring at him. Once the chaos died down, my teacher cleared her throat dramatically. All right, class, she said, let's get back on track. Today, we're learning about Vlad Tepes, also known as Vlad the Impaler. Fantastic. From dictators who starved millions to a guy who literally invented nightmare fuel. So, she continued, her voice way too chipper for someone about to talk about mass impalement, Vlad ruled Wallachia in the 15th century. He was also known as Dracula. Oh, perfect. Dracula. Because clearly, stabbing chairs wasn't enough, I also needed to hear about the medieval serial killer who inspired vampire myths. Vlad wasn't your average psychotic noble. He was raised as a political hostage in the Ottoman Empire, and somewhere along the way, he decided empathy was optional. When he got his throne back, he went full horror movie director, turning his kingdom into a land where impalement wasn't a word, it was a lifestyle. The man impaled people on giant wooden stakes, my teacher said matter-of-factly, like she was describing a cooking recipe. Enemies, criminals, entire villages, didn't matter. It was his favorite form of punishment. I raised an eyebrow. So he made shish kebabs out of people? That's innovative. Pretty much, whispered Anna next to me. He didn't mess around. No kidding, Toby added under his breath. Guy turned his country into a kebab convention. Apparently, Vlad used impalement not just for punishment but as a message. Once, he supposedly impaled around 20,000 Ottoman soldiers outside his castle, creating what historians call the Forest of the Impaled. A literal forest of rotting corpses on giant spikes. Even the Sultan leading the Ottoman army reportedly turned around after seeing it because, let's face it, that's not exactly a warm welcome. So, what you're telling me, I said slowly, is this guy basically made an entire crowd decoration out of corpses? Yes, the teacher nodded, and some accounts say he actually dined among his victims, enjoying his meal while watching them die. Oh my God, groaned Toby. Dinner and a show, medieval edition. Someone in the back gagged audibly. My teacher nodded solemnly. He also once had a golden cup placed in a public fountain to test his people's honesty. No one dared to steal it because they knew he'd find out, and then. Let me guess, I cut in. He'd impale them? Correct, she said, smiling as if I'd solved a math problem instead of summarized horrific execution methods. The class groaned in unison. Every time we finished one monster, history just handed us another. To each his own. Now that we're done with communist dictators, let's learn about psycho-royalty. Toby announced in a fake chipper voice, earning a few laughs. Hey, don't mock education, she scolded, though she was clearly trying not to laugh. It's part of the curriculum. Yeah, the traumatic part, I muttered. As she continued, she explained how Vlad's cruelty actually made him a national goddamn hero in modern Romania because he defended his territory from invaders. So yeah, depending on where you're from, he was either a tyrant from hell or some kind of patriotic icon. Imagine having your national pride and war crimes wrapped in the same guy. Then, as if sensing my existential dread, she added, and don't forget the psychological warfare. Vlad would leave rotting corpses on display just to terrorize invaders before battles. Entire cities surrendered because they didn't want to experience what he had in store. I leaned back, envisioning a medieval theme park, except instead of roller coasters and cotton candy, you get spikes, corpses, and a guy smiling while carving up his enemies. So, like Disneyland but make it evil, I muttered. Anna snorted. Yeah, with complimentary nightmares for every visitor. Exactly, Toby whispered. Best day ever, if you're a psychopath. I shuddered. History's teaching us that some people don't just break the rules, they build a whole universe of pain around them and charge admission. The bell finally rang, like a brief reprieve from this parade of horrors. I stuffed my notebook into my bag, checking my chair again because apparently, medieval murderers weren't enough, classroom traps were now mandatory. As we walked out, my teacher called over her shoulder, don't forget to read the article on Vlad's reign for homework. Does it come with therapy? I shot back. She laughed. You'll be fine, William. Yeah, sure, I muttered, until the nightmares start. Toby snickered, shoving his hands in his pockets. Dude, next week we'll probably hit Henry VIII. You think Vlad's bad? Wait till we get to the guy who turned divorces into executions. Oh joy, I said flatly. From fangs to fat kings. The nightmare continues. And, of course, just to prove the universe hated me personally, I brushed against the edge of a desk on my way out and caught another poke from what looked suspiciously like another tack. For real? Again? Toby snorted. Guess history's making sure you remember this lesson. Yeah, I groaned, walking out of the classroom. In blood, sweat, and thumbtacks. And as I trudged down the hallway, imagining Vlad Tepes hosting a banquet of impaled soldiers while I dodged thumbtacks in modern-day America, I realized history had a sick sense of humor. The guy lived centuries ago, but I could still feel the terror, right there in my chair, punctuated by the quiet laughter of my classmates and the ever-looming threat of another prick from the universe. Chapter 22, Elizabeth Bathory, age 11. Picture the creepiest, most psychotic woman you can imagine. You might think Aileen Wuornos sets the bar for batshit insane, but just wait, because I'm about to introduce you to a Hungarian countess who rewrote the rulebook on what it means to be a bad boss. Her name? Elizabeth Bathory. And trust me, she makes even the scariest horror movie villains look like amateurs. Born into the powerful Bathory family in late 16th century Hungary, Elizabeth had everything a noblewoman could ask for: money, sprawling land, fancy status, and apparently, a deeply twisted obsession with blood and suffering. You'd think someone with all that privilege might, I dunno, chill a bit, maybe pick up gardening or needlepoint. Nope. Elizabeth was about as chill as a vampire at a sunlight convention. So, of course, in history class, when Mrs. Bueller announced we were covering psychotic aristocrats, I nearly dropped my pencil. I mean, how do you even approach the subject without your brain screaming in terror? Toby nudged me and whispered, "Ready for a blood-soaked castle tour?" I rolled my eyes, muttering under my breath, "Yeah, sign me up for the nightmare package." Here's the kicker: this woman allegedly tortured and murdered around 600 young women, mostly peasants and servants. 600. Let that number sink in for a second. In a time before entertainment included Netflix, Elizabeth took it upon herself to turn her castle into a medieval horror playground. We're not talking a few run-of-the-mill poisonings or accidents. No, she apparently dabbled in torture devices, sexual abuse, psychological torment, you name it. Honestly, just hearing this made me wonder how anyone survived being a teenager in history. The juiciest, or bloodiest, rumor. She believed bathing in the blood of virgins was the secret sauce to eternal youth and beauty. Yeah, like someone went full vampire centuries before Bram Stoker made it trendy. She thought if she spent enough time lounging in a bathtub full of virgin blood, she'd stay young forever. The poor girls were basically living, screaming ingredients in her sick anti-aging smoothie. Toby whispered, "So basically, she invented vampire spa treatments?" I made a face like I'd just swallowed a lemon whole. But wait, the horror didn't stop there. Eyewitness accounts and servant confessions, often ripped out via brutal torture sessions, because apparently Elizabeth's hospitality was a nightmare, detailed some next-level cruelty. She'd nail people to walls, slash them, and force her victims to crawl through thorny bushes like medieval obstacle courses. And if you displeased her? Sorry, you didn't get fired, you got executed. Because nothing screams you're off the team quite like a one-way ticket to death. Anna, sitting next to me, shivered. I thought Vlad Tepes was bad, but she's like, upgraded, right? I nodded solemnly, glancing around the room. Half of our classmates were Googling Bathory Castle under their desks like it was some macabre treasure hunt. Given how wildly terrifying this all sounds, you'd think the authorities would swoop in immediately to stop the madness, right? Ha! Elizabeth's noble status basically meant that local law enforcement was too scared or too bribed to interfere. Her reign of terror flew under the radar for decades until whispers that aristocratic daughters might be disappearing caught the attention of the big wigs. The king finally sent his go-to guy, Count Palatine Georgi Thurzo, with a squad of armed guards to check out the situation. When Thurzo rocked up at the castle, Elizabeth tried to play innocent, probably thinking, fake it till you make it, or maybe, my dog ate the evidence. But the gruesome truth was impossible to deny. Witnesses recounted horrific tales, servants spilled the darkest secrets under duress, and a secret ledger listing the names of her tortured or murdered victims surfaced. Not exactly a glowing report card. I leaned back in my chair, imagining the episode directed by a sadistic chef. Toby whispered, "Imagine checking into a hotel and the welcome drink is someone screaming." I nodded. Yeah, 5-star nightmare hospitality. In 1610, Elizabeth Bathory was arrested. The servants who helped her dark deeds faced some truly medieval justice, executed by burning alive, fingers torn off with red-hot pincers, you know, the classic crime doesn't pay lessons turned up to hellish extremes. Elizabeth herself? She got the VIP noble treatment, sealed away in a room in her own castle. No trial, no execution, just forced to quietly rot away until her death in 1614. A death sentence wrapped in velvet, like being grounded for eternity with no stimulation whatsoever. Now historians still debate whether Elizabeth deserved the legendary title Blood Countess or was the victim of a political conspiracy. Some suggest her family owed money to the crown, and this whole bloodbath saga was the perfect excuse for the king to strip her of her land and power. Elegant political maneuvering disguised as medieval justice. Either way, the stories survived, chilling, fascinating, and soaked in enough blood to fill a swimming pool. Toby whispered, "So basically, aristocracy equals immunity, until the king's mad detective shows up?" I groaned. Pretty much. And if you think about it, she probably got away with it longer than half the corporate CEOs today. But wait, just when you thought it couldn't get worse, enter Amelia Dyer, the Victorian baby farmer whose story is just as twisted, if not more disturbing. If Bathory bathed in blood for youth, Amelia made a grim business out of taking unwanted babies and turning their lives into nightmares far worse than a nursery rhyme gone wrong. Amelia Dyer started as a nurse in 19th century England but soon shifted to baby farming, a euphemism for people paid her to take unwanted babies off their hands. But instead of offering care, Amelia strangled or starved hundreds of infants. Her hustle? Make money off grief and desperation, then toss the babies into the Thames River or shallow graves. Because why not? Fashion even mattered in her twisted world. She was known for wrapping babies' necks with white tape, a creepy signature move, like branding her victims in a horror flick. Her reign of terror lasted about 30 years, running right under society's nose. Authorities finally caught her when a bad smell basically blew her cover. Once arrested, she was tried and sentenced to death, with juries taking just 5 minutes to decide. Yet it's estimated she might have killed as many as 400 babies, making her one of history's deadliest babysitters. Talk about a nightmare nanny. Both Bathory and Dyer show different forms of madness but share the same monstrous trait, blending seamlessly into society while dousing it in violence and fear. Bathory's bloodthirst was wrapped in aristocratic splendor, Dyer's evil hid behind a veil of Victorian respectability. So, when you think about history's big bads, don't just picture men with swords shouting insults on battlefields. Remember these ladies who perfected psychotic tendencies and left legacies soaked in blood, sometimes literally. As I shut my textbook with a thud, I muttered to Toby, so yeah, maybe I'll stick to villains who stayed dead. At least they don't have spin-off horror stories. Toby snorted. Yeah, like a history class horror marathon with all the sequels you never wanted. I nodded, staring out the window. Next week, I swear, I'm bringing garlic, holy water, and an iron stake just for survival. And that, my friends, is why history is terrifyingly entertaining. Sometimes, reality really is stranger, bloodier, and more absurd than any horror movie. Chapter 23, Hard R, Age 11. I remember that run like it was yesterday, not because I was breaking records or anything, but because of what I saw. Iowa City might look like your typical small-town college town, all cozy with coffee shops and bookstores, but some ugly-ass shit lurks beneath the surface. Like actual racist graffiti spray-painted on an old, crumbling factory wall downtown. And this wasn't some vague tagging or random vandalism, it was hate spelled out in the ugliest, most brazen way possible. There it was, glaring at me in massive, angry letters on the side of what used to be an automobile factory. Now it's just a busted-up relic of some industrial glory days long dead, covered with random graffiti. But this? This wasn't art or self-expression, it screamed, "Niggers not welcome." Yeah, like a pitiful welcome sign for anyone not lucky enough to fit some narrow-minded idiot's idea of acceptable. I felt my stomach twist. How does someone harbor so much hate that they'd proudly paint these words where everyone can see them? I stood there frozen for a moment, heart thudding, trying to process the stupidity and ugliness. Trying to shake off the bitter frenzy building inside me, I caught sight of more hateful slogans nearby. Worse ones. Threats to repeat Hiroshima and Nagasaki were scrawled in shaky letters nearby, like someone thought nuclear annihilation was a clever debate point. Seriously? And not to be left out, the old slurs showed up too, kike scribbled in black paint, ugly words no one wants to see in any part of the country, let alone a supposedly progressive college town. The sheer casualness with which these hateful words were sprayed painted was disgusting, like hatred bottled and slammed on the wall for the whole world to see. I muttered to myself, whoever did this must be one seriously messed up person. Honestly, despite how much anger boiled in me, I found myself feeling this strange, sad pity for the person behind the paint. To carry that much hate, to be that disconnected from any ounce of decency or empathy? That's tragic, not strong. Then, as I stood there, trying to piece it all together, my phone buzzed. Maya. My classmate. We share a few classes, mostly late afternoon sci-fi literature where we bond over weird universes and rant about bad writing. She's sharp as hell, quick-witted, and one of the few people who gets my sarcasm for real. I texted her, just saw some of the nastiest racist graffiti on a dumpy factory wall downtown. It's like stepping into a nightmare but with spray paint. She replied almost immediately, ugh, yeah. I heard about that section. So gross that people still think this shit's acceptable. Feels like centuries of progress just slapped us in the face, I shot back. Her answer came fast, I know. It's like, how do people still live in 2025 with that level of hate in their veins? We texted back and forth as I walked, my anger and frustration bubbling up. I told her, it's wild because Iowa City usually feels so chill and open. But seeing this reminded me how racism doesn't just vanish, it hides, waits, sneaks back in cracks. She typed back, exactly. And it's exhausting. Fighting this stuff is a full-time job, one we can't quit. I sighed aloud. Yeah, but silence lets hate win, doesn't it? I don't want to be complacent. Neither do I, Maya replied. Maybe we need to get the student group involved or something. Raise some voices loud enough that hate starts regretting it. Her words gave me a sliver of hope. Seeing the hateful graffiti was like a gut punch, but knowing someone else felt the same burning disgust made it bearable. As I continued my run, I noticed the city wasn't just standing still against the hatred either. City police had issued warnings, and property owners were busy scrubbing the paint off walls every time it popped up. The battle between freedom of expression and cracking down on hate speech is a tough one, but most know that hate painted on buildings isn't art, it's intimidation and terrorism. Still, these hateful words keep cropping up like weeds. Locals snap photos in disgust, shake their heads, and city crews scrub and repaint, but it feels like the fight is endless. I wonder, does painting over the ugliness erase the problem? Or just push it further underground, where it churns quietly, waiting to explode again? I texted Maya, we gotta find a way to fix hearts, not just walls. She responded, true. Hate's like a weed, cut the surface, but if you don't kill the roots, it'll grow back. Later, in our literature class, Maya and I talked about it face to face. It's crazy to think something like this could happen in our town, she said, eyes full of fire. Yeah, it's like living with a shadow you can't just ignore, I replied. We can't ignore it. Not if we want to be better, she said firmly. We hatched a plan to get more students involved in community cleanups and anti-racism events. It felt like a tiny push against a huge boulder, but it was a start. Because the ugly graffiti wasn't just vandalism, it was a painful reminder that racism isn't just history. It's woven into real places and lives, even in places proud of being progressive. Fighting hate isn't a 101 lesson to check off, it's a daily grind. Some days I want to quit, but seeing people like Maya fired up reminds me we can't. The hateful graffiti on those crumbling walls shows us that the fight is far from over. And whoever sprayed that poison openly reminds us why silence can never be an option. Seeing hateful graffiti is like a sucker punch to what I want America to be. But it also lights a fire, a call to not look away, to speak loudly, to scrub walls, yes, but to change the culture. So when I'm out running or just walking through Iowa City and spot another filthy slogan, I don't look away. I remember Maya's words, don't let hate hide. Call it out till it's homeless. I tell my friends. We organize cleanups. We march, we speak, we demand better. Because hate isn't just paint, it's fear and ignorance that we starve with awareness and action, week after week, day after day. Iowa City might have racists trying to mark territory with hateful spray cans, but it has even more people drowning that noise out with voices of respect, equity, and understanding. And that hope? That's the real future we're running toward. Because hate? Hate doesn't get to win here. Not today, not tomorrow, and hopefully, never. Chapter 24, My First Girlfriend, age 12. So, Maya and I officially became a pair on September 5, 2010. Yeah, I remember the date, which is hilarious because I barely remember to eat food most days, let alone anniversaries. But this one stuck, probably because it involved a movie night, and movies, for me, are like that weird glue that holds a tiny part of my life together. It also involved music, but that's for later in the chapter. No spoilers for you. Why was it movie night? Because that was the day we agreed to watch a movie together. Sounds simple, but this movie night was basically the start of our long-running saga. And the film? Oh, just some little indie flick called The Iron Giant. Ever heard of it? Probably not, since it's a tearjerker disguised as a kids' movie, basically a Trojan horse for emotions. I swear, that movie still hits me hard as shit. Every time I watch it, my eyes start leaking like a malfunctioning faucet. The story of this giant robot and a kid trying to save him? It's like a perfectly engineered emotional grenade. And sharing that moment with Maya? That sealed the deal. We sat there, the glow of the screen lighting up the room, me trying super hard not to ugly cry while Maya was quietly wiping her own tears like a pro. That wasn't just movie watching, it was bonding over existential robot sadness and coming of age feels. I guess some souls just sink over sadness and metallic giants. So yeah, September 5th is etched in my brain forever. Maya and I? We officially became a couple on that oddly emotional night. And honestly? It's one of the best accidental memories I've got. The ones I can remember, anyway. That one scene was so friggin' sad, I wiped my eyes with my Stone Temple Pilots shirt. It was the album art for Purple. Easily one of the greatest albums of all time. I jam out to the song Meat Plow at least once a month. Where he flies towards the nuke, she asked me, kissing my cheek for comfort. Speaking of movies, let me just rant for a second about my dad. The guy's absence in my life is basically a plot twist nobody asked for. I mean, imagine having a father who couldn't be bothered to show up for school plays, birthdays, or, actual important stuff, but somehow has strong opinions about the dumbest movies you like. Classic, right? So this particular night, Maya and I agreed to watch The Iron Giant. Yeah, that movie. The one about a giant robot and a kid, all cutesy and heartbreaking. It still punches me in the feels every time I watch it. But according to my dad, or at least his ghostly opinions whispered through the family grapevine, that movies for babies are something equally ridiculous. When did emotional depth become a crime, Dad? I swear, growing up, my dad's taste in movies was so questionable, you'd think he was auditioning for a role as the world's least helpful movie critic. No, William, don't watch that. It's too sad, he'd say, offering nothing better in return. Then he's nowhere to be found when I'm actually upset, like, oh, maybe a dad thing would be to show up when your kid needs you? Nah, absent. So here I am, watching The Iron Giant with Maya, bawling my eyes out like some emotional mess, and thinking, maybe this giant robot is the closest thing I have to a real protector. At least he shows up in the movie, unlike some people in real life. Honestly, the irony is thick. Dad bashes movies that make me feel things, then vanishes when I actually need anything resembling support. Like, if he showed up as a character in my life, he'd be that annoying extra who gets all the lines wrong and then walks off set before the emotional scene starts. But Maya? She gets it. She's the co-star who actually sticks around through the drama, the awkward pauses, and the ugly crying. So yeah, September 5th isn't just a date, it's the day I realized some people are worth holding on to. Unlike some weird movie reviews and no-shows. And that's the long and short of how a giant robot and a sarcastic girl named Maya did what my dad never could, be my world. Come on, Maya. Let's go listen to some Stone Temple Pilots, I offered like I'd just discovered the cure for cancer or some shit. The what who now, she asked, looking at me like I'd just suggested we watch paint dry. Only one of the greatest bands in history, I said, trying not to sound like some mega fanboy, okay, I was failing miserably. Seriously, I had been stoked all day to show her my copy of Purple on vinyl. Come on, it won't play itself, I added, dragging her toward my room like it was the VIP lounge of some secret club. And, in a way, it kind of was. My room was decked out with this massive 12-inch vinyl player, the kind that makes you feel legit just for owning it. I carefully placed the needle on Purple by Stone Temple Pilots and skipped right to Interstate Love Song. Man, if there's a heaven, and frankly, I'm agnostic, which is just a fancy way of saying I have no clue what's up there, it better be playing that track on repeat. The melody, the lyrics, the whole vibe? It's a timeless slice of sonic perfection. But hey, let me just drop a truth bomb here, I don't get religion. Like, at all. For me, religion is just this giant complicated thing that sounds great in theory but, in practice, is often exploited by people with agendas darker than a Stone Temple Pilots album cover. Joel Osteen? Dude can roll on straight to hell, where he belongs. Everyone knows it's way too easy to slap God on something and watch the money pour in. Exploiting faith for cash? Yeah, that's a scam I have memorized better than any guitar solo. Anyway, back to Maya sitting there, trying not to laugh at my serious music face as the vinyl spun. We were both soaking it in, the nostalgic grit of those 90s grunge riffs bouncing off the walls. She gave me this sideways smile, like you're ridiculous for being this excited about a vinyl record, but honestly, I didn't care. Because in that moment, it wasn't just about the music, it was about sharing something meaningful. And before I knew it, Maya was hooked. She'd never really gotten the Stone Temple Pilots thing before, but now? She was bobbing her head, humming along, clearly impressed. Okay, she said after a few songs, I get why you're hyped. This stuff's good. I grinned, proud like a dog who just caught his own tail. Told you. Plus, I got to show off a little bit, because nothing screams vintage cool like a real vinyl record spinning on a giant player. Take that, Spotify playlists. So yeah, purple might not have cured all the world's problems, but on my little stereo, with Maya next to me, I swear it sounded like a solution worth fighting for. Chapter 25, Vivance, age 12. So, my doctor, in their infinite wisdom, decided it was time for me to start popping Vivance of all things. Because, I was on the edge of becoming a full-blown teenager, and apparently meds were the official get-ready-for-the-chaos prescription. Not blaming them, honestly, it's kind of like they handed me a little bottle of let's try to keep this kid from becoming a total disaster. Cheers, Doc. My first time taking it? Phew, intense doesn't even begin to cover it. First thing, no appetite. None. Nada. I had to force down a banana like it was a hostage negotiation. Because fading away into a human stick figure wasn't exactly on my bucket list. Then there was the weird clash that was my body and brain at war. I had zero motivation to do anything, but my energy levels decided to hit over 9,000. So basically me, a lifeless Energizer bunny who couldn't decide if it wanted to nap or run a marathon inside its head. With nothing better to do, I busied myself watching this creep of a cult leader named Jim Jones. Spoiler alert, this guy was the actual supervillain of the godforsaken real world. Dude be cheating on his wife Marceline like it was a hobby, and just to top it off? Straight up raping members of his own people's temple. Yeah, you heard that right. Real-life horror story, no special effects required. Perfect background noise for an otherwise messed up first Vivance day. That's the saga meds making me hungry for nothing but morbid Netflix docs, while my body's running some kind of marathon and my brain is on the struggle bus. Classic. So then Jim Jones, the original Creep King, got called out for being a total predator and absolute nightmare human. Naturally, instead of just disappearing quietly, he decided to uproot his cult minions and ship them off to the middle of Ascrack, Guyana. Because when you're a narcissist with a god complex, why stay low-key when you can carve out your own kingdom? Hold up, it gets better. What does he name this fantasy fortress in the jungle? Jonestown. Yeah, fucking Jonestown. Because nothing screams modesty and humility like slapping your own damn name all over your little utopia. Like, welcome to Jones' personal Jehovah's village. Bow down. What a fucking ego. Honestly, he was probably thinking, I'm such a big deal, I need a place named after me lit up on the map like a celebrity on a red carpet. Narcissism level, off the charts. Seriously, dude, get a grip. It's just a jungle, not Hollywood. And from there? Well, the whole Jonestown setup quickly turned into a nightmare nobody wanted a front row seat to. But naming the place after himself? Classic Jones, always making it all about him, because why the hell not? If he's going down, he's dragging the whole spineless cult with him, and he gets to be the star of that show too. Classic supervillain move. Ever heard the phrase, don't drink the Kool-Aid? Yeah, it's supposed to be this warning against blindly following someone straight into disaster. Except, plot twist, it wasn't even Kool-Aid. Nope, the real villain here was Flavor-Aid. But who the hell even cares about accuracy when Kool-Aid sounds way catchier, right? Because if you're gonna have a phrase that's stuck in the culture forever, it better be easy to say, even if it's totally wrong. Seriously, it's like history's most messed up game of who's on first, but instead of confusion, it's mass suicide. The phrase got hijacked because Kool-Aid's brand just crushed the Flavor-Aid's sad little grape flavor in popularity wars. So next time someone warns you not to drink the Kool-Aid, just remember, you're really just avoiding the knockoff. But hey, if it's an excuse to avoid becoming a cult zombie, I'm down. Also, can we just acknowledge how wildly disrespectful it is that the whole thing got turned into a punchline or meme? Like, thanks for trivializing one of the worst cult tragedies in history, internet. Cool stuff. Drink the Flavorade, not the Kool-Aid, but maybe just don't drink either unless you want to end up as a bad joke. So check this out, there was this brave congressman dude, Leo Ryan, right? The kind of guy who shows up uninvited to the sketchiest party you can imagine, because he actually gives a damn. He hears rumors about this cult nightmare called Jonestown, where Jim Jones is basically running a hellscape in the middle of the jungle. So Ryan decides, let me just pop over there and see what the real tea is. Because yes, nothing says weekend getaway like investigating cults halfway across the world. But plot twist. When Leo and his crew try to peace out after checking the place, the Jonestown security squad isn't about to let the negative publicity ruin their fun. What do? They straight up shoot Ryan dead. Like, boom, no witnesses allowed. Because that's the best way to keep your dirty little secret. Can't get caught if nobody sees it, right? That's some next level villain brain, except with even less logic. And honestly, Jim Jones's brain was already mashed potatoes by then, thanks to abusing amphetamines for nearly 30 goddamn years. So you get this combo of power-hungry lunatic and chemical cocktail that turns decision-making into a disaster movie. Which is why planning a murder and mass poisoning was basically just Jones' version of a bad day at the office gone totally sideways. So yeah, when your cult leader is a tweaked-out mess with a gun and a death wish, things aren't gonna end pretty. Congressman Leo Ryan? He didn't just lose a political fight, he lost his life trying to stop the epic circus of creepy, twisted horror that was Jonestown. Epic fail for Jones. And then, in the grand finale of his drugged-up glory, Jim Jones orchestrated a massacre so chilling you could hear the gut-wrenching cries of children as cyanide ripped through their tiny bodies. Oh, but don't worry, Jim was way too special for that poison punch. No, he rolled out the classic coward's move and just shot himself in the head like the little scared baby he always was. Coward from day one, coward to the bitter end. And just like that, the curtain dropped on the whole tragic circus. Good night, everyone, except for you, Jim. You can rest in piss, because honestly, the world's better off without your toxic mess. What a fucking shit show. Chapter 26, Chemistry Class, Age 12. Alright, settle in, because Mrs. Brewer's basic chemistry class was about to take us all on a joyless dive into the bitter world of caffeine, because who needs hope or happiness in 7th grade, right? Mrs. Brewer was the kind of teacher who could make Dad's Inferno look like a sunny picnic. And with a name like Brewer, you'd assume her specialty was coffee facts or something. Naturally, I started throwing out coffee jokes faster than you could say espresso shot, but she just stared blankly, calling them silly. Yeah, that's the level of encouragement I got. Then came that one shining moment when curiosity slightly overpowered my existential dread, and I asked her, so, what kind of compound is caffeine? I was half expecting a one-line stimulant answer, but nope, Mrs. Brewer whips out her nerd cape and plunges us into a whirlwind lecture on xanthines. Suddenly, caffeine wasn't a fun pick-me-up, it was a member of some bitter chemical family with a name that sounds like it belongs in an anatomy textbook, because, of course, it does. She told us that caffeine is 1,3,7-trimethylxanthine, yeah, try to remember that after your third espresso. And caffeine isn't alone, oh no, there's a whole gang called the xanthines, which also includes theobromine, chocolate's secret weapon, and theophylline, because asthma meds need love too. These aren't just random names, these molecules are your brain's frenemies, messing with your nervous system while pretending to be your best friend. Mrs. Brewer then got into the dark science stuff, explaining how caffeine really works its magic or terror, depending on how you look at it. It blocks adenosine receptors in your brain. For those of us whose brains don't come with chemistry manuals, here's the scoop: adenosine receptors are like your brain's naptime enforcers. They tell your neurons when to slow down and pull the covers over their heads. But when caffeine shows up, it's basically a hooligan that kicks those sleepy guards out so your brain can go wild partying all night. So say goodbye to naps, caffeine hijacks your brain's chill signals and amps everything up to 11. This neurotransmitter hijacking is why, after one cup of coffee, your heart suddenly starts racing like it's prepping for the Olympics, your palms sweat like you're in a toddler's meltdown, and your thoughts jump around like jittery squirrels on a trampoline. Sure, it's great for that all-important morning boost, but Mrs. Brewer loved telling us about the inevitable crash, a season finale filled with headaches, mood swings, and the overwhelming urge to nap for a week straight. But it doesn't stop just with brain games. Mrs. Brewer rams home the idea that caffeine's molecular structure is a chemistry nerd's dream or nightmare. It's made up of two fused rings, a pyrimidinedione and an imidazole, hanging out like two hexagons at a lonely chemistry mixer. She even pulled up molecular diagrams with electrons bouncing around and described it as aromatic, which sounds nice, but basically means it's shaped in a way that makes it super stable and super effective at messing with your nervous system. And yes, our class stood there, eyes barely open, while she droned on about electron configurations like it was an indie concert no one wanted to attend. She casually dropped terms like Huckel's rule, something about delocalized pi electrons, and how the caffeine molecule's shape allows it to slip past your body's defenses like a chemical ninja. To top off the caffeine conspiracy, Mrs. Brewer gave us the cold, hard reality about how this molecule is everywhere. From your morning coffee to energy drinks that taste like liquid flames, sodas hiding their ingredients under natural flavors, and even some OTC meds. It's like the sneakiest, most socially accepted drug in the world turned up to 100%. You're all swimming in it, whether you want to be or not. Of course, she wasn't done traumatizing us. She explained that while caffeine might feel like a lifesaver during middle school math tests, there's a dark side. Excess caffeine can cause heart palpitations, anxiety attacks, insomnia, and a profound love-hate relationship that becomes your daily emotional roller coaster. That jittery rush from caffeine is just your body screaming help. I don't know what you're doing, in chemical form. She also went into the vicious cycle of tolerance. The more caffeine you consume, the more you need just to feel normal. So gradually, your morning cup goes from lounging on your tongue to a desperate necessity, like oxygen but slightly more addictive. Missing it brings on headaches that could qualify as a natural disaster, mood swings worthy of reality TV, and a general sense of existential despair. Mrs. Brewer explained how your liver plays the villain wrangler in this whole mess by breaking down caffeine with enzymes like cytochrome P450. But the metabolites left over, paraxanthin and the rest, continue to disrupt your system hours later, dragging out the caffeine effects like a bad soap opera you can't turn off. Towards the end of the lesson, Mrs. Brewer got even gloomier, warning us that high doses of caffeine are toxic. Yes, that's right, your beloved mocha frappuccino could actually be poisoning you. Caffeine overdose can cause seizures, cardiac arrest, and other fun stuff best reserved for horror movies. So thanks, caffeine culture, for keeping us wired and endangered all at once. By the time the bell finally rang, signaling an end to this caffeine-induced misery, we'd all mastered two painful truths. 1. Caffeine is a chemical joy parasite, and 2. Basic chemistry wasn't joking when it said understand your substances, or die trying. We walked out of that classroom knowing that the fix we secretly love is a molecular villain in disguise, and that our mornings were just a science experiment in slow chemical dependency. Thanks to Mrs. Brewer, caffeine wasn't just a beverage anymore, it was the terrifying star of a chemical horror show starring our teenage selves, riding the volatile highs and lows of the world's most beloved stimulant. Chapter 27, Supersize Me. Age 12. Alright fam, buckle up because health class just served us the biggest, greasiest slap in the face in documentary form, Supersize Me. Yep, the let's see what happens if one dude eats nothing but McDonald's for a month experiment that sounds like a prank but ends in a full-on horror story for your insides. So, the star of this disaster piece is this guy named Morgan Spurlock. Innocent enough, right? Wrong. Morgan basically decides to become a fast food lab rat for 30 days, and his only diet is McDonald's. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Every single day. If McDonald's says, hey, want to supersize that, he has to say yes, no exceptions. For those lucky few who didn't know, supersizing means cranking your already artery-clogging meal up to a size so ridiculously large, it should come with a heart warning label. Like, you thought a Big Mac was dangerous? Guess again, because pre-2004, you could supersize everything: fries, drinks, even your soda. It's like McDonald's was competing to see who could destroy human hearts faster. Spoiler alert, they were winning. Morgan kicks off his experiment looking pretty normal and kinda healthy, but as the days go on, things get real ugly real fast. Imagine your mood swinging crazily like a roller coaster on steroids. Energy? Down in the dumps. His body? Packing on about 25 pounds in a month. That's right, 25. And no, it's not some workout gains, it's a fast-track train to why do I feel like a bloated whale. But wait, it gets worse. By around day 21, Morgan's heart starts playing its own horror soundtrack with scary palpitations and alarming signs that his heart is basically saying, "Dude, stop." Doctors even step in like, "Morgan, you've gotta quit, or you're on the express train to cardiac disaster." But this dude? Commitment level, insane. He just keeps going, probably because science or maybe because he's really curious what else could possibly go wrong. If you think this is just a gross-out contest with fries and shock moments of greasy food slapping the screen, nah, it's way deeper. The film exposes how fast food companies, especially McDonald's, are basically puppeteers pulling strings to make you crave unhealthy garbage. They don't just make food, they market addiction. And kids? Yeah, they're prime targets. With bright colors, toys, and catchy jingles, McDonald's basically turns unhealthy eating into a full-blown lifestyle for the little ones. No fair warnings, no hey, maybe skip this for your health, just straight-up junk designed to keep you coming back. One of the biggest LOL, I see what you did there moments? McDonald's completely killed the supersize option right after this documentary dropped. Coincidence? Nah, probably just a tiny PR move to save face while the world went, wait, you seriously let people supersize poison? Watching this documentary is like signing up for a roller coaster of disgust, horror, and actual education. It's a brutal wake-up call wrapped in fries and soda. Morgan's story turns into this wild mix of comedy, tragedy, and reality check. Like, it's funny because it's so ridiculous that a grown man would do this, but it's tragic because it shows how easily bad food choices can wreck a body. Honestly, if you care at all about your health or even just want to keep your stomach from hating you, this film is a must-watch, but maybe don't watch it right before lunch. The visuals of greasy food and Morgan's slow meltdown will make you lose your appetite, fast. I'm never looking at a McNugget the same way again kind of lose your appetite. Morgan's experiment proves that your body can only take so much junk before it throws in the towel. Fast food might be convenient and cheap, but it comes with a price that no coupon can cover. Heart issues, weight gain, mood swings, and liver problems aren't cool side effects nobody warned you about, they're the real consequences of eating food designed to addict, not nourish. Plus, the documentary also shines a harsh light on how fast food companies bury the truth. They don't want you knowing what happens when you supersize your fries. They'd rather you stay ignorant, keep chomping down, and keep sales rolling. It's like McDonald's was playing a secret game of how much damage can we do before anyone notices? Spoiler, a lot. So yeah, if you ever wondered why adults get so obsessed with telling kids to eat their veggies and maybe skip the drive-thru, this movie explains it all. It's a mix of look what I did to myself and watch out, this is what you're risking. Morgan's science experiment gone wrong is a full-blown nightmare about the dangers of junk food that nobody really talks about. End of the day? Supersize Me isn't just a documentary, it's a public service announcement disguised as a gut-wrenching, grease-drenched trip through fast food hell. It makes you want to rethink grabbing that supersized Coke, even when the cashier asks so nicely. Oh, another thing. Morgan lied that he didn't drink, and during the documentary he is always throwing up, which basically contradicts his statement. Damn, at least be honest. Oh, and just to wrap up this hot mess, Morgan's vegan girlfriend, yeah, the one trying to keep her clean and pure vibes intact while her boyfriend was turning into a human grease trap, actually helped the poor dude drop all that McDonald's-induced baggage. Hooray for vegan detox diets, right? Because nothing says love like watching your boyfriend hurl his guts out after 4 double quarter pounders and then nursing him back to health with kale smoothies and tofu bowls. Seriously, I hope she wasn't stuck dealing with his drunk, cranky, post-supersize meltdown moments. That's a whole other kind of nightmare no amount of quinoa can fix. Honestly, watching the whole Supersize Me saga was the most stomach-churning, soul-crushing horror show I've ever been forced to endure, bar none. I'd sworn to never watch it again, ever. My appetite isn't an endless well of courage, and between that documentary and my Vyvanse medication already wrecking my lunch drive, I didn't need any extra sabotage, thank you very much. Some things just should not be witnessed twice, like horror movies or the inside of a McDonald's artery after a month of supersizing. The absolute peak of my emotional devastation was picturing Morgan, once a normal dude, reduced to a bloated, moody science experiment with the sex drive of a wet sock and the energy of a sloth on a Sunday. Watching his liver scream for mercy while he stubbornly kept stuffing himself like there was a gold medal for regrettable food choices was just surreal. And then, to top it off, that vegan girlfriend most of his steps in with her detox magic, probably shaking her head and wondering how she fell for a human dumpster fire wrapped in a golden arch. But hey, props to her for sticking around and helping him claw back some semblance of health. That's some real relationship goals. I'll love you through your liver failure and mood swings, but only if you promise to eat a salad every now and then. The whole detox diet she gave him, basically a reset button on his fried food apocalypse, became so famous, she even wrote a book about it. Vegan Warrior Strikes Again. So yeah, in the end, it's a tale of caution. Don't be like Morgan and down a month's worth of grease disguised as meals, or you might find yourself begging your vegan girlfriend for mercy, literally. And if you do, buy her flowers or something. That's some hardcore shit and unconditional love right there. Honestly, if I had $1 for every time I almost puked watching that doc, I'd be able to treat myself to a salad that doesn't scream, "Why did you choose this life?" The moment the credits rolled, I swore off that documentary forever, kind of like I swore off breakfast burritos that once betrayed me at 3 a.m. No way was I exposing my stomach to that kind of trauma again, not when my medication already annihilates my hunger like a pro and gives it the middle finger. So, the moral of the story? Leave the supersize to the history books, keep your vegan detox squad on speed dial, just in case, and maybe don't sign up for a month-long McDonald's binge unless you want to audition for a Grey's Anatomy episode. Because honestly, there's only one thing worse than watching Supersize Me, and that's actually living through it without a gourmet kale rescue team. And hey, if you're still thinking about ordering that meal, just remember, your arteries called, they want a break. Because seriously, if your heart had a review us page, it'd be dropping 1-star reviews right now. Chapter 28, My First Breakup, age 12. Okay, so gather around for the tale of the greatest social disaster to ever happen in my life, or honestly, maybe anyone's life. When I told Maya I heard disembodied voices. Yeah, brilliant fucking choice, I know. October 10th would not recommend. We were having one of those deep mental health conversations because, get this, Maya's brother actually has schizophrenia and hears voices too. A serious subject, right? Perfect time to drop the bombshell, hey, I hear voices too. Spoiler alert, that was the single worst idea I've ever had. And that includes some epic fails, so trust me, it's bad. The minute those words escaped my lips, I swear the air got heavier, probably because Maya instantly thought I'd confessed to being a ghost whisperer or something. Her face twisted like I just told her I collect roadkill or enjoy washing my hair with pickle juice. And then, bam, she bursts into this insane, high-pitched, uncontrollable laughter. Like full-on cackling madwoman, not a yellow al-ha kind of laugh. You know the kind where people stare because it's so over the top, they don't know whether to join in or call 911? Yeah, that one. Naturally, I gave her my best "Are you fucking serious right now? Take me seriously" glare. Because, hello, I'm trying to talk about something real and scary here, not auditions for a bad comedy sketch. But no, my glare only lasted about 2 seconds before her expression snapped into something straight out of a thriller movie. Imagine the kind of cold, sharp look a librarian would give you if you tried to return a book covered in chili sauce. And then she started backing away. Slowly. Like I was some kind of walking horror movie cautionary tale. Step aside, Freddy Krueger, here comes Psycho William. I mean, it was honestly the most dramatic exit since somebody dropped the last slice of pizza in the fridge and everyone pretended it never happened. I'm standing there, eyes wide and heart pounding, like, Maya? You bringing this up or just gonna ghost me now? Because yeah, I was terrified she'd just vanish on me like I was a bad Snapchat streak. So with all the confidence of a madman, I blurted out, "Where are you going?" in my best "please don't leave me hanging" voice. I just wanted a little kindness or even a "yikes, dude," but nope. Nada. Instead, I got the full-on psycho label, and it wasn't like a cute nickname that you can shrug off at parties. Maya, with all the subtlety of a blaring fire alarm, called me a psycho like it was the headline for my obituary. Gee, thanks, Maya. Really feeling the love here. Nothing boosts self-esteem like having your so-called girlfriend side-eye you like you just announced you're secretly plotting world domination with a pack of wild raccoons. And honestly, can you blame her? If I were Maya, I'd be backing away too. Hanging out with a guy who hears voices nobody else does? That's not a casual convo, that's a potential episode cliffhanger nobody signed up for. Still, being labeled psycho by your girl is a hard pill to swallow, especially when you're just trying to be honest about your mental state. But here's the thing, I'm not made of glass. I can take some sarcasm and judgment like a champ. Yet watching Maya slowly retreat like I was a walking, talking, buzzkill version of a haunted house made me question if honesty really is the best policy. Maybe it's better to just throw out fake smiles, nod at all the right times, and keep all the weird inner monologues locked down where no one can hear them. And the worst part? This whole train wreck wasn't even about me trying to scam some sympathy, nope, it was supposed to be a genuine, supportive conversation about something heavy her family struggles with. Guess who managed to turn that into a scene from a horror comedy? Yours truly. Because absolutely nothing says relatable like unintentionally turning yourself into the neighborhood psycho everyone whispers about. Maya didn't stop at backing away. Oh no, she went full-on get this guy off stage mode. Her laughter turned to cold silence, and every step she took felt like she was putting miles between herself and my voices. The vibe shifted from let's understand each other to let's get out before he starts talking to thin air. Even the shadows looked nervous. I swear, I started imagining her dialing 911 or at least making a public service announcement about how to spot a psycho in the wild, and I was definitely waving my arms like a neon sign. But that's not all. In a final, beautifully cruel twist, Maya labeled me psycho not with a whisper but like a damn headline, William, you're such a psycho. Like I'm some villain from a low-budget horror flick we all secretly wish would get cancelled. Thanks Maya, I'll wear that title with pride right next to my most awkward moment of 2011 medal. So here I am now, stuck in the fun club of people who talk to themselves and scare their friends, trying to decide if honesty really is worth it. Maybe next time I should just lie and say I hear songs playing in my head instead of voices. At least then I could claim my psycho label came with a sick soundtrack. But seriously, if you ever think about dropping your inner struggles on a friend, take a note from my disaster. Only do it if you want the psycho nickname, the slow retreat, and a friendship awkwardly hanging by a thread. Because Maya's reaction wasn't just a laugh and a walk away, it was a full-on forensic mental health audit with me as Exhibit A. Here's a tip for the future, if you see Maya coming and she looks like she's about to ask a serious question, run. Or better yet, start talking about puppies or pizza, not the voices inside your head. Puppy talk gets you friends, voice talk gets you the psycho stamp and a solo party with your imaginary friends. In the end, Maya's reaction is the perfect example of how people sometimes treat mental health like it's a contagious disease or a bad joke. And while I get why she freaked out a bit, it's sad that honesty can cost you your social status faster than you can say therapy. So yeah, I'm officially Psycho William now. Got my badge, got my title, and probably my own reality show somewhere deep in the shadows of social media. But hey, at least I know who's really got my back and who's got their running shoes on. Maya, if you're reading this, thanks for making me feel like the star of a thriller. Next time, maybe just throw me a bone or a that sucks instead of the slow-motion horror exit, yeah? Until then, I'll be here, chatting with my voices. They might be a handful, but at least they don't call me psycho. Yet. Chapter 20, Psych Ward, age 12. Oh joy. So Maya, in her infinite goddamn wisdom and zero filter, thought it was the best idea ever to out my secret to my parents. And no, it wasn't I'm secretly a billionaire or I'm planning to take over the world. It was way juicier, I hear voices. Yeah. Like, real disembodied voices trying to help me navigate the hot mess that is life. Apparently, that's the kind of revelation that'll send your parents screaming in terror like I just told them I wanted to eat glass for fun. Cue the parental freakout of the century. My parents basically looked like they'd seen a ghost. No, scratch that. They looked like they'd seen a ghost wearing sunglasses, riding a unicorn, juggling chainsaws, and reciting the Gettysburg Address backwards. It was horror movie level horror. I almost expected someone to faint or explode. Dad, naturally, went first. He stormed into the room like I'd just confessed to stealing nuclear launch codes or some shit equally as devious. What the hell, Will? Hearing voices? Are you mental or just looking for attention? He roared, voice booming in a way that made my chest vibrate. This was the prepare for battle roar, the one that makes you wonder if hiding under a bed is a valid survival strategy. I froze for a second, trying to process. Nope, no calm conversation. Just Dad's nuclear-level panic. I can't control it. I yelled, voice cracking, tears stinging my eyes. Because really, how do you explain to someone that the voices aren't going away anytime soon, that they're like roommates who refuse to pay rent but somehow know all your secrets? That they argue, bicker, give advice, and occasionally curse at you in the most melodramatic way possible? Mom appeared in the doorway like a ghost herself, eyes wide, mouth trembling. Tears streamed down her face, and she whispered, "Oh, William. I'm so sorry." Like she was apologizing for something beyond her control. Maybe she was. Maybe none of us were in control anymore. I snapped back, anger mixing with sorrow. Don't be. These voices actually help me. Unlike you, Dad. You just sit there staring at your damn computer like numbers are going to solve life. Dad's face twitched. He looked like he might actually explode. Or cry. Maybe both. I didn't care. If the truth hit him this hard, maybe it was the only way he'd see me. You're sick. We're taking you to a mental hospital, he bellowed. And that's when the world tilted. Because while he was screaming, while Mom was trembling, I realized something. I was 12. 12 and somehow being treated like I'd caught some invisible plague. 12 and being dragged toward a system designed to make strange kids normal. The drive to Benson Michaels was quiet, filled with the soft whine of tires on wet pavement and my thoughts spiraling. The voices stayed low, murmuring advice, arguing, making jokes about my parents' haircuts. Sometimes, I wanted to tell them to shut up. Sometimes, I wanted them to scream louder just to drown out reality. When we arrived, the hospital loomed like a sterile fortress. Fluorescent lights buzzed over the front desk like tiny, judgmental drones, and I felt the weight of every story I'd ever read about mental institutions pressing down on me. The intake nurse looked at me like I was fragile glass. "William," she said, "clipboard ready." "Yes," I muttered, sarcasm dripping from every syllable. "The one with voices." She raised an eyebrow. "Okay. Please follow me." And just like that, I was in. Hallways that smelled faintly of antiseptic and despair stretched ahead, and my shoes clicked on the tiles, a countdown of every second until my normal life ended. The doctor, old as hell, smelling faintly of coffee and leather, entered with a clipboard clutched like a weapon. He asked the dreaded question with that clinical curiosity that makes you want to scream. "William, can you describe these hallucinations you experience?" I sat back, crossing my arms. It's like living with a broken podcast in my head. Sometimes useful, mostly a mess, definitely not something you can just turn off. He nodded, scribbling notes. "Do these voices ever tell you to harm yourself or others?" I laughed bitterly. "No. Mostly, they nag at me like roommates who refuse to clean the kitchen. Occasionally, they fight each other. Nobody's issuing weapons yet." He blinked, clearly unprepared for sarcasm laced with existential dread. "Where do you think these voices come from?" I leaned forward, voice low. "Interdimensional freeloaders. They picked my head as party central when I was 9. Been crashing here ever since." He blinked again. "People don't usually say that." "Yeah," I said sharply. "Well, people don't usually hear what I hear either." He shifted in his chair. "Medication could help manage symptoms." I slammed a hand on the table. "Manage? You mean turn me into a quiet vegetable so adults feel safe while I sit here listening to people in my head?" William, he said, calm like a priest delivering absolution, our goal is your safety and well-being. I laughed, dark, hollow. Safety is existing. Not zombie mode therapy. Not blending into the world so nobody notices your chaos. He studied me, face thoughtful. Have you ever felt compelled to harm yourself? I shook my head. Sometimes. Like anyone trying to survive a circus without a net. Thoughts of suicide? I grinned faintly, though it didn't reach my eyes. No more than anyone trying to survive this insane planet while their brains host a free-for-all. Silence fell. Heavy. Pressing down. The kind of silence that makes fluorescent lights hum louder, that makes walls close in just enough to remind you they're watching. Tell me about your support system, he said finally. I laughed, bitter. You mean the people who brought me here because they thought my mind wasn't normal? Family dynamics are crucial. Yeah, I muttered, they're about as helpful as a screen door on a submarine. And in that moment, something inside me twisted. Not in the voices, not in the hospital, not in my parents, but in me. My brain, my skull, the very essence of my 12-year-old self was folding in on itself. The voices weren't just noise anymore, they were guides, mirrors, shadows, arguing with each other, laughing at me, daring me to snap. The doctor leaned back. William, we'll work through this. Step by step. I tilted my head, dark humor lurking. Step by step, to what? Quiet. Controlled? Safe? He nodded. Balance. I laughed, but it sounded hollow, echoing off sterile walls. Balance, my ass. Balance is boring. Chaos, on the other hand, is alive. For the first time, I realized the voices weren't just companions. They were proof. Proof I wasn't entirely insane, not yet. Proof I was surviving a world that refused to understand me. And so I sat there, 12 years old, battling the whispers in my head, facing fluorescent lights that judged, doctors who hoped, and a world that screamed at me for existing differently. My heart pounded. My mind raced. And I knew this wasn't about fixing me. It was about navigating, surviving, and keeping enough pieces of myself intact to remember who I was. The voices whispered in agreement, faintly arguing over whether I should tell the doctor he didn't know half of it. I smiled faintly. Maybe they were right. Maybe nobody ever would. But I was 12. And if 12 meant surviving interdimensional freeloaders in my own head while the world called me crazy, well, I'd take it. I'd take the chaos. I'd take the voices. I'd take every bit of it because at least it was mine. And that's the story. Not about curing insanity. Not about being normal. But about surviving it, laughing at it, and maybe, just maybe, keeping enough of my mind alive to tell someone what really happened. Even if they never believe me. Chapter 30, Christmas in Hell, age 12. I'm stuck in this sterile coffin they call Benson Michaels, trying real hard not to lose my fucking mind in a room that practically begs for some other poor sucker's misery. The fluorescent lights above somehow buzz louder than the shitstorm inside my head, and the walls? Oh, they're covered in those soul-sucking keep calm and trust the process posters that might as well say give up now. Yeah, fabulous. What a shitty Christmas this turned out to be. I could literally picture Maya belting out NSANC karaoke somewhere, the mental image creeping in and almost sending me over the edge. She's probably laughing, her biggest problem being whether she'll post a short about her new shoes, while I'm here, 12 years old and locked up because my brain won't shut up. And the music. Oh my fucking god, the music. We had our own annoying song. Who the hell thought it was a genius idea to drown the place in Manic Monday by the Bangles on an endless loop? Every single damn day. Not once, not twice on repeat, like it's the soundtrack to the apocalypse. I swear, if I ever find the miserable soul responsible for that sonic torture, I might just strangle them with their own headphones. All I wanted was real music, something that didn't make me want to claw my ears off. Something with a beating pulse, not this cheerful 80s cult anthem bullshit. But no, instead I get a one-way ticket to hell on repeat, courtesy of whoever runs the playlist here. Yeah, welcome to my Christmas nightmare. Add a side of screaming voices, a dash of loneliness, and serve cold with a slice of existential dread. Across from me sits the therapist, Dr. Parker. Too bright, too chipper, like she's trying to sell me a crappy timeshare disguised as healing. She leans forward with that plastic smile that makes my skin crawl. William, you have to take your medication. It's the only way you'll get better. Better. Right. I blink slowly, trying not to roll my eyes into another dimension. Oh, the magic meds. Yeah, they've done wonders, like turning me into a forgetful zombie who still hears screaming voices no one else can. Unfazed, she beams like I've just complimented her haircut. Medication manages symptoms and brings balance. Balance? I laugh, hollow. Balance is swallowing enough pills to forget my name and pretending I'm not drowning in my own head. She nods like I'm just a sweet, confused kid. It's a process, William. A necessary one. A process. Everything's a goddamn process with adults. I grind my teeth, voice rising. Yeah, a process that kills the part of me that fights. That feels. That's actually me. I don't want process, I want salvation. Her voice tightens. Medication reduces the intensity of hallucinations. Reduce. Not erase. Reduce? I scoff. The voices don't go away, they retreat to the shadows and cackle while I'm zoned out. She clicks her pen, scribbles something, patient resists treatment. I can see it. I can almost feel the ink etching it in. Compliance is crucial, she says. I explode. Compliance? How about you actually fucking listen for once? The voices aren't noise, they're a part of my alternate reality. Silencing them is like murder. Her tone goes soft. Medication is essential for your safety. I lean forward, glare sharp enough to cut glass. Safety? Safety is swallowing numbness so no one has to deal with the real me. Her eyes flicker, just a second of real human emotion. Do you ever have thoughts of harming yourself? I smirk bitterly. Who doesn't, living inside this chaos? Suicidal thoughts, she pushes. I roll my eyes. No more than anyone surviving this circus we call life. She exhales like I'm exhausting her, which, yeah, I probably am. Tell me about your support system. I laugh, sharp, humorless. The same people who shipped me here like expired garbage. Family dynamics can be complicated. Support would have been nice before I was caged in pills and padded rooms, I mutter. We sit in silence, the air between us thick enough to choke on. I'm raw and angry, and she's calm and clinical, trying to tame a storm with a clipboard. Are you ready to take steps toward healing? She asks finally. I sneer. Healing to who? The silenced, obedient version of me? No thanks. I want to be heard. She nods, like she's already checked out of the conversation. Healing is a journey. That's when I realize, she doesn't get it. None of them do. Healing isn't a gentle walk through a flower field, it's a war zone. Medication doesn't cure me. It amputates me. Later that night, I lie on the stiff hospital bed, staring at the ceiling. The shadows ripple weirdly across the tiles, and for a moment, I swear I see faces forming, eyes blinking open, mouths moving silently. The voices whisper softly at first. You're not alone, Will. Then louder. They don't understand us. And louder still. Don't let them erase you. I press my hands to my ears, trying to push them back, but they just laugh. It's not a cruel laugh, it's familiar, almost protective. You see truth, one murmurs. They see sickness. I don't sleep that night. I just lie there, watching the ceiling swirl, the buzzing lights turning into halos of static. I can almost hear the wires hum my name. By day 5, I'd scared off both my roommates. Apparently, talking to your imaginary friends in the dark makes people nervous. Who knew? The first one, Josh, lasted 2 days. He left after I asked him if he ever heard whispers in the vents. The second, Tyler, made it 5 hours. He said I mumbled too much about shadowy figures in my sleep. Whatever. Normal is overrated. But here's the thing, I'm not sure I want to get rid of the voices anymore. They talk to me when no one else will. They remind me I exist. When Dr. Parker says quiet, what she really means is erase. And maybe that's the most terrifying part. Discharge day. December 30th. They call my name at 9:17 a.m. sharp, like it's just another appointment. William, you're free to go. Free. What a goddamn joke. Mom hugs me in the lobby like she's afraid I'll vanish along with all of my sanity. Dad signs the paperwork without looking at me. And all I can think about is the buzzing in the ceiling, the voices saying, "Don't let them take us away." The air outside hits me like a slap. Too cold. Too bright. The world feels too loud. I inhale, but the air tastes heavy, carrying the scent of fears and questions that refuse to fade. What happens now? Where do I go from here? The idea of healing feels like a fairy tale for grown-ups. The voices, they're still there. Louder some days, quieter others. Persistent. Waiting. I don't know if the meds will ever silence them or if I even want them to. They're far too helpful to ever silence. Silence feels like losing a piece of myself. They've been with me longer than some of my friends. Longer than Maya, even. The future stretches out in front of me like a field after a storm, wide, messy, terrifying. Will I ever find peace? Or will the storm just rage on? Will anyone ever look past the symptoms and see me, just me trying to make sense of this chaos? I don't have the answers. Just questions swirling with the voices. But maybe that's okay. Maybe uncertainty is the price of being alive. Maybe healing isn't perfection, it's waking up, hearing the noise, and choosing to move forward anyway. As I walk away from Benson Michaels, the building fades behind me, but the buzzing never really stops. The voices hum softly in my head. You're still here, they whisper. You made it. And I smile, because they're right. I'm not fixed. I'm not broken. I'm alive. And that's enough for now. Chapter 31, New Year's, age 12. The clonidine? Yeah, that stuff did absolutely jack shit for me. Except, it made me feel like I was trying to wade through a swamp with concrete shoes glued to my feet. It felt like complete and utter shit. Imagine trying to walk normal, but every step feels like dragging an anchor, except the anchor is made of sheer, pointless lethargy. It sucks ass. It's honestly hard as hell to explain. It's not just tired, it's the kind of fatigue that swallows your limbs whole and leaves you questioning if your body and brain got into some secret slow-motion contest without telling you. Like your muscles are locked in a bizarre hostage situation and your thoughts are crawling through molasses. Thinking is hard too. It's like your thoughts are trapped in a fog. If that makes any sense. You'd think a medication meant to calm you down would, I don't know, maybe calm your nerves instead of turning you into a walking, barely conscious zombie who can barely remember if you brushed your teeth. Yeah, thanks clonidine, you're real goddamn helpful. If I had $1 for every time I felt like I was trying to run through quicksand but got nowhere, I'd be rich enough to skip this whole nonsense and invest in something that actually works. But nope, just a nice dose of drugged up nothing instead. So yeah, clonidine didn't fix anything except manage to turn me into half a functioning human. A great trade-off, if you like walking like you're carrying the weight of the world on your feet. Anyway, New Year's that year? Totally different. Mostly because I just left the horror show known as Benson Michaels. Yeah, the psychiatric hospital that felt more like a halfway point to hell than a place for healing. You haven't experienced real insanity until you've spent time there. And when I say real insanity, I'm not talking about the usual I'm a little stressed and talk to myself level. Nah, I'm talking about full-on, jaw-dropping, did I just step on the set of a sci-fi horror flick, insane. And coming from me, the head honcho of weird thoughts, that's saying something. So there was this dude at lunch, yes, lunch was a mind-bending experience itself, this one guy who was truly, unabashedly off his rocker. He legitimately believed the mafia was packed with ray guns. Ray fucking guns. Like laser beams from outer space, mafia style. I mean, I've dealt with my share of intrusive voices and twisted thoughts, but at least I don't walk around dodging imaginary laser blasts while some gangster robot army tries to wreck my day. That's a level of madness that makes even Marshall Applewhite, the cult leader who convinced 60-something people to kill themselves and board a spaceship, look like your average yoga instructor trying to get you to breathe right. Seriously, this guy's delusions were so next level, so gloriously unhinged. If insanity was a college major, he'd be the dean. I half expected him to start recruiting me for the Laser Mafia fan club right there at the cafeteria table. And all I could do was swallow my crappy tomato soup quietly, trying not to lose what little bit of sanity I still clung to. That's what makes New Year's that year stand out. Walking away from that place, breathing in the cold, fresh air outside its fluorescent clutches, and realizing I didn't come out with ray gun conspiracies in my head was a miracle all on its own. Yeah, my brain still hosted its own personal circus, but at least I was part of the audience, not the ringmaster recruiting alien mafiosos. I mean, seriously, that whole place was like some dystopian fever dream fueled by antiseptic and bad coffee. The kind of place where hope goes to die and get replaced by motivational posters that scream in pastel colors, keep calm and trust the process. Trust the goddamn process? The only process I trust is the one that leads me away from Benson Michaels. And what was the soundtrack to this madness? A hellish loop of Manic Monday by the Bangles, playing on repeat like some sick joke. I swear if I hear that song one more time, I'll beat the rhythm with my fists until the walls beg me to stop. Let me have my real music, for crying out loud. Even the shittiest rapper of all damn time. Something that doesn't make me feel like I'm trapped in a time warp where the 80s took over my soul and refused to leave. So yeah, New Year's was different for a lot of reasons. It was relief, maybe a bit of disbelief that I was free from that madhouse. Freedom doesn't always feel like a party. Sometimes it's just a quiet moment to realize you can finally choose what insanity you want to live with. For me, it was the voices without ray guns, the chaos without lasers, the storm without the apocalypse soundtrack. And maybe that was enough. Maybe. I was telling Toby, who showed up out of nowhere, about my time in Benson Michaels, the place that's probably a few steps short of a certified madhouse. Meanwhile, my parents were taking a brief walk, leaving Toby and me alone to talk about our deepest, darkest secrets. So get this, I said, shaking my head like even I couldn't believe it. The hospital had this soundtrack on loop. And no, it wasn't some soothing nature sounds or calming spa tunes. Nope. It was Manic Monday by the Bangles. On repeat. All day. Every goddamn day. Toby blinked. You're kidding. Like they thought it would help or something? Help? That song was like a cruel joke on repeat. Like someone decided, hey, let's make our patients slowly lose their minds with this 80s nightmare. I swear, after about the 10th time, I wanted to strangle whoever was in charge of the music. He laughed. Manic Monday, huh? Sounds like every day was your Monday. Exactly. I said. Every damn Monday, but worse because I couldn't get out of that place. And the cringe didn't stop with the music. Oh no. What else? Toby asked, curious now. I leaned in. There was this one guy there. I'm talking full-on crazy. The kind of guy who makes Marshall Applewhite look like he's got it all together. You mean the Heaven's Gate cult guy? He was a complete lunatic, Toby said in a tone of disbelief, as if even he couldn't believe that people like him existed. Yeah, that one. Now imagine someone crazier. This dude was convinced the mafia had ray guns. Laser friggin' weapons. Like sci-fi gangster robots. And he wasn't kidding. He muttered this whole conspiracy theory like he was the government's worst nightmare. I hope he's getting treatment. That guy needs it. Toby was staring now, wide-eyed. You don't say. No joke, I said. I sat there trying not to go full psycho myself, thinking, well, at least I don't have to dodge laser bullets. That guy made the hospital feel like a lunatic asylum's lunatic asylum. Toby shook his head, laughing. Sounds like you had front row seats to the shit show. Front row and center, I said with a smirk. Just lucky enough to keep my own crazy weird enough not to sign up for the Mafia's secret laser program. He chuckled. Well, at least you know your brand of nuts. Exactly. Some people have ray guns, I just have noise. Fuck my life. Chapter 32, 13, age 13. It was my 13th birthday, an occasion that's supposed to be all balloons, cake, and people pretending they care. But for me? It felt like the universe's sneaky little way of reminding me that surviving life is a full-contact sport with no gloves and absolutely zero referees. Past birthdays had been a parade of awkward silences, disappointing gifts, and my brain throwing temper tantrums that could rival any toddler's meltdown. So yeah, I wasn't holding my breath for anything magical this year. Maybe, just maybe, it'd be marginally less terrible than the last one. But don't count on it. Toby was the first to show up. He arrived lugging a pizza box that looked like it had been dragged through a war zone and back. But hey, pizza's pizza, right? Even if the box had seen better days, the promise of greasy, cheesy satisfaction was enough to make me forget the world was terrible for a second. Max and Jess followed like the dynamic sarcasm duo, wielding their eye rolls and snark like weapons of mass annoyance, and Liv and Sam sneaked in last, carrying with them an assortment of questionable snacks they swore weren't expired. Weirdly enough, it was exactly the right blend of chaos and nonsense to convince me this might actually qualify as a party rather than a reluctant hostage negotiation. We gathered around the table, which bore the sad, uneven cake like some pitiful offering from a cruel and indifferent deity. The 12 candles flickered, their tiny flames winking at me like they were mocking my audacity to hope for something better. They danced in the draft, teasing, "Oh yeah, you're really gonna wish for something magical, huh?" The little flames looked like they were ready to drop the mic on me, for good. I locked eyes with those flickering flames like they were the final boss level in some twisted video game called Barely Getting Through Life. Their tiny sparks submitted nothing but a silent, sarcastic try me challenge. Cracking my knuckles, I felt the familiar weight of this ritual settle over me. Wish time. The moment when everyone pretends you're hopeful. Alright, I said, voice dripping with every ounce of dark sarcasm I could muster, I'm nuking this birthday wish. None of that polite BS about world peace or saving puppies. I want to finish school with real, good grades. Like, the kind that don't make me want to crawl under my bed and hide until graduation day. Toby's grin spread ear to ear, utterly amused. Good luck, dude. Right after that, wish for your favorite football team to not look like it's been hit by a tornado. Max nodded, summoning his wise, worldly sage voice. Yeah, and maybe throw in a wish for the teachers to stop inventing new homework strategies explicitly designed to ruin our weekends. Surprise quizzes? Extra essays? Hold my latte. Jess crossed her arms with a smirk. Honors student, huh? Your study habits scream last-minute panic mode. Every single time. Liv smirked, adding, and don't forget a wish for sleep, real sleep that doesn't involve your brain producing a Netflix series about your worst nightmares. Sam smiled a little sadly, pulling me back to the dark reality. Also, throw in a time machine so you can undo every why the hell did I even try moment. Prioritize that one. For some eerie reason, the time machine comment triggered one of those voices inside me to whisper, soon, William. Soon. I ignored it because I had a birthday to survive and pressed on with the celebration. Taking a deep breath, I launched my missile of a breath at the candles, blowing them out with all the force a guy who'd spent way too many years in the trenches could muster. The flames flickered in defeat before vanishing completely, and for just a second, the room held an odd, quiet hope beneath the layers of joy and laughter. Maybe, just maybe, wishes worked, or at least, that's what I told myself. Toby cheered like I'd just dropped the mic on some cosmic stage. Boom. Like a boss. Burn those grades to ashes. The cake suffered a merciless assault. Frosting smeared across faces like war paint, sugar crumbs littering the table, floor, and probably my shoes. Sugar highs were imminent, and the room buzzed with the kind of reckless joy only sarcastic teenagers on pizza and caffeine could summon. Max waved a greasy pepperoni slice around as if it were Excalibur. Now wish your brain actually remembers anything during finals. For once. Jess laughed, hitting the table with a fist. And hope your homework pile magically disappears before it buries you alive. Live teased, or at least master the ancient art of procrastination like a professional, but still pass. Sam grinned, survive the year without ending up a joke. That's the real challenge. Toby winked, another year older, another year, well, older. No promises on the wise part. I slouched back into my chair, caught in that rare, strange blend of warmth and exhaustion that only comes from friends and fake birthdays. Jessica, usually the quiet one, nudged me gently, and in that rare moment of sincerity said, sarcasm king or not, we're all rooting for you. Her words struck a chord deep inside. The internal storm that had been raging for years softened just enough to let a tiny sliver of hope slip through. The chaos in my head didn't fade away, it just dimmed as laughter and friendship filled the air. We kept talking after that, discussing finals and the upcoming disasters disguised as school projects, throwing around vague adulting plans, and swapping stories about those little wins that kept us going. The noise in my brain didn't quiet completely, it sat like a restless shadow, always present, always watching. But surrounded by friends who stuck around, the madness felt just a little more manageable. Toby, never one to hold back, launched into his ridiculous theories on why teachers apparently harbored an endless grudge against students. Max and Jess argued over which class they'd agree to endure forever. Spoiler, it was none. Liv schooled us in the finer points of procrastination, half serious and fully entertained, and Sam just smiled and shook his head like he was witnessing an inevitable train wreck but was perfectly fine with it. I joked back with a half smile, yeah, someday we'll look back on this mess and laugh. Terrible grades included, of course. They all snorted at that, the exact reaction I'd hoped for. As people started trickling away and the night wound down, Toby slapped me on the shoulder with a grin. One day, you'll be the wise one handing out advice, but for now, enjoy the chaos. I smiled back, the sarcasm peeling away to reveal something a little closer to honest gratitude. Thanks, man. For showing up. I'll make sure to enjoy it. That night wasn't some fairy tale, no glitter or perfect speeches. It was messy and noisy, full of flawed people doing their best to survive. But for once, that felt like more than enough. It felt like real life. And that was the best gift of all. Chapter 33, Sugar, age 13. So, we got to learn what sugar actually is in chemistry class. Yep, because that's exactly what everyone was dying to know. All thanks to someone genius enough to spill their Red Bull on a desk. A goddamn Red Bull. At 13 years old. Yeah, I get it, nothing screams mature adult quite like chugging energy drinks and pretending you're invincible. Me? Nope. I don't touch that jitter juice because I turn into a trembling mess afterward. Nothing like shaking uncontrollably while trying to write an essay on how the Communist Manifesto by Karl Marx changed the world. Spoiler alert, not in a good way. Oh yeah, that gem of an assignment was for history class. And that's a whole other delightful disaster I'll get to later in this chapter. But for now, welcome to Chaos 101, where caffeine spills lead to sugar chemistry, and my life turns into a caffeinated shaking nightmare while trying to make sense of 19th century revolutionary ramblings. Alright, so here's the real treat we got in chemistry class, learning what sugar is actually made of. Spoiler, it's not just sweet fairy dust that makes life tolerable. Nope. Sugar is this molecule concocted from carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen atoms. Big fucking whoop, right? They call it a carbohydrate, which basically means it's a combo of carbon and water, like some kind of chemical cocktail designed to mess with your brain and teeth. Our teacher droned on about glucose, fructose, and sucrose like they were secret agents in a sugar conspiracy. Glucose? That's the sugar your body is supposed to use for energy, like the natural fuel. Fructose? The sneaky one, lurking in fruits, but when it's processed and dumped into sodas and energy drinks like Red Bull, it turns into a tiny villain wrecking your liver and your focus. Sucrose is table sugar, the classic culprit, made by hooking glucose and fructose together like some twisted chemistry Tinder match gone wrong. And guess what? Every time you chug an energy drink, you're swallowing truckloads of this treacherous stuff. No wonder the kid who spilled the Red Bull on the desk couldn't sit still, his brain was getting a sugar-fueled freakout. But it doesn't stop there. The whole sugar thing is a paradox wrapped in a candy wrapper. Your body needs sugar to survive, because energy is energy, but too much of it, especially the processed stuff, hijacks your system. You get that burst of energy followed by the crash that feels like someone shoved a dump truck full of bricks on your chest. I'm just sitting there, hands shaking like I'm in some kind of horror movie, trying to scribble notes on how this molecule is supposed to power us, all while thinking about how my body just betrayed me with every tick of the clock. And guess what? This sugar monster is also the sneaky reason why your teeth rot, your mood nosedives, and your brain turns into mush. And that's just sugar. Don't get me started on caffeine, another chemical companion designed to trick you into thinking you're awake while your nervous system plays the exit music. Yes, this is the grand edible conspiracy, substances engineered to lure you in with sweetness and energy, only to wreck you from the inside out. And us? We're the lab rats, gulping this chemical chaos, trying not to implode during essays on revolutions that ruined millions of lives. Big thanks, Karl Marx. So next time some genius spills their Red Bull and suddenly you're stuck getting a crash course in sugar chemistry, lucky you, welcome to the dark side of sweetness. It tastes good, sure, like a cozy hug from a venomous snake, but sugar isn't the innocent treat it pretends to be. More like a chemical Trojan horse, dressed up in a candy-coated lie, smirking as it slips inside your body ready to wreak havoc. Think about it. Sugar sneaks in everywhere, like some sneaky saboteur disguised as a harmless morsel that just wants to make life sweeter. But behind that saccharine mask lies a Frankenstein monster made of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, simple atoms that team up to fuck with your brain chemistry, your metabolism, and your teeth, one molecule at a time. It gives you a quick hit, a sugar buzz, if you will, and suddenly your energy spikes like you're Superman on steroids. But just as fast, the crash hits like a relentless tidal wave, dragging your motivation, focus, and brain cells down into the abyss. Your mood swerves from Everest high to rock bottom like you're riding some out-of-control roller coaster designed by sadists, and guess what? Your teeth start plotting their revolt as the acid formed from sugar feasts on your enamel like some microscopic death squad. And just when you think, okay, maybe it's the caffeine doing the damage, remember that caffeine and sugar are the evil tag team champions. Caffeine hypes you up, telling you you're ready to conquer the world, while sugar slathers on the sweetness before delivering the knockout punch when you least expect it. This isn't some harmless indulgence, it's a biochemical betrayal disguised as a sweet little pleasure, wrapped in colorful packaging and marketed with smiles and catchy slogans that'd make a tooth fairy look evil. So yeah, every candy bar, soda, energy drink, or sneaky sweet snack is a Trojan horse. It invites you in with sugar-coated promises of happiness and energy, then unloads an army of crashes, mood swings, and health mayhem once you're hooked. Welcome to the dark side of sweetness, the place where your taste buds party, your brain screams in confusion, and your body tries desperately to stay sane amid the chemical warfare. Next time you reach for a sugar bomb, just remember, it's no innocent treat. It's a chemical glitch in the matrix of your biology, laughing behind your back as it takes you for a wild, jittery ride through the sweet hellscape. Enjoy the buzz. Savor the inevitable crash. And don't say you weren't warned. History class got a major downgrade. Mrs. Bueller was out, and in came Mr. Douglas, the guy who must have taken clumsy as a lifestyle choice. This dude kept dropping his damn glasses every 5 minutes like they were going to spontaneously combust. But here's the kicker, he'd stand there like a wounded gazelle and expect one of us to drop whatever we were doing and rescue his precious spectacles. Like, heaven forbid he actually touched the floor and bend down himself. What, would the earth swallow him whole if he knelt? It was like watching a bad sitcom, except no one was laughing because we were stuck in his terrible episode for an entire goddamn semester. He picked up my paper first, like it was some ancient relic destined for either praise or public execution. Spoiler alert, I definitely demolished the communist narrative in my brilliant little essay. I laid out how every time Marx's manifesto gets cooked into policy, it ends in famine and censorship, the classic combo no one's brave enough to talk about in polite company. And I didn't stop there. Oh no. I pointed out the delicious irony that anyone who gushes over Stalin or Mao would probably be first in line for the purge if they ever had the misfortune of living under those regimes. Yeah, nothing says friend of the people quite like being erased by your own heroes. Take that, utopia. The whole thing was practically a roast session disguised as history. The look on Mr. Douglas's face? Priceless. Like I just handed him a ticking political grenade and said, "Here. Have fun with this." He picked up my paper first, which was perfect because I had just obliterated the entire Communist Manifesto narrative like it was some fragile, outdated myth. I didn't hold back. I laid out the cold, hard truth that every time this so-called revolution blueprint gets put into action, it brings famine and censorship along for the ride. Classic combo, right? But wait, it gets better. I pointed out the delicious irony that anyone crying praises for Stalin or Mao would most likely be on their purge list faster than you can say comrade. Nothing screams loyal citizen like getting erased by the very regime you worship. The whole essay was basically me running the Communist Manifesto through a blender and serving up a bloody smoothie of facts and savage truth. When Mr. Douglas read it, I swear his face shifted from old school professor to "I'm not sure I sign up for this." Boom, history roasted, served with a side of scathing sarcasm. "That was interesting," he sarcastically pasted me on the back. He proceeded to read the other essays and said that he was disappointed by how people did not do their research before jumping onto such a topic. Luckily, I had Mrs. B to thank for all of my knowledge of communist leaders. Communism is like food. Not everyone gets it. Chapter 34, Health Class Boredom, age 13. So, guess what the highlight of our day in health class was? No, it was not some cool documentary or inspiring science experiment. Hell no. That would be way too easy. Instead, we got the exquisite pleasure of examining the lungs of smokers. Yeah, the legendary combination of tar and decay, right there in full grotesque glory like a gruesome trophy on display. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker! Imagine a pair of lungs so blackened, so riddled with scars and holes, they look like the Frankenstein edition of what used to be human lungs. It was like watching your own future if you decided lighting up wasn't just a bad idea, but your life sentence. The teacher acted like she was showing us priceless artifacts, but honestly, it felt more like a roll call at a grim funeral. These lungs told stories of addiction clawing away at the body, of years wasted feeding poison through tiny copper pipes, and of the slow, merciless surrender to an invisible enemy that no movie villain could ever match. Each inch of those grotesque organs was like a flashing neon sign screaming, "Here lies the cost of stupidity mixed with corporate greed." And the worst part? This was supposed to be a motivational lesson. Our guide through this exhibition of the macabre seemed to genuinely believe we'd all come away enlightened, suddenly enlightened enough to never touch a cigarette or a vape. As if we were just standing there, nodding solemnly, magically cured of every bad habit we'd ever had. Reality check, most of us were thinking about how this made us want to stay as far from the world as possible, because death was creeping not just in those lungs, but lurking around every hallway corner of that miserable school. While she droned on about tar deposits, carcinogens, and emphysema, I couldn't help but notice how all those words sounded like something out of a horror story that nobody wanted to hear but everyone was doomed to live through. The lungs were the screaming finale of years of bad decisions, denied health warnings, and the slow grinding down of a person's life to coughing fits and short gasps for air. And let's not even get into the emotional fallout, the families torn apart by grief, teenage futures wasted, and the crushing weight of hospitals and pills replacing birthdays and laughter. It was the worst kind of real-life horror, silent, brutal, and smelly with antiseptic. It was like being given a master class in how to self-destruct, only with less glamour and more gross reality. You can't close your eyes or walk away from the chemical fallout that leaves your insides looking like rotting fruit. These pictured lungs weren't just organs, they were time bombs ticking away in unsuspecting bodies of anyone who thought smoking was cool or stress relief. So yeah, no shiny video reel, no glossy heroics about quitting smoking. Just to face with the catastrophe lurking beneath a cigarette's sweetened smoke. Cancer awareness? More like a bleak tour of your body's slow takeover by poison, presented with all the enthusiasm of a necromancer hosting an afterlife seminar. This wasn't science class. This was a dark prophecy in pink plastic gloves, a chilling reminder that your choices aren't just yours, they're the blueprint of your personal apocalypse. So the next time you think about grabbing that cigarette or vape, or even taking a sip of an energy drink loaded with chemicals, remember those lungs. Remember what you're trading for: a moment's numbness, the slow decay of your insides, the silent betrayal by your own cells, and the merciless countdown to a goodbye no one ever wants. Welcome to the class no one signed up for, where death isn't a metaphor, it's the final exam. And spoiler alert, no one ever fully passes. After the thrilling tour through the lungs of death, our class took a sharp turn into illegal stim land. Methamphetamine and illicit amphetamines were suddenly all the rage, not in a cool, rebellious way, but the how to ruin your body and brain lesson kind of way. Basically, the health teacher laid it out for us like a public health PSA with a dash of doom. These things could hijack your mind, tear apart your neurons, and turn your life into a disastrous car crash no one would want front row seats to. And there I was, flashing to my little store of Vyvanse pills, the legal, prescribed kind that, theoretically, weren't a death sentence when used correctly. But honestly? Knowing what the street versions could do made me look at my pills with a mix of respect and terrified distance. Abuse that shit? Hell no. My heart would punch its ticket to cardiac arrest so fast I'd never see it coming. It wouldn't even sing me a eulogy. Death at 13? Now that would be a damn waste of potential misery. Even for someone who felt like a lost cause most days, going out that early in the game sounded catastrophic. A wipeout before the start line. I wasn't ready to be another statistic, another cautionary tale. My life might have felt worthless some days, but losing it to stupidity or reckless abuse? That was one final punchline I didn't want to deliver. The idea of Vyvanse abuse, or any stimulant abuse, suddenly went from abstract health warning to a deeply personal stay the hell away sign flashing in neon. Because abusing your brain chemicals wasn't just dumb or dangerous, it was an express ticket to ending everything far sooner than intended. The slow burn of addiction, the loss of control, the wreckage left behind, it was all real, violent, and merciless. So yeah, that lesson hit harder than just facts and warnings. It was the grim reminder that sometimes the real enemy isn't the drug itself, but what it does when you let it take the wheel. I wasn't about to let that be my story. Not yet. Not ever. After the thrilling tour through the lungs of death, our class took a sharp turn into illegal stim land. Methamphetamine and illicit amphetamines were suddenly all the rage, not in a cool, rebellious way, but the how to ruin your body and brain lesson kind of way. Basically, the health teacher laid it out for us like a public health PSA with a dash of doom. These things could hijack your mind, tear apart your neurons, and turn your life into a car crash no one would want front row seats to. And there I was, flashing to my little store of Vyvanse pills, the legal, prescribed kind that, theoretically, weren't a death sentence when used correctly. But honestly? Knowing what the street versions could do made me look at my pills with a mix of respect and terrified distance. Abuse that shit? Hell no. My heart would punch its ticket to cardiac arrest so fast I'd never see it coming. I went to sleep terrified that night. Not the kind of scared where you jump at thunder or hide under the covers because you watched a horror movie, no, this was the deep, narrow-level kind that seeps into your bones and makes your own heartbeat sound like a threat. Every noise in the house was amplified, every shadow moved just a little too deliberately. I pulled the blanket over my head like it was holy armor, but all it did was trap the heat and my thoughts together until they started breeding new ones. The ceiling creaked, the pipes in the attic hissed, and I swore I could hear breathing that wasn't mine. I tried telling myself it was just the house settling, but the problem is, my brain doesn't settle. It loops, it feeds itself, it whispers, what if it's not the house? And then, just to make things worse, I started thinking about coffee. Yeah, coffee. I was scared to even drink the stuff because, in my head, it wasn't just caffeine, it was the gateway drug to methamphetamine. Like one innocent sip would set off a domino chain ending with me twitching in an alley somewhere, teeth gone, eyes bugged out, whispering to ghosts. It sounds stupid, I know. But when your mind's been fried and rewired by fear and fucked up hallucinations for long enough, logic packs its bags and leaves. I lay there, staring at the cracks in the ceiling that looked like veins, and wondered if normal people ever felt like this. Probably not. Probably they drink coffee and laugh about being tired. Me? I see a Starbucks logo and imagine my obituary. Sleep came in fits, shallow, sweaty bursts where I'd half dream about drowning in fluorescent light. In the dreams, I was always back at Benson Michaels, trapped under the hum of those sterile lamps, except now they were attached to IVs pumping balance into my veins. I'd wake up gasping, certain I'd smell antiseptic. Sometimes I did. Maybe it was real, maybe it wasn't. At some point around 3 a.m, I sat up, shaking. The world was too quiet. My room looked like it had grown larger overnight, like the walls had backed away from me. My reflection in the window stared back, distorted by streetlight, eyes hollow. I whispered to it, "You're fine." It didn't answer, but it didn't look convinced either. This really screwed with my brain that night. I tried breathing exercises like they taught me in the ward. In through the nose, out through the mouth. But every breath felt wrong, too loud, like I was stealing air I didn't deserve. Eventually, exhaustion won. I collapsed back on the bed, sheets twisted like restraints, and drifted off again, somewhere between sleep and survival. The last thought I had before blacking out was simple, pathetic, and terrifying. If I can't even trust coffee, how the hell am I supposed to trust myself? Chapter 35, Toby comes out, age 13. When Toby came out of the closet, I thought it was one of the bravest things I'd ever seen. Honest to God, it takes guts to just stand up and say who you are in a world that keeps trying to cram everyone into boxes with all the labels mixed up. Everybody always says, just be yourself, but then they freak out when you really are. Toby did it anyway, owning every word and every truth, even though he knew it might mean things would get harder. What still blows my mind is how his parents reacted. Instead of listening the way parents are supposed to, they lashed out at him with the faggot slur that shouldn't even exist in anyone's vocabulary, let alone in your own family's house. I can't even write the things they called him, but hearing how they threw the worst, most hateful slur at him made me so angry I could barely see straight. It's supposed to be safe at home. It's supposed to be the one place you're accepted, no matter what. But Toby didn't let it break him. I saw him at school, still cracking jokes, still smiling, still trying like hell to light up the room so nobody else would have to feel the darkness he went through. That's courage. That's what bravery looks like, not just surviving, but choosing to stand tall no matter what's thrown at you. Even when it hurts. Even when it's unfair. Even when you should have a shoulder to lean on and instead, you've got to build your own lifeline. I know coming out didn't magically fix everything for Toby. Some days it was rough, and I could see it in the way he got quiet, or in the way he looked just past people instead of right at them. But I know he's not alone. Our group, me, Jess, Liv, Max, Sam, we closed ranks around him. Maybe it wasn't perfect, but we were there. I'd always make sure he knew there was at least one place he could breathe, one place where he didn't have to pretend, and where the only names he'd get called were friend, legend, or brave. Because that's the damn truth. And the truth never changes. Toby taught me that it's not the world's labels or anyone's hate that defines who you are. It's your own strength. It's making the choice, day after day, to keep going, to love yourself, to find your family, real family, even if the one you were born into doesn't always get it. And that's something worth being proud of, no matter how messy or hard the journey. So yeah, maybe the world is still learning, and maybe some people are slow to catch up. But we keep showing up, for Toby and for each other, and that's what makes all the difference. That's what makes us stronger. And that, honestly, gives me hope for everything else too. Anyway, it was time for our daily descent into the seventh circle of academic hell, history class. I dreaded it with every molecule in my body. Our teacher, Mr. Douglas, whose greatest goddamn pleasure in life was probably watching various shades of beige dry on a wall, was so goddamn boring it was like he radiated a negative excitement field that sucked the life out of anything remotely interesting in a 5-mile radius. I bet if you handed him a bucket of paint and a brush, he'd narrate the whole drying process in real time, and actually enjoy that shit. I could practically see the obituaries, local student perishes of boredom, history teacher regrets nothing. He'd start every class with a greeting so flat, dogs in the next town stopped barking. Then he'd launch into his signature drone, a voice that should have come with a Surgeon General's warning for drowsiness and despair. There's a unique kind of suffering reserved for making events like revolutions, world wars, and assassinations sound more monotonous than the instructions on a damn shampoo bottle, but this guy? He was the Grandmaster. The OG snoozefest. Apparently, his glasses had a death wish, too, because he'd spent most days dropping them at least 3 times per lesson. He'd then stand there, peering down like the glasses had just betrayed him in the heat of intellectual battle, and wait for some poor moron in the front row to crawl under his desk and rescue the spectacles, as he called them, like we had all time traveled to 1844. Seriously, the whole "may I trouble you for my spectacles, young man" routine was so drawn out, I think one day the entire classroom collectively dissociated for a full 10 minutes. His lesson plans, though, that was the real magic. If magic were defined by the process of systematically removing all hope from a group of adolescents. We had PowerPoints that hadn't been updated since Windows 95 was considered cutting edge, and worksheets so damn pixelated that even the textbook illustrations seemed depressed. Sometimes he'd try to spice things up with a pop quiz, but he said the words with such funereal gravity that I think he expected someone to cry every time he handed one out. The worst part wasn't even the content. History is supposed to be about wars and betrayals and revolutions, actual drama. But this guy had some uncanny talent for turning the storming of the Bastille into an extended metaphor for wallpaper paste. The Russian Revolution, in his hands, felt like a strongly worded letter about lawn maintenance. The Cold War? A decades-long staring contest between two equally boring neighbors, interrupted only by the occasional doomsday drill, aka overhead slides so dim you'd get eye strain just pretending to care. By the 10-minute mark of each class, everyone's heads were drooping, eyelids at half-mast like some grim funeral procession. Our group chat was the only thing keeping us alive, Toby sending snarky updates under the desk, just quietly drawing elaborate doodles of Mr. Douglas morphing into a mummy, Max tapping out Morse code messages for "Save me." Liv had mastered the art of looking interested while actually plotting world domination on the back of her composition book. Sam just slipped into his own world, headphones hidden in a hoodie like a secret life support system against monotony. And yet, through all of it, Mr. Douglas remained blissfully oblivious. If someone did nod off and their head smacked the desk, a not uncommon occurrence, he'd simply pause, adjust his bifocals, and continue humming Greensleeves to himself in the weirdest, most off-key falsetto you could possibly imagine. Why Greensleeves? No one knew. Maybe it was an ancient ritual for appeasing the spirits of dead historians. It gave the room a haunted, faintly medieval vibe, like we were all being prepped for a Renaissance festival but with more sleep deprivation. Sometimes I'd catch myself actually listening, wondering if maybe the next fun fact would break the cycle and wake everyone up. But inevitably, it always circled back to a recitation of dates, names, treaties, and political movements delivered at the pace of a sloth stuck in molasses. He actually managed to make the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, a literal trigger for a world war, sound like a minor calendar scheduling error. Every now and then he'd try and interact with us, launching a question at the class. You could feel the collective horror ripple through the room. Please don't call on me, please don't make me admit I've stopped caring, please let this suffering end. If anyone did answer, he'd nod with the weight of a man who's seen too much disappointment in one lifetime, thank them, and then somehow segue into a 15-minute digression about the spread of the metric system. Real riveting shit. It's honestly a miracle that anyone passed his class. Most of us survived only by creating elaborate mental escape routes, counting ceiling tiles, timing his pauses with a stopwatch, or cataloging the various ways he could pronounce revolution without actually emphasizing any syllable. I've kept a list. It's longer than most of my actual homework assignments. A lot of the time I wondered if he was really that bored by history or just spectacularly committed to his role as the gatekeeper between adolescence and full mental collapse. Either way, sitting through his lectures was like serving time in a bureaucratic purgatory, and my only hope was that one day, someone would invent a caffeine 4 drip for students forced to endure his unique brand of slow-motion torment. So yeah, history wasn't just a class. It was a trial by boredom, a relentless exercise in emotional endurance and existential dread. If paint drying is the highlight of your interests, do I ever have a teacher for you? Welcome to room 104, abandon all hope, ye who enter, and don't forget to wake me if I actually start snoring this time. Chapter 36, Toby invites me to church, age 13. One blindingly bright and annoyingly wholesome Sunday, Toby, one of the few people I trust not to prank me into public embarrassment, invited me to church. Not just any church, mind you. His church. I gave him the "WTF are you serious" look, the one that carries 1,000 silent arguments without a word said. But for reasons I'm still not entirely sure of, maybe curiosity, maybe just sheer boredom, I thought, why the hell not? Maybe there'd be free snacks, or at least some distraction from the daily torture of regular teenage angst. Spoiler alert, there weren't any damn free snacks, and distraction came in the form of existential dread wrapped in Sunday best. Walking into that church wasn't just stepping into a room, it was stepping into a whole other world. The first thing I noticed was how weirdly uniform everyone looked. Like, these people were part of some massive silent club where shiny shoes, starched shirts, and vacant smiles were the secret password. Everyone beamed those Stepford-like grins, the kind that scream, "Yes, I totally enjoy this, why do you ask?" It was the kind of happiness you could tell wasn't real, flashing like a broken neon sign flickering in a deserted convenience store. But the biggest shock? It was a Jehovah's Witness congregation, JWs, as they like to call themselves in the cool circle. The exact same group I'd had politely, and sometimes not so politely, shoo away from my front door more times than I can count. Those relentless pamphlet pushers, the ones who'd knock and smile and try to turn your no, thank you into some kind of spiritual interrogation. Yeah, the same crew whose monthly Watchtower pamphlets I treated like junk mail, with more disdain. And here I was, willingly stepping into their turf. Naturally, my brain started running through everything I hated about these people before the first sermon even began. I braced myself, expecting the usual parade of doom and gloom. I was ready for the classic messaging, the same tired remix hit on salvation, obedience, and the big bad world outside their perfect little bubble. Everyone who wasn't a Jehovah's Witness was evil and controlled by Satan. Their words. Not mine. One of the painfully familiar parts soon crashed down on me, the endless, syrupy insistence that marriage was strictly a contract between a man and a woman. Not even a friendly suggestion, it was delivered like a cosmic goddamn law of some sort etched in stone tablets somewhere on Mount Sinai. And believe me, watching grown adults praise that archaic idea like it was the ultimate truth was soul-deadening. I hated having to think about it at all, honestly. The brain itch, the eye-roll muscle pulling a full workout, and the gnawing feeling that this was just another front in the battle to keep people boxed inside ugly, fearful rules. This wasn't love. This was control disguised as tradition, served with a side of exclusion. And then came the moment that really twisted the dagger. During a special talk that was supposed to be all about moral clarity or some shit for judgment, the speaker decided to go off script with a bit of extra venom. Instead of using modern language like transgender individuals or gender nonconforming, he called them transvestites. Yep. Old-fashioned, offensive, and totally out of touch, like he'd rolled out the worst, most hateful slur he could find. It was not a slip. Shit was intentional, delivered with the smug certainty of a man giving an impromptu masterclass in how to be a relic from the Dark Ages. The room didn't miss a beat. The congregation nodded along like this was just Monday morning small talk. No stifled gasps, no uncomfortable shifting. Just cold acceptance of blatant bigotry served up as divine wisdom. I caught a couple glances from folks in the back, kids who looked like they'd rather have been anywhere else, cringing at the word like it burned them. The kind of hurt that's wrapped in silence but punches you in the gut harder than anything shouted. And there was Toby, sitting stiffly in the pews like a damn statue, jaw clenched tight enough to break glass. His eyes didn't meet anyone's. I could almost see the weight of every hateful word crushing down on him, the struggle to stay composed when your own people turn on you with a smile. The whole thing was a sickening performance, a rehearsal of persecution wrapped up in self-righteousness. The friendliest smiles carried the sharpest knives, and I kept thinking, how screwed up is it when the only family Toby's got camouflages hate his faith? When the people who should be your support system are the ones who make you want to disappear? I tried counting the seconds until it was over, but the sermon dragged on like a goddamn funeral march for my sanity. I wanted to scream, enough already, but sat frozen, shoved down by ritual and the unspoken demands of reverence. Every fucking song, every damn prayer, every amen was a slap in the face to anyone who didn't fit their cookie-cutter mold. The same tired condemnation disguised as salvation. The same exact fearmongering, the same shame piled high like bricks ready to be hurled at anyone who dared be different. Because to hell with diversity, right? The exit felt like an escape from a cult. I bolted out of those doors as fast as my legs would carry me. Toby was behind me, silent and shadows filling his eyes. No words. Because what is there to say after watching love turn so ugly? Absolutely friggin' nothing. On the drive home, the silence between us was thick. I could feel Toby's pain folding around us like a heavy cloak. I wanted to say all the right things, to reassure him he wasn't alone, that the cruelty wasn't his fault. But words felt brittle, useless, scattered like broken glass. That day slammed home a brutal truth: sometimes the people who claim to love you the most are the ones who hurt you deepest. And sometimes, faith isn't healing, it's a weapon pointed straight at your chest. But Toby's bravery was the crack of light in that dark room. Coming out to people like that takes guts bigger than most of us possess. The world might try to define you with slurs and sermons, but he fights back by simply being himself. That's rebellion. That's strength. And that's everything. So yeah, I survived that hellish Sunday church experience. And I walked away swearing one thing: if ever there's a choice between a fake family that chains you with hate and a real one that accepts every messy, beautiful piece of you, choose the real one. Always. This isn't just a story about a bad Sunday. It's about survival, love, and finding light in the darkness even when the truth looks like a devil's sermon. And Toby? He's the bravest person goddamn I know. And damn, the world needs more people like him. Chapter 37, Happy Glass, age 13. How many of you have seen Breaking Bad? Our health teacher dropped the question out of nowhere like it was some groundbreaking revelation. To my mild surprise, over half the class threw up their hands or nodded like zombies who'd binge-watched at least some of the show. Honestly, I was half expecting crickets and blank stares. Her reaction? Priceless. She sounded as if the class just confessed to binge-watching snuff films or something equally scandalous. Did not expect that, she said, wide-eyed, like we'd all lost our souls in front of the TV screen. Guess she figured we were all kids clean enough to survive on cartoons and cereal commercials. I saw it once. Only the first season, though, I admitted, my voice dropping to a sheepish whisper like I was confessing a crime. It was way too violent for me. I mean, I'm no prude or anything, but when people start tossing around limbs and shooting like they're aiming for a prize, my stomach immediately revolts. I can't help it. Just thinking about the chest-bursting scene from Alien makes me queasy, and that was only some slimy monster popping out of a poor guy's ribs at my grandfather's house. Granddad had zero problem letting me watch Blade Runner when I was 10, though, like he was the king of let the kids see the weird and creepy stuff. Honestly, I don't get how anyone can power through Breaking Bad's level of gore without turning green. It's like a crime lab with explosions and way too much blood. Great storytelling? Sure. But also a major test of your stomach and your ability to block things out. Still, I have to admit it sparked some interesting conversations, even if it made me want to hide behind my desk some days. And somehow, the class wasn't as freaked out by the violence as our saintly health teacher thought they'd be. Welcome to Generation Trauma, baby. Methamphetamine, wow, what a charming name for a substance that might as well be called your worst nightmare in crystal form. Also known by catchier nicknames like Tweak, Yaba, and Glass, meth is basically the apocalypse dressed up in a flashy, sparkly coat. The kind of drug you could technically cook up from ingredients you'd find in your local grocery store, like a science fair project from hell. But please, just don't. Unless you want to audition for a Lifetime movie titled How I Destroyed My Life in 30 Days. So what exactly does meth do? Well, picture your brain as a disco party. Meth crashes in like a wrecking ball that shoves all the happy dancers off the floor and spikes the punch bowl with a tsunami of dopamine, the chemical that makes you feel good. Suddenly, you're the life of the party, feeling like a superhuman on energy drinks and sugar combined. Your heart pounds like you're trying to outrun a grizzly. Your brain zips so fast it's basically a hamster on a speed wheel, and your thoughts start bouncing around like hyperactive squirrels. Sounds fun, right? Except the party lasts about as long as a viral dance trend before the crash hits harder than your math exam. That crash? It's like being awake, exhausted, and miserable all at once. You'll do anything to get back to that high, the elusive perfect feeling that never quite lasts. This chasing the high loop becomes a never-ending monster, compelling you to keep tweaking, pun intended, your brain's chemistry at the cost of everything else. Mentally, meth is a nightmare wrapped in glitter. You'll start seeing hallucinations, the infamous meth bugs, tiny creepy crawlies gambling under your skin that don't actually exist but feel like they're throwing a rave. Paranoia will ramp up until you're convinced your friends are out to get you, and sleep? Forget it. Meth users can stay awake for days, trapped in their own hyperactive, anxious brain tornado. Physically, meth turns your body into a horror story. Your heart races like you're in a perpetual flee or fight episode, blood pressure soaring like you just ran a marathon without moving an inch. Your skin revolts, turning itchy and raw from all the compulsive scratching, leaving behind a haunted landscape of sores and scars. Ever heard of meth mouth? It's not a cute nickname, it's dental decay so bad it looks like rats moved in and set up shop while you were too wired to notice. And weight loss? Think skeletal stick figure model with a permanent bad attitude. Long-term meth use is where the gears really grind your life to a halt. Brain damage becomes permanent, memory blips, inability to focus, depression that feels like a dark cloud you can't shake. You might experience psychosis, hallucinations, and paranoia become your constant, unwanted roommates. Physically, your heart could throw in the towel anytime, crashing into heart attacks, arrhythmias, or full-blown heart failure. Your liver, kidneys, and lungs all get caught in this chain reaction of self-destruction. And here comes meth's gift that keeps on giving. Reckless behaviors increase the risk of spreading infectious diseases like HIV and hepatitis. Meth can cause seizures and deadly fevers, turning your body into a battlefield you didn't sign up for. In summary, meth isn't just a drug. It's a full-on biological and mental apocalypse disguised in dazzling crystals. Sure, it promises euphoria and energy, but the price is staggering: broken down body, shattered mind, and a life that's one big wreck waiting to happen. Thinking about trying it? Don't be fooled. Meth doesn't give you superpowers, it steals your sanity, wrecks your health, and leaves you with stories that no one wants to hear. If you or someone you know is dealing with meth addiction, reaching out for professional help isn't just smart, it's the only way out of the nightmare. Keep your brain, your heart, and your dignity intact. Meth isn't a party friend, it's the biggest nightmare on your worst day, she finally finished. Well, that was a doozy. I accidentally said out loud. Just trying to stop addiction before it happens. Remember, drugs are not our friends. Then who is? Jessie asked her. Coincidence? You'll have to figure that out yourself, she asked without a shred of humor. Just the way it should be. Chapter 38, Toby's Conversion Therapy, age 13. If you thought Toby had normal parents, then you clearly haven't been paying close attention. Because instead of hugging him, celebrating him, or, accepting him as the awesome human being he is, they decided to send him down the special hell called conversion therapy. Yes, conversion fucking therapy. The glorified pseudoscientific cult that acts like homosexuality is some villain lurking beneath the bed, just waiting to be cured by a cocktail of shame, fake smiles, and questionable psychological tactics. If you're thinking, conversion therapy? That seems like something out of a dystopian novel, you're not wrong. It's the worst kind of horror story masquerading as help. Toby's parents, in their infinite goddamn wisdom, brain-dead ignorance, thought it would be a brilliant idea to force him into a program designed to smash his identity into bits and mold it into the acceptable shape society demands. Imagine being a teenager already trapped in the emotional roller coaster of pubescent awkwardness and teenage angst, and being told that the person you are is broken and needs fixing. Yeah, real uplifting stuff. Conversion therapy promises a lot of things, but the only thing it really delivers is trauma and self-hatred. The therapists try to make you believe that being gay is like a disease. As if your heart chooses who it loves like it's picking out a flavor of ice cream. Russia clearly took notes on that and decided to make it a national pastime to treat LGBTQ+ people like criminals, all while waving the banner family values over their shameful policies. Spoiler alert, you cannot convert love. No matter how many prayers or sessions these pseudoscientists throw at you. Now, let's talk about what happens inside those awful therapy rooms. Conversion therapy isn't therapy at all, it's emotional torture disguised as care. They'll give you homework that sounds like it was written by someone who skipped psychology class but aced medieval torture methods. You get staged exercises where they ask you to picture yourself in painful scenarios, all designed to convince you to deny your true self. Sometimes there are group sessions filled with guilt trips, scripture slaps, and the subtle, or sometimes not so subtle, message that you're less than human because of who you love. And the language they use? A toolkit of manipulation. Reparative therapy, healing, pray the gay away, fancy textbook-esque words that try to sanitize what is actually emotional abuse. The people running these programs talk like they're saving and improving lives, but all they're doing is tearing down everything you've spent years figuring out about yourself. For Toby, the whole experience was like living inside a bad DXM trip with none of the fun visuals or the music enhancement. Every session was a reminder that his parents and the people running this sham saw him not as their child, but as a project to be fixed or a problem to be eliminated. Imagine the crushing isolation of sitting in a room full of people whose job it was to deny your existence, telling you that your feelings were wrong, unnatural, and sinful. There isn't exactly a manual for surviving that kind of mental assault during the hormonal chaos of teenage years. What makes this mess even worse is that conversion therapy isn't just some fringe thing that's been tossed into the history books. No, in many places it's horrifyingly still legal and practiced, funded by groups that claim to value family and faith above all else. The irony is delicious. The more these programs try to stamp out LGBTQ+ identities, the more survivors come forward with stories of heartbreak, depression, PTSD, and sadly, too often, suicide. It's a practice so evil dressed up as care that it has been banned in dozens of countries in many states, but the fight continues. And here's the final blow: whenever someone dares to speak out about how abusive and tragic conversion therapy is, their voices are drowned out by an army of good Christians, politicians, and praying grandmothers who think they're protecting traditional values. Like Toby's parents. People who'd rather break their children than face the reality of love being anything but heteronormative. Toby's story isn't just personal, it's a brutal reminder of the ignorance still baked into families, societies, and governments. But through it all, Toby's bravery shines brighter than any hateful sermon. Because surviving conversion therapy isn't just about making it through the sessions unscathed, it's about reclaiming your identity despite relentless pressure to erase it. Toby didn't let the cruelty crush him. Every time the therapy tried to silence who he was, he fought back in the quietest, fiercest way possible, by existing honestly and unapologetically. He took the pieces of the person they attempted to break and glued them back together stronger, fiercer, and more unbreakable than before. His parents, stuck in incredibly outdated beliefs, failed to see the luminous soul before them, blinded by fear and societal pressure. Toby's journey is a damp mirror held up against the nasty faces of ignorance, a call out to anyone who thinks it's their right to dictate someone else's identity. Conversion therapy is the punchline of a horrible joke, and Toby is the mic drop. He's a reminder that love cannot be unlearned, that courage can't be silenced, and that the only real cure is acceptance. Being transgender, queer, or gay is not a disease, a choice, or a flaw, it's a force of nature. The only thing that needs healing is the damage done by those who refuse to understand that. So yeah, Toby's parents? They can keep their broken ideas. Because Toby? He's alive, proud, and to me, ion times more badass than they ever gave him credit for. His story? It isn't just about pain, it's a battle cry for every kid forced into dark places who chooses to fight their way into the light. Because you don't convert courage. You live it. Chapter 39, Chaos Theory with a Dash of Maya. Alright, so here's the deal. Mrs. Green, the self-appointed class genius who thinks every conversation is her stage, decides to bless us with the deep, dark magic of chaos theory. Because nothing screams fun like complex science stuff with a name that sounds like a disaster movie franchise. She starts off all smug, like she's about to reveal the secret to life, the universe, and maybe even how to hack the cafeteria lunch menu. Chaos theory, she says, perfectly serious, is the study of how tiny differences in initial conditions can lead to wildly different outcomes. At this point, I'm just sitting there, half wondering if I accidentally stumbled into some conspiracy theorist meeting. She goes on, with the enthusiasm of someone who just discovered the fanciest phrase in the English language, imagine the weather. Tomorrow, a butterfly flaps its wings in Brazil, and next thing you know, there's a tornado in Texas. This is called the butterfly effect. Okay, sure. A butterfly causes a tornado. That's either the universe being a total drama queen or Mother Nature's way of saying, I can fuck with you whenever I want. So basically chaos theory is saying that life is just one big cosmic accident, and if you think you control anything, you're living in a delusion. Like thinking your crush will text you back or that you'll pass math without losing your mind. Her eyes were practically sparkling with that I'm a genius please applaud look as she keeps going. She tells us chaos theory isn't about pure randomness. No, it's about complex systems that are technically ordered, but so sensitive to tiny changes that predicting stuff is basically impossible. In other words, the universe is organized chaos, and our best plans? Haha, no. Then she drops the bomb, fractals. Yes, fractals. Those endlessly repeating patterns you either find fascinating or want to gouge your eyes out over in math class. She lectures us about how nature loves fractals, snowflakes, ferns, broccoli. Yep, broccoli is a fractal. Great, now the horrors of school cafeteria food are part of a complex mathematical pattern. Thanks, Mrs. Green. If you've ever tried planning anything in life, like organizing a group project, scheduling a hangout, or just surviving a school day without drama, chaos theory is here to remind you good luck with that. Because even the tiniest thing, like texting your ex at 3 a.m., could spiral into some disaster worthy of a reality show. And William? He's the perfect example of chaos theory. She wraps up his little science sermon with this gem. Basically, chaos theory means the world's a giant mess, and the best you can do is either roll with it or totally freak out. Your call. It's the first honest thing anyone has said in that depressing room since the period bell. Chaos theory is basically a scientific shrug that turns life into a giant nope moment every damn day. So yeah, every time you stress about stupid stuff, the test you forgot about, the awkward social explosion, the homework avalanche, just remember, somewhere, a butterfly flapped its wings, and the chaos of your life kicked into overdrive. That's the universe's way of keeping us humble. She strutted off like she just performed Hamlet herself, and I sat back, thinking about how chaos theory is the most fitting explanation for everything ever going wrong in my life. And yours too. Then, of course, came goddamn history class. Mr. Douglas should teach insomniacs. They'd fall asleep in about 5 seconds. Jesus Christ, I'd rather watch grass grow, I said, frustrated, to Toby. I'd rather get shot in the leg than ever go there again, he replied with a dry chuckle. Today we're diving into the gloriously twisted world of Marquis de Sade, the man whose name instantly turns any history classroom into an awkward, uncomfortable mess of raised eyebrows and nervous laughter. If you think school is boring, wait until you hear about this dude. He basically invented a whole category of "what the F did I just read," and somehow made it famous enough to have the word sadism named after him. Yeah, that's his legacy. I began writing my paper about him after the lesson was over, and I did not hold back one bit. Who the F was Marquis de Sade? Let's start with the basics. Donatien Alphonse François, better known as the Marquis de Sade, was a French aristocrat born in 1740. Think posh lifestyle, powdered wigs, fancy parties, all that 18th century bling bling. But here's the kicker, he wasn't just your usual pleasure-loving noble. No, he spent a good chunk of his life either locked up, fleeing, or creating scandalous works that made polite society clutch their pearls like never before. Why? Because Sade liked to write about and live some seriously dark, disturbing stuff. Think of the wildest freaky stories with torture, sexual violence, and the loneliest quest for power and control. His works weren't just naughty tales, they were downright revolting to most but deeply influential in literature and philosophy, touching on extreme freedom, moral relativism, and human nature. The wild escapades that got him in trouble. If you thought a school detention was rough, de Sade's punishments put that to shame. He had a knack for crossing every line imaginable. His crimes? Sex, cruelty, blasphemy, and general debauchery, all rolled into one hot, chaotic mess. From orgies to imprisonments, and failed escapes to scandalous trials, his life was basically an 18th century soap opera mixed with insane levels of drama with a dash of evil BDSM. He spent about 30 years of his life behind bars or in insane asylums, because apparently, the courts and royals were not cool with his lifestyle. They even thought he was mentally unstable, no argument there. Yet somehow, his reputation as the ultimate bad boy made him a legend. What's up with his writings? Marquis de Sade's books, like Justine, Juliet, and 120 Days of Sodom, are the kind of stories you'd never admit to reading, but probably secretly kinda want to, or at least be curious about. These novels mix philosophy with extreme taboo behavior, exploring what happens if morality is thrown out the window and humans follow their rawest, darkest impulses. His writing style? Not exactly Shakespeare, but brutally honest and unapologetically explicit. He's the OG of pushing boundaries. Important warning, his works aren't just controversial, they're triggering for many because they describe violence and cruelty against people in a way that's uncomfortable to read, even for us edgy teens. Why should we even care? Good question. De Sada's influence stretches beyond the titillating scandal. His ideas about freedom, especially sexual freedom and the limits of society's moral rules, have been debated by philosophers, artists, and psychologists for centuries. He forced the world to face uncomfortable questions. How free is free will? What if everyone just did whatever they wanted without rules? Can morality be absolute, or is it just society's control tool? Sure, he went way off the deep end, but ignoring him would be missing a huge chunk of cultural history that shaped literature, art, and even debates about ethics. So, what's the lesson here for us? Not all freedom looks like a party. De Sade shows that absolute freedom, doing whatever you want with zero consequences, can turn into chaos and cruelty. There's a fine line between rebellion and harming others. Controversy doesn't mean unimportant. Just because someone's ideas or actions freak people out doesn't mean they aren't worth studying. Sometimes the uncomfortable stuff reveals truths about human nature. Question authority, but don't lose your humanity. De Sade railed against societal norms and hypocrisy, but went too far by hurting others. It's a reminder to challenge systems critically but keep compassion. History's wild stories matter. His life was a crazy cautionary tale about excess, power, and obsession, stuff relevant even now if you think about fame, influence, or pushing limits. Wrapping it up, the Marquis de Sade isn't a role model, he's a brutal glimpse into the darkest corners of freedom and human nature. His messed up legacy sparks debates on what it means to be free, ethical, and human, to topics that still keep philosophers and middle school students like us awake at night. So, next time you hear the word sadism, remember it's not just about being cruel. It's about a historical figure who lived wild and weird enough to change the language forever. And whether you love or hate him, Marquis de Sade is impossible to ignore. Chapter 40, English Class Hell, age 13. Mr. Bronson was on one of his classic high horse lectures again, the "I'm here to bless you lowly mortals with my infinite wisdom" type that feels like punishment. If there were an Olympics for dragging out lectures about reading, he'd take gold, no contest, 10 times over. Picture this, a classroom that's halfway turned into a graveyard of attention spans, with half the kids pretending to care or fully checked out. Of course, I had to be the one engaged, or at least as engaged as a cat forced to listen to a lecture about vacuum cleaners. As if that would ever happen. So, class, Bronson started, arms crossed like he was about to drop the profound truth we'd all been waiting for: why is reading important? Silence hit the room like a stone wall. Not a word. Just the faint rustle of Takis and the covert eye rolls flying high in the back row like ninja stars. I cracked one eyelid open, just enough to give him the illusion I was paying attention, then slouched back into my chair, my cell phone tucked away like a secret weapon against boredom-induced death. Bronson grinned, the kind of grin that screams "oh no, he's about to preach," and raised a book over his head like it was some kind of magic wand. Reading isn't just flipping pages or pretending to look busy when I'm around. It's about opening doors, the doors to knowledge, empathy, imagination, everything you need to survive this mess we call life. Yeah, right. Like when life punches you in the face, the first thing you do is whip out Shakespeare or Tolstoy as a life vest. He paced like he was hosting a motivational seminar for insomniacs. Reading builds critical thinking. It challenges your mind. Makes you question everything. It connects you with cultures, people, and ideas beyond this tiny, soul-sucking room where you're trapped. I played the masterpiece game of avoid eye contact with existential crisis on my phone, my internal monologue screaming, "Please don't ask me anything that involves emotions or deep thoughts." But Bronson wasn't done. Out came the big guns: Tolstoy, Orwell, Atwood. Basically, the literary squad that sounded like a threat of never-ending assignments and emotional trauma. The class groaned in unison, just uttering Tolstoy was like a homework death sentence. These names aren't just names, Bronson pressed, completely ignoring the fact the room was slipping into coma territory, they're gateways. Imagine understanding 1984 or Brave New World for real, not just through the movie, diving deep into what oppression really means. I imagine diving all the way into a pool of cold water to snap out of this nightmare of a lecture. But instead, I scribbled fake notes that screamed I'm overwhelmed and scholarly, all while my brain screamed, I don't care. Bronson took a breath and dropped the big finish, reading prepares you for the world. It teaches empathy, how to walk in someone else's shoes, even if those shoes are horribly tight or missing air holes, so you don't blindly judge or hate. Inside my head? Or it teaches you how to fake the hell out of caring. What's empathy anyway? Texting I feel you with an emoji while secretly wishing you were watching Cowboy Bebop alone. Bronson caught my apathy with a look sharp enough to cut glass, but it didn't faze me. My face was a stone tablet carved from pure teenage defiance. The hour dragged on like an eternity stuck in an elevator with this guy, talking about reading as the key to success, escape, and growth. Meanwhile, I was time-traveling mentally, plotting escape routes that didn't include detention or extra reading. In the end, Bronson pleaded desperately, like a little bitch, so, try reading. Really reading. You might find something that changes you, challenges you, even inspires you. I casually raised my hand, voice dripping with all the sarcasm I could muster. Does reading Twitter threads count? The class erupted with laughter. Bronson grumbled something about respect for literature, defeated, and I smirked, knowing two facts. 1, I still hadn't read a single page, and 2, this entire lesson was basically a pep talk for a club nobody wanted to join. That's how Bronson's grand crusade for getting us to read met its ultimate nemesis, me, the supreme master of disinterest, locked in an eternal battle as old as textbooks and eye rolls themselves. After the lecture, I met up with the crew, fellow escape artists equipped with sarcasm and irony as our armor. We traded war stories, Bronson's epic monologues, the wild look in his eyes like he actually thought we gave a damn, and how my Twitter threads comment was basically a mic drop. Man, this guy needs to chill, Chris said, spinning a finger like a basketball on invisible court lines. Nah, Ella said, flipping her hair like the drama queen she owned, he needs therapy, or maybe a timeout. One more Tolstoy and I'm starting a damn revolution. Step 1, burn all assigned reading lists. I grinned. Pretty sure next week he'll be pulling Shakespeare out of his ass for snack time talks. We laughed, loud enough to echo through the lockers, a little rebellion lift in the bleak school day. We ducked into a side corridor. I pulled out my phone, ready to bullet point improvements for my ultimate quiet reading dodge plan. You know, Marcus, our unofficial strategist, said, Bronson's relentless. Like a damn Terminator obsessed with books and poetry. Yeah, I typed, and we're stuck in the sequel. Time for a counterattack, something bold. Ella suggested a fake book report party, just to watch Bronson try to figure out who the hell actually read the book. Ideas sparked, not rebellion but survival with style. The week went on like a weird chess game. Bronson increased his voluntary reading and whispered pop quizzes. We had every excuse in the book, none involving actually opening one. One day, he threw a pop reading circle at us, interactive learning, more like forced participation. I glared at the circle as if it was some ancient ritual to suck souls. As students gave verbose tired summaries, I mentally rolled through a million eye rolls. When my turn came, I locked my I have nothing face. Bronson pushed, expecting a magic moment, but I just shrugged like it was a question about the weather. William, what do you think about the themes? I tilted my head slow, monotone dripping. Themes? Like existential dread-crushing teenage spirit? The room chuckled. Bronson looked caught off guard, failing miserably to hide it. Later, he muttered, these kids' sarcasm is a weapon. Meanwhile, we plotted new tactics, fake notes, synchronized yawns, subtle distractions. Every day was a battle but also our war, not just about reading, but survival. A truce of smirks and silent defiance. Days blurred together in a dull haze of Bronson's unrelenting crusade. Every time I thought I found a loophole or a safe mental escape, he'd come back swinging with another metaphor or tragic literary anecdote. It was like watching a caged lion pacing, except this lion was obsessed with Anna Karenina and the death of free time. One afternoon, Bronson decided to reward us with the big reading challenge. The kind of voluntary, yet somehow mandatory, assignment designed to make you question all your life choices in 50 whole pages or less. He promised it would change our lives, which, given my track record, probably meant ruining my plans for after-school peace. I received the text of the assignment with all the enthusiasm of a man getting a root canal scheduled by the school nurse. The book? Some classic so dense it could double as a weapon. The subtext? Read this or prepare to explain to me why you didn't. That asshole probably thought he was witty. He was just insufferable. That is all. Every day felt like dodging not bullets but emotional grenades cloaked in fiction. The classroom transformed into a Vietnam War battlefield where sarcasm was my only armor, boredom my battlefield companion through those dark times. During lunch, the crew and I dissected Bronson's latest salvo against our mental freedom. Man, the way he pulls out Orwell out of his ass like a prophet is scary, Chris mused, nibbling his sandwich with the precision of a sniper. Ella leaned back, giving the ceiling a long, exaggerated stare. I swear, sometimes I think he actually believes that reading will fix the whole world. Like, if we all just read 1984, suddenly tyranny stops. I shook my head, tapping away on my phone. Or maybe he just wants us to stop asking him if there's homework. We laughed, the kind of laughter that's part relief, part rebellion. Later that week, Bronson handed us extra credit reading. The kind of extra credit that's really extra punishment disguised as opportunity. I flipped through the first few pages like I was scanning a cryptic ancient scroll, plotting how to make it disappear whenever eye contact was exchanged. Silent reading time was a full-on performance art piece. I opened the book with the gravity of someone about to defuse a goddamn bomb, then strategically looked down at my phone, fingers poised over the screen like a concert pianist. One day, just to spice things up, Bronson tried an interactive learning session. He'd read a passage and quiz us on its emotional depth or thematic weight. When my turn came, I threw out my most deadpan response, "Is the theme somewhere around how to survive endless adult lectures?" The class cracked up, a mixture of shock and sheer relief at someone finding the courage to be brutally honest. Bronson sighed. Maybe one day you'll see the value. I'd be shocked if that day came before the invention of homework that does itself. Outside of class, plans were hatched and strategies refined. Operation Fake Red was in full swing. We shared tips on how to bluff annotations and fake discussions. Synchronized yawn became a key part of our psychological warfare, showing enough boredom to lower expectations but not enough to trigger suspicion. We plotted a fake book report party where the only thing read was the list of snacks and our favorite songs. That's how I discovered the song Ashes for Ashley by Sadistic. It's a damn masterpiece, unlike Pride and Prejudice, which just put my ass to sleep. Every laugh and whisper through these schemes was a tiny act of rebellion, a patch of peace in the otherwise relentless pursuit of Bronson's literary salvation. On the days the bell finally rang, it felt like breaking free from an ancient curse. The war between literature and sarcastic students' wariness continued, and we hadn't surrendered. Not even close. If anything, I'd become a master strategist in dodging, deflecting, and surviving Bronson's noble, if misguided, crusade one sarcastic comment at a time. Chapter 41, Maya, oh, Maya. Age 14. You'd think after collecting enough romantic red flags to open my own warning sign factory, I'd know when to finally call it quits. But hope's a stubborn little shit, ain't it? So when I saw her again, months later, I told myself she'd mellowed out and stopped hallucinating. Maybe she'd learned to at least pretend not to be a walking disaster. Spoiler, not even close. It was one of those nights that practically begged for bad decisions, the kind of cold, rainy evening where your fingers go numb, but unfortunately your sense of self-preservation refuses to do the same. Honestly, that part of me should have been humanely put down a long time ago. There I was again, standing outside her apartment, like a moth too dumb to realize the flame didn't want company. When she opened the door, the air inside was thick and not with warmth. The only thing hotter than the radiator that barely worked was her temper. She paced the floor like she was auditioning for Most Unhinged Ex-Girlfriend, 2012 edition, and let me tell you, she was nailing her lines. Somewhere between a scream that could shatter glass and a coffee mug that definitely did, she managed to hiss, "I swear I'll end your life if you ever talk to him again." Him being Toby, the same Toby who, by the way, warned me not to get back with her. Yeah, apparently I treat sound advice like expiration dates, suggestions I ignore until everything goes to shit. But what did I do? Classic me. I got back with her. Round 2. Because apparently, I like emotional Russian roulette. I was a fucking dumbass. Plain and simple. I could feel the part of my brain that still had the last shred of dignity left staring at me like, really? This again? You want sympathy or a diagnosis? And maybe both were fair options. I told myself she'd changed, that maybe this time we'd get it right because nothing screams progress like dating someone who threatened homicide in the living room. It's like I make these nutty rules in my head, guidelines on how I'll handle things, how I'll act rationally, how I'll keep control, and then I go and trip over my own delusions 5 minutes later. Then comes the inevitable depression hangover, the crushing realization that not only did things not go how I pictured, but I'm the idiot who drew the picture in the first place. I leaned against the wall, watching her fume, and tried to convince myself this wasn't the self-destructive circus it clearly was. I thought, maybe she doesn't mean it. Maybe she just has expressive passion issues. But when she started muttering about every way I don't deserve happiness, even my sarcasm looked up from its slouch and asked if we could leave. Still, for some cosmic reason, I stayed. I smiled, even chuckled, like I could laugh us back into sanity. But the truth burned under every joke. I wasn't staying because it made sense. I was staying because chaos, at some twisted level, had started to feel like home. That's the thing about people like me, we keep walking back into the wreckage because part of us thinks the fire might be warmer this time. Spoiler, it's not. It's just the same heat that leaves you blistered and wondering how many times you'll call it love before admitting it's just self-destruction with better lighting. The voice in my head, champion of bad timing, decided to chime in. Wow, you must have won a prize. Psychopathic bingo, congrats on blacking out the whole card. I almost wanted to applaud her commitment to the bit. Only someone truly dedicated can make "I'll kill you" sound both passionate and bored at the same time. I stared, half amused, half wishing the couch would swallow me whole. Like honestly, was I supposed to take her seriously? This is the same person who thought microwaving eggs was a good idea. She couldn't open a mayonnaise jar without cursing the universe, but suddenly she's my executioner. Perfect. Survival instinct? Yeah, no, I'm running on all fumes. All I managed was a shrug, probably the most defeated gesture available to mankind. Guess you better practice, I said, because sarcasm is a reflex, even when staring down my doom. You'd think this would be an obvious breaking point, a let's back up and never come back moment. But nope. Somehow I kept coming back, like a bad sequel nobody asked for. Maybe I craved the drama, or maybe the alternative, being alone with my own cynical thoughts, seemed just as exhausting as a psychotic girlfriend with a flair for death threats. Was it love? Was it stupidity? At this point, the two are so tangled up I could host a TED Talk on tragic self-delusion. Looking back, I can practically hear the universe snickering every time I made the choice to stick around. Wouldn't want this experience to go to waste, right? Go ahead. Add it to the highlight reel. Maybe next time I'll try bowling instead of romance. At least there's guardrails. Here, there was nothing to protect me. Then I did the dumbest fucking thing my bottom-tier brain could possibly manage. I kissed her. Not the quick, awkward kind of kiss you give someone when you're both waiting for the bus, either. No, I went all in, a full makeout marathon like we were auditioning for the worst rom-com of the decade, except with way more desperation and a soundtrack by My Regret. And here's the tragic punchline, the kisses felt amazing. Like, freakishly good. I mean, what's that about? Am I genetically cursed to only feel anything when I'm ruining my own life? Makes sense. Somewhere in the middle I started crying, which is about as smooth as it gets. She probably thought I was allergic to intimacy, but really, I just didn't ever want to lose her. Or maybe I just hated myself enough to panic at the idea of being happy. Very on brand. Of course, after that emotional train wreck, we did what exes with truly questionable judgment do. You know, that. No need for a play-by-play, just picture two disasters colliding in a bed and hoping the universe would let them get away with it. Afterwards, we just sat there half-naked, catching our breath like we'd just sprinted a marathon fueled by regret and slightly stale air. That was beautiful, she whispered to me. I agree, I anxiously replied back. You ever regret something while you're still doing it? That was me, looking at the ceiling and wondering if I could text my therapist the words "I need a life hack." I wanted to laugh, then cry, then maybe buy a plane ticket to anywhere the Wi-Fi didn't reach. But instead, I just let out a sigh so dramatic it should have won an Oscar for biggest screw-up of the year. If there's a cosmic ledger for teenage stupid decisions, I racked up bonus points that night. As for romance? Mine's a cautionary tale, best read under flickering lights with a healthy dose of cringe and a dash of "Are you fucking kidding me?" Chapter 42, In Your Eyes, age 14. I sat in the bland waiting room, coated in sterile beige so thick it sucked all the color and life right out of the place. Every tick of the clock hammered the point home. I was about to be officially sorted, diagnosed, inventoried, and probably wrapped up with a bow of mental case slapped on me. Fingers drumming a nervous beat on my knee, the most motion I'd made all day that didn't involve self-loathing. I tried not to freak out too much while looking like I was trying really hard to be chill. No luck. The hospital decided now would be appropriate to be pumping out Peter Gabriel's In Your Eyes. Cut me a fucking break. For the record, my father sent me here after I told him that the hallucinations had somehow gotten worse. Not just worse like a bad dream you wake up from sweating, worse like they'd started to talk back. They didn't just whisper nonsense anymore. They threatened. They told me I didn't deserve to live. That the world would be better off without me. That if I didn't finish the job, that they'd do it for me. It's hard to explain to someone who's never had their own mind turn traitor, but it's like being haunted from the inside out. The voices sound so real you start to wonder if maybe you're the ghost, the one not supposed to be here. I remember one night, right before Dad sent me away, I stood in the bathroom staring at my reflection, and it smiled back before I did. I swear on my life. That was the moment I realized something was deeply wrong, like the world had cracked and I'd fallen through the gap. So yeah, that's when my father made the call. His voice was calm but strained, like he was trying to hide the fact that he was scared out of his mind. "You need help, Will," he said. I told him I didn't need help, I needed the voices to stop threatening to kill me. Big difference. But logic and fear make a terrible cocktail, and he decided that a few weeks in a treatment center would somehow fix a brain that had started glitching like an old radio. And that's how I ended up here. In this beige, soulless shithole that smells like disinfectant and broken dreams. The walls are painted the same color as wet cardboard, the food tastes like punishment, and the staff smile like they've been trained by goddamn malfunctioning robots. I couldn't stand being here. Every hour stretched like gum, sticky and endless. The lights buzzed, the doors clicked, and the silence between footsteps became its own kind of screaming. But Dad had the car, and I was too young to drive back then, so I was stuck. Stuck like a bug on a pin, twitching and pretending it's fine. The worst part? The voices didn't leave. If anything, they got bolder, mocking the staff, taunting me during group therapy, whispering while I tried to sleep. They'd say things like, "They don't care about you. You're just an experiment." And the terrifying part is, sometimes they made sense. They were crazy, but that doesn't mean that they were wrong. Just my goddamn luck effing me all over again. The meds made me sluggish, my brain heavy and slow, like someone poured cement into my thoughts. But the voices? They swam right through it. I used to think hallucinations were just seeing things that aren't there, but no one warns you how personal they can get. How they learn your fears, your weak spots, and use them like butcher knives. And somewhere deep down, I started to wonder, maybe they weren't hallucinations at all. Maybe they were real and just hated me. When my name was called, God help me, I shuffled in like I was walking to the gallows. Dr. Bartholomew's office was what you'd expect if you mixed a dusty library with a bad office supply store. Papers strewn everywhere, pens in every possible state of disrepair, and a guy behind the desk who looked like he'd seen enough teenage angst to fill several lifetimes, and here was another. He smiled the kind of smile that reached his mouth but not his eyes, probably wishing he was anywhere but here. It was artificial as hell. "Just like Vanillin and William," he said calmly, "tell me how you're feeling." Oh, where do I start? I wanted to say something epic like, I'm starring in a tragic drama written by the cruelest cosmic jokester, but I settled for the universal language of teenage confusion, the shoulder shrug that means I have no clue what the hell's going on in my head, thanks for asking. He immediately jumped into ritual greetings for the certified crazy club. Any mood swings? Hallucinations? Hearing voices? The last one was the unicorn. No mental health diagnosis seemed complete without. I stared at the wall, trying to figure out whether to give a definitive yes, a sarcastic no, or a cryptic maybe. I settled on sometimes, yeah, in a way that suggested I wasn't entirely responsible for my own mental chaos. He nodded grimly, as if that answer alone spoke volumes, but I guess the real welcome mat was buried somewhere deep in his mental filing cabinet, slipped between panic attacks and lost causes. Then came the inevitable family talk. How's your support system? What's your family like? Cue the mental soundtrack of Dad's voice. You're insane, William. And a horrible human being. No sugarcoating, no tender moment, just a straightforward diagnosis from the guy whose bedside manner could use serious work. I said what I could, explaining the cacophony in my head made worse by conflicting messages from the people who were supposed to be my foundation, but who instead felt like shaky scaffolding, if that. Dr. Bartholomew tapped his pen, scribbling in a notebook that could probably double as a shield from emotional bombardments. The hour unfolded in a kaleidoscope of tests, questions, and awkward silences. Describe your everyday mood. How often do you get overwhelmed? Any thoughts of harming yourself? All the usual suspects of the psychiatric checklist. It was all nonsense that didn't apply to me. I hated these kinds of questions. The whole time, I was thinking, if this were a game show, I'd be the contestant who bets everything on tragic backstory and finishes with an ironic quip. The tests came next to paperwork, privacy-violating quizzes, weird puzzles, Rorschach test, and surveys designed to turn my life into neat categories I could barely fit into. On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad is your anxiety today? I wanted to answer infinity minus sanity, but went with a simple, it's fluctuating. Dr. Bartholomew's clinical questions felt like being grilled by a vibe-killing quizmaster, but he was professional, if slightly detached. Amid it all, I reminded myself I was just another data point here, not a person drowning in a sea of noise and judgment. After the evaluations, he handed me a list of resources and the classic, if you need help, come back anytime. It sounded like a friendly threat wrapped in bureaucratic politeness. By the time I left, the sterile smell of antiseptic clung to my clothes and soul alike. Nearing home, Dad was waiting, arms crossed, his face the picture of disappointment mixed with exasperation. Insane, William, the fuck is wrong with you? He barked when I stepped in. No time to explain myself or anything remotely close to it. No, he just went full psycho mode. Like Maya, but with him being my father. Yeah, Dad, insane is probably easier than the alternative, which is trying to explain yourself and get any kind of real understanding. I wanted to say, thanks for the support, but instead I just muttered, maybe. He shook his head like I just informed him I was performing in a circus run by psychopaths. The sting was familiar. He was the guy who owned my insanity label before anyone else did. Later, alone in my room, I buried my head in the pillow, the voices buzzing louder now, not from the outside but from the relentless pressure of expectations, judgments, and my own self-doubt. Mental health diagnoses weren't trophies. They were weapons and shields, both proof that even when you can't trust your mind, you have to survive it all the same. And me? I was just trying to keep my sarcasm sharp enough to slice through the darkness, one bitter joke at a time. Dad's anger wasn't like a regular argument where voices get raised and then everyone cools off. No, his anger was this slow-burning, mistargeted missile that almost perfectly missed the real problem and hit me instead. It was like being the family punching bag, but with extra emotional flair. One night, after my routine trip to Dr. Bartholomew, he didn't bother with subtlety. You're insane, William, he snapped like he was delivering the final verdict on a murder trial. No joke, the words hit me so hard I wanted to laugh, cry, and disappear all at the same time. Because when your own father sums you up like a bad diagnosis, what else do you do but wonder if crazy is just a family inheritance? The misplaced anger shook down every corner of our house, turning it from home to hostile zone faster than you can say mental health crisis. It wasn't really about me, at least I think it wasn't. It was everything else that Dad couldn't fix, control, or understand. Yet I was the one bearing the weight of a storm he never wanted to face. Most of the time, his anger wasn't really loud words or yelling. It was quieter, the cold silences after a comment that stings, the accusatory looks that made me feel like the villain in a play I never auditioned for. Family dinners turned into interrogations where every glance was a question, every word a trap. And the worst part? Dad never asked what was wrong, he just assumed. Assumed I was broken, dangerous, beyond help. That assumption made the walls caving in feel even tighter. His frustration sometimes turned into frustration with me, his disappointment soaked in a language I could hardly decode. I learned quickly to wear a mask of sarcasm and apathy because on the rare days when I cracked, Dad's anger filled the gap like Noah's flood, swallowing any moment of vulnerability. The more I tried to explain the chaos inside me, the voices, the anxiety, the endless confusion, the more distant he seemed. His anger wasn't personal. It was fear disguised as blame, fear of losing control, fear of a son he didn't know how to save. Psychologists say that family dynamics have everything to do with an adolescent's mental health, and I know now what they mean by that. When the people who are supposed to support you don't, when love gets tangled up in anger and silence, it leaves scars deeper than any medicine can heal. Every night I lay awake wondering if I was just the sum of his frustration, catalogued as a problem to fix or get rid of rather than a kid in pain. It's funny, if only in the cruelest goddamn way, that the people who should make you feel safe sometimes do the exact fucking opposite. They create a pressure cooker where feelings boil over, where sarcasm becomes survival, where the words you're insane echo like gospel and stick like a curse. Dad's anger left me feeling less like a son and more like a liability. I started questioning if there was even a version of me that could escape that judgment, that could breathe free from those unspoken accusations. Yet, for all the damage it did, that anger also lit a fire. Not a hopeful fire, not one that warms, but a sharper blaze that fueled my fight not to disappear quietly into the silence. Maybe someday the anger won't be mine to carry. Maybe someday Dad will see beyond the fear and anger and find the kid beneath, the one still trying to figure out how to survive with his fractured mind and sarcastic heart. But for now, every misplaced word, every harsh glance is another battle, another reminder that family isn't just blood, it's the space where your mental health either grows or withers. And here I am, still standing, still bruised but unbroken, armed with dark humor and an unshakable stubbornness that maybe, just maybe, says I'm worth more than his anger. Chapter 43, Toby gets real with me, age 14. Why did you do it? He asked out of nowhere at lunch in April. It had been nearly 4 months since my birthday on January 5th and I was entirely confused by his question. He was making no goddamn sense at all to me, at that moment. What? I asked stupidly. Although I knew damn well that this was about Maya Chesterton. Cue Toby, because of course the universe had to send him in like the annoying moral compass. He cornered me like he'd just discovered I'd punched a puppy. Seriously, William, you? Fucking Maya? He shook his head like I'd gone full-on demolition derby with my life choices. I told you not to get back with her. Ever. Did you forget that memo or just choose to live dangerously? I shot him a look like, dude, thanks for the advice, Captain Obvious. But twisted as it sounds, having Toby call me out was like a cold splash of water, annoying but probably necessary. I mean, what did I expect? Rainbows and unicorns in round 2 with Maya, the glorious disaster queen who threatened to end my life later? Nope. Just a front row seat to the circus of my own terrible decisions. So yeah, Toby laid it out straight, no filter, no mercy. You're stupid, William. This isn't some teen movie where bad choices get you a redemption arc. This is real life. With actual goddamn consequences. You just made them all real. And me? All I could do was laugh, because honestly, what else do you do when your best friend's scolding sounds like a cold memo from reality? Toby didn't hold back, either. He wasn't subtle, subtle's overrated anyway. You know Maya's trouble, right? Like, walking disaster territory with googly eyes. His voice dripped with that mix of disbelief and frustration only someone who actually gives a damn can master. I shrugged, but inside, man, my brain was doing somersaults. Yeah, I knew. I knew going back to her was the kind of bad decision you don't make once, let alone twice. But call it hope, call it stupidity, or whatever pathetic excuse keeps you sane for a minute longer. Toby kept firing. You made out crazy and then went all in with the whole you-know-what deal? Bro, what's your brilliant plan here? Apocalypse romance? She will murder you once she realizes who you truly are. He was right. There was no plan. Just this overwhelming mess of feelings and regrets and what the fuck was I thinking, that had no answers. Still, hearing it out loud cut sharper than any self-roast I managed on my own. Toby was like that brutally honest friend who doesn't sugarcoat shit because he knows you might just need to hear the truth instead of your own echo chamber of excuses. Honestly? I wanted to tell him, hey, shut up, you're breaking my delusions, but instead I just nodded, because sometimes the hardest truth is the one you can't run away from. Maybe this whole mess was exactly what it looked like, me tangled up with Maya, hurtling toward disaster, while Toby patiently waited for me to realize it before I hit rock bottom. And so, the chaotic saga rolls on. Bad choices layered on bad mistakes, all under the blinking neon sign of teenage misery and questionable judgment. Life's a show, and apparently, I'm stuck playing the lead role in the tragicomedy nobody wanted to see. I'm so sorry, I blurted out, tears making the whole mess look way more dramatic than I intended. Honestly, I was a ticking time bomb of repressed emotions, mostly a furious cocktail of anger spiked with a generous shot of depression. And guess what? I had zero clue how to let all that out without accidentally turning it into a verbal dumpster fire. So, naturally, I took it out on the people I actually cared about. Stellar fucking coping skills, right? Dad got the worst of it. He looked at me one day and flat out said, "You've got a shitty attitude towards life." Yeah, thanks, Dad. Like my brain isn't already throwing a full-blown tantrum, now I've got the head of the household grading my misery. High five for zero empathy. And of course, life wasn't done screwing with me. Oh no, I had the whole Maya situation hanging over my head like a dark cloud filled with thunderstorms and broken promises. Talk about a double whammy, because when your brain's already on fire, why not throw in a full-on emotional apocalypse, right? So there I was, juggling all this crap like some kind of untrained circus act, desperately trying not to drop the balls or set the tent on fire. Mr. Douglas was having, let's say, an off day. Somewhere between explaining Lenin's clandestine return and the chaotic unraveling of the provisional government, his bifocals pulled a hilariously timed vanishing act. He scrambled like a man searching for El Dorado, eyes squinting everywhere, hands flailing like he was swatting invisible flies. The classroom held its collective breath, smirks dancing on a few faces. Without missing a beat, he shrugged and said, "History doesn't wait for glasses, kids." And dove back into the mayhem of 1917 with the blind tenacity of a man on a mission and zero sight. That mission? The drama of the storming of the Winter Palace, the Bolshevik coup's grand finale and arguably the world's most chaotic government takeover. Now picture this, he said, squinting at the blackboard blindly instead of the broken projector, because he was that old-fashioned, a crumbling imperial palace, the seat of Russia's provisional government. And just outside, masses of workers, soldiers, and a few furious peasants, all buzzing with revolution fever and probably a concerning amount of cold. He made an exaggerated shiver, and a few classmates smiled. Most of the class just cringed. The Bolsheviks, led by a man named Trotsky and backed by Lenin's brilliant, if slightly ruthless, brain, decided it was time to storm the palace. No polite invitations, no passing notes, just a full-on invasion. Think less Tea Party and more hailstorm of bullets and Bolshevik bravado. He flailed his arms to mimic gunfire, causing the most cringing I had ever seen. Meanwhile, inside, the government types were scrambling to figure out what the heck just happened, because, honestly, who's ready for a revolution crashing your office without RSVP? Mr. Douglas paused, pretending to dramatically stifle a yawn. The palace was practically looted, the government ousted, and boom, just like that, the Bolsheviks flipped the power switch and lit up the stage for a new Soviet era, complete with all its promises, paranoia, and propaganda. Not to mention the cult of personality around Lenin and Stalin, he explained to us in great detail. He leaned forward, tone dropping like it was a conspiracy reveal on a bad TV show. But here's the kicker, the winter, the chaos, the sudden violence? All just sharpen the irony that revolutions aren't neat affairs. They're messy, loud, confusing, sometimes downright absurd, and often make a hot mess of everything. I glanced sideways, noting his dramatic gestures suddenly blurred when he reached for his missing glasses again. Luckily, those legendary bifocals had been found lurking under a pile of confiscated homework, and he slid them back on with a triumphant sigh. Ah, clarity. Now I see the chaos a little better, he said with mock relief, flashing a grin that screamed, let's keep this train wreck rolling. The storming of the Winter Palace wasn't just a theatrical storm, it was the symbolic and literal collapse of old power structures sliding into the icy grip of Bolshevik control. It signaled the final act of a revolution as chaotic as Mr. Douglas's battle with his eyewear. And as the clock finally rang, setting us free from history's grasp, we walked out knowing that if surviving Mr. Douglas' class was anything like surviving the Russian Revolution, we'd all come out stronger, or at least better at dodging flying papers and political upheaval. Chapter 44, Mandolin Rain, age 14. That Saturday, I pushed open the door to my dad's office and was instantly hit by Mandolin Rain blasting like the soundtrack to a personal apocalypse. If there was an award for obliviousness to headphones, Dad was a lifetime champion. The volume wasn't subtle, it punched through every ounce of quiet I was craving, turning the house into a badly tuned radio station no one asked for. Dad? I called, voice hesitant but weighted with questions that felt like quicksand. I wasn't sure if I was seeking reassurance or planning to wade into some emotional minefield. The truth was simple, the kind of question kids learn to swallow whole, does he even love me? Yeah. His tone was sharp, like I'd just interrupted a very serious and deeply private concert. He yanked the CD out so fast it was like he was hiding a scandal or removing evidence of a pornographic tape. Putting the case back with a snap, he avoided my eyes as if the words we were about to exchange were nuclear fallout. The quiet hung heavy between us. I took a breath that felt like a goddamn earthquake and mumbled, "Do you love me?" He didn't answer right away. His eyes drifted somewhere far away, probably past the years spent building walls around us both. When he replied, it was as if squeezing blood from a stone, "Of course I do, but love isn't always neat or easy to see. It's buried under so much faults, mistakes, distance." My throat tightened. Maybe that's what hurts. Sometimes it's like you don't want me here. You always hated the fact that I heard voices, for example, I said with a throat as tight as a python's grip. He ran a weary hand over his face. I'm terrified sometimes, son. Terrified you're sinking deeper into pain I don't understand and scared I'm only pushing you further away by trying the wrong ways. A sharp pang hit me, was I damaging the second only person who said they loved me? Why can't it just be simple? My voice cracked. Why does it always feel like a battlefield? Why can't the voices just piss off? Because love is the hardest war to wage, he said with a grim chuckle. I was raised thinking love means fixing things, tangible things, not feelings that scratch at your soul like a restless ghost. And that's the nightmare, isn't it? Loving you but feeling I can't find the right map. He closed his eyes briefly. No map exists. Just fumbling steps, trying not to break what little connection we have left. The weight of that statement settled like a fog in the room. I whispered, I push you away because it's the only way I know to stay alive. Love's supposed to be safe, but with you, it's dangerous. Guilt flashed in his eyes. If I could shield you from that hurt, I would. If I could carry your pain in my own bones, you can bet I would. That vulnerability, the rarest thing between us, made me ache. I don't want fixing. I want understanding. I want to feel seen. You will, he promised, but it takes time and trust. I'm far from perfect, but I'm not giving up on this on us. No matter what. This raw, honest exchange was like breathing underwater, painful but necessary. Sometimes it feels like drowning, I muttered. I know. And I hear you, every time. His hand found mine, fingers rough but warm, anchoring me to the fragile hope that maybe, just maybe, we could survive this. Thanks, I whispered, for holding on when I wanted to disappear. That's love. Stubborn, messy, relentless. For a fleeting moment, the silence wasn't empty but full of possibility. After that intense conversation, nothing transformed overnight. No Hollywood neatly packaged all is forgiven endings. Instead, there was a slow, uneasy truce, a truce built from countless tiny moments that chipped away at the fortress of indifference we'd fortified for years. Dad didn't metamorphose into some perfect parent figure. He still burned the toast, still said the wrong things, still blasted music at catastrophic volumes. But the once empty spaces between our words began to fill, however feebly. He tried. Awkwardly, often clumsily. Sometimes it was the way he lingered a second longer in the doorway before retreating, or a rare question about my day that seemed forced but genuine. One morning, over soggy cereal, he tried a joke about how breakfast could use a fire extinguisher, and it was the worst joke I'd ever heard. I learned that for my dad, love was a patchwork quilt of broken pieces, grunts, silences, fleeting moments of grace, not shiny declarations of affection. It was as much about presence as words, sometimes just living in the same room. Our conversations were cautious circles, marked by hesitations and the careful testing of boundaries. I still clammed up when closeness threatened, throwing sharp sarcasm like arrows to keep distance. One evening, after one of our inevitable eruptions, we found stunned silence sharing the kitchen light. Ever wish you could just reset everything? Like being born again? I tried, voice fragile. Something in me suddenly zapped me like an electric fly swatter. It shocked me. No pun intended. My voice shouted at me and said, "Don't you dare mention me. We aren't supposed to be exposed like that." I simply brushed it off and didn't mention that I had heard another voice. We already had enough on our plate as it was. More than you know, he admitted. But healing isn't erasing, more like learning to drive with a cracked windshield. His metaphor lodged deep in my chest, a reminder that repairing things isn't about perfect clarity, but about persistence. We began those real talks, painful, fumbling, but real. I told him about my storms, my silences. He shared memories, failures, his absent father's wounds that he inherited and carried silently. He confessed his fear of damaging me because his own past was a minefield he barely avoided. Suddenly, his anger and distance weren't just coldness, they were armor forged in his own fires. We were two broken souls tangled in legacy and love, haunted and hopeful. Sometimes our fights felt like clashes of ghosts, battles with the shadows of our past. Yet there were moments when bridges formed, a shared laugh over dumbass jokes, a quiet presence that said, "You're not alone." One Sunday, he dusted off an old record, set up the turntable, and muttered, "Maybe we should try listening with these, civilized style." I took the headphones, feeling the fragile weight of progress, imperfect but ours. Our relationship remained a wreck in progress, still messy, stubborn, often painful, but alive with the stubborn heartbeat of love. And maybe that's what matters, a love not perfect, but real, not painless, but persistent. Chapter 45, Toby and I meet a white supremacist, age 14. So there I was, casually minding my own shit in the park, when out of the corner of my eye, I spot this motherfucker flashing a KKK tattoo like it's some damn badge of honor. Yeah, because apparently, the public display of white supremacist hate is the new fashion statement or some shit. Must have missed the memo that said humanity had moved past the 1800s. Toby and I exchanged that "you see what I see" look, the one that says, "We've got to follow this clown, but don't look like we're following." So we started strolling behind him, trying to play it cool like we were just another couple of dudes enjoying some fresh air and not tracking the poster child for ignorance. Now, before I go on, let me trash the idea of white supremacy for a second, because if you don't get why this shit is the worst, let me break it down real nice and cold for you. White supremacy isn't just some dumb belief about skin pigment. It's the rotten core of systemic violence that's crushed generations of people it decided weren't worthy. Slavery, Jim Crow, redlining, mass incarceration, police brutality, yeah, all those horrors don't just exist in history books. They're alive, breathing, and soaked in the blood spilled in the name of some fucked up superiority complex. White supremacy is a violent ideology dressed up in lies about nature, heritage, or culture that claims white folks are the top dogs, genetically or morally. Absolute goddamn nonsense. It's like saying the tallest tree deserves the whole forest, except that arrogance has suffocated diversity, crushed different voices, and built a monster called racism. It's a system rigged to give unfair advantages to one group while trashing the humanity of others, and it's got tentacles wrapped around every damn part of society, from education to economics to politics. And the worst part? This crap fuels hate crimes every damn year, gives a megaphone to violent assholes, and leaves innocent people dead or living in fear. It's xenophobic, sexist, violent, and fragile, the exact opposite of what anyone with a heartbeat should be about. So Toby and I kept trailing this dude, eyes locked on that grotesque tattoo like it was radioactive. The guy's swagger was less king of the world and more on borrowed time. Like someone wearing a massive target on his back and thinking it makes him invincible. Then, just when we thought no one would notice us chilling behind him, the fucker spins around, cold eyes locking with ours. That park atmosphere just got heavier, like dropping into a pit of shaking snakes. His hand slipped to the waistband, and holy shit, he pulls out a goddamn gun. Not like some cartoon prop, but a real, loaded piece of hate-driven hardware. The moment slammed into us hard. No more pretending this was just a walk in the park. This was dangerous, real, and as ugly as the hatred stitched into his skin. We froze. Toby glanced at me. Yeah, we both knew the drill. Don't make sudden moves, don't scream, don't be stupid. And there it was, the exact embodiment of white supremacy's deadliest element, armed, reckless, and thinking he's entitled to terrorize anyone who isn't like him. Which is most people, thank God. That gun wasn't just a piece of metal. It was the symbol of years of built-up violence, of a system that gave this asshole permission to hate openly, threaten violently, and intimidate relentlessly. White supremacy doesn't just hurt people with words, it kills. It fuels mass shootings, murders, and daily acts of terror wrapped in disguise. And it thrives on weapons like that gun to cement its grip of fear and control. He saw us following him and made us an offer. He walked up to us and asked if we wanted to join the KKK. I remember going, WTF, man? And Toby had a similar reaction to the insane request. Hell no, you freak. You think you can just parade that crap around the park? You're delusional. And so is your brain-dead group. The Klan can go straight to hell, and you can feel free to join them, Toby bravely or stupidly shouted in his face. He raised his Glock 9 and aimed directly at Toby's shoulder. He was actually going to shoot him. Holy hell, I was not ready for that shot. The world spun sideways after that bullet violently ripped into Toby's shoulder. 1 second we were stalking an idiot with a tattoo designed to make everyone around him grimace, the next we were scrambling through panic and blood. Toby dropped like he'd been hit by a damn freight train, clutching his arm like it was on fire. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck, he cursed, blood soaking through his shirt in hot, sticky waves. I didn't have a clue what to do beyond pressing my shirt hard against the wound, trying desperately not to lose it while Toby's breaths came in jagged bursts. Gunshot wounds to the shoulder aren't just about pain, they're a mess of torn muscle, shredded nerves, and if the bullet had grazed the rotator cuff or an artery, things could spiral fast into something catastrophic. Toby was grimacing, fighting the shock and pain with whatever stubborn grit he had left. Get me out of here, he snarled, teeth clenched like he was trying to bite the pain away. The park, the hate, the gun all dissolved into a blur as I called 911 and kept pressure on his shoulder, willing him to hang on. The ambulance was a cruelly slow salvation, but it beat bleeding out on the grass under the giant tattooed scumbag's nonsense. At the hospital, it was chaos in the way only trauma can be: doctors barking orders, nurses flashing needles, and machines sighing beeps that sounded like a death countdown. Toby got hooked up to fluids and morphine, the bullet's path mapped by X-rays and CT scans. They talked about surgery to remove the projectile, patch up torn muscles, and try to save what nerves they could. The doctor kept it clinical but honest: shoulder gunshot wounds can mess you up, movement, strength, sensation. Recovery could be long, with physical therapy that felt like punishment and a scar that would probably always throb as a grim reminder. I sat there, watching Toby sleep off the pain and drugs, his face pale, a mixture of anger and disbelief etched quietly beneath the surface. This wasn't just a bullet wound, it was a wound to his sense of safety, a reminder that assholes like the supremacist we followed still had the power to turn a day into a nightmare. And me? I was stuck between fury and helplessness, mad as hell that hate wore a gun and tossed lives like trash. The hospital stay was a blur of morphine haze, whispered reassurances, and the cold clang of reality crashing down. Toby gritted his teeth during therapy, cursing the pain and the slow crawl toward healing. But despite the injuries and the bullshit that brought us there, what struck me hardest was Toby's fire in the face of violence. That refusal to break, to back down even with a bullet in his shoulder. We both knew the fight wasn't over. The bullet stopped in his shoulder, but the war against the hate that fired it? That was just getting started. Chapter 46, Maya visits Toby in the hospital, age 14. After the shooting, everything between Toby and me shifted in ways neither of us expected. There wasn't some overnight fairy tale fix, but the kind of change that sneaks up and settles deep, like the dull ache of a wound that reminds you it's there whether you want it or not. Toby's shoulder wasn't the only thing getting therapy, it felt like our friendship was on a damn therapist's couch too. The violence didn't just break skin, it ripped through the fake barriers we'd built. Suddenly, the teasing, the sarcasm, the distance felt useless. What mattered was survival, his and ours. He couldn't just brush off the pain anymore. Every move, every stretch of that damn shoulder was a reminder that the world wasn't safe. That hate was out there, armed and ready to blow holes in your life for no reason other than existing. I saw Toby's fire burn differently now, not the reckless blaze of youth, but a tempered flame forged by pain and stubborn refusal to be defeated. We talked more, not the bullshit small talk, but real talks. Nights when we sat in his room, the lights dim, and he told me what scared him most. Not just the shooting, but the idea that his life could have ended in that park for some racist's twisted cause. And me? I found myself less able to joke or hide behind sarcasm. I had to be the solid one when the shadows crept in. Then there were the quiet victories, seeing Toby smile amid the pain, catching that spark in his eyes when he lifted his arm a little higher or managed to stretch without agony. We clung to the chaos of recovery like lifelines, laughing at the absurdity of his physical therapy sessions and trading jokes to drown out the nightmare. But it wasn't just about healing his body. It was about stitching together a trust that violence tried to tear apart. Our bond deepened, raw and unpolished, forged in the ashes of that bullet and the nights spent waiting for him to wake from the morphine haze. And as annoyed as I was by the pain he had to endure, that pain carved out a new place in both our lives, a place where we stopped pretending we had it all figured out and just showed up, broken but unbowed. Because sometimes, surviving together is the real victory. Back at school, Toby's grand reappearance was less parade and more awkward zombie walk. He swaggered through the halls looking like a half-baked superhero, his busted shoulders strapped up in what could only be described as the world's most inconvenient fashion statement. The sling flopped around like a sad flag, screaming warning, do not approach unless you want to catch this pain. People stared. Not the friendly, hey man, glad you're alive kind of stare, but the holy shit, that dude got shot wide-eyed gawking that made every bathroom mirror feel like a spotlight spotlighting his every flaw. Everywhere we went, whispered questions trailed behind him, like nosy ghosts asking, is he okay? Does he still hurt? Why didn't he just stay home? The answer was simple and brutal, because Toby isn't the type to stay the hell down even when life tries to crush him. His usual crew stuck by him, which was surprising. Guys who used to joke about anything now treated Toby like a fragile artifact. Careful, dude's got a bionic arm, someone joked, but with a touch of respect beneath the teasing. Toby, of course, met all this with sarcasm so sharp it could cut glass. Oh yeah, I'm basically a cyborg now, just waiting for my laser eyes. Watch out. Teachers were an interesting breed. Suddenly whipped into compassion mode, they offered extra time, lighter workloads, and an endless stream of "how are you feeling?" texts. Toby wasn't having any of it. Thanks for the pep talk, Mrs. Special Care. Maybe next week you can autograph my sling. Class was its own personal version of hell on earth. Every notebook felt like a challenge to hold, every pencil a weapon against his mangled grip. Writing with one hand felt like trying to knit a sweater with spaghetti, messy, frustrating, and bound to fall apart. Physical therapy became Toby's new kind of torture. Jumping through painful hoops that involved stretching and lifting the shoulder while biting his tongue to stop the screaming. The therapist's motto? Just keep moving it, which Toby translated to, we're going to turn you into a human blender. I'm convinced this is some sort of new form of medieval punishment, Toby grumbled one day, handed down by sadists disguised as doctors. Despite the brutal regimen, Toby was relentless. Every session was a battle where he swore and cursed through clenched teeth but refused to quit. Part of me admired the hell out of that stubborn streak. But the physical struggle was only half the nightmare. The mental scars left a harsher mark. Toby's nights were haunted by more than physical pain. Loud noises could make his heart jump like a faulty drum solo. Flashbacks hit like uninvited ghosts crashing every quiet moment. The shooting played on loop in his mind like some broken track that he couldn't skip. Some nights, he'd wake sweating, eyes wide, heart thumping like it wanted out. Oxycodone dulled the physical agony but left the nightmares untouched. We spent long nights talking real talks without the usual bullshit. He opened up about the fear buried deep in his gut, the idea that the world could try to snatch him away any minute. Sometimes, he just stared off blankly, the weight of it pressing down like a storm cloud. "You ever feel like surviving's just the start of another fight?" he asked one night, voice raw. I nodded, didn't have much else to say. Our friendship morphed into something rawer and realer. Sarcasm and jokes didn't disappear, but they mixed with new layers: trust, pain sharing, and quiet understanding. School became a tangled mess of progress and setbacks. A battlefield where every day was a victory just by showing up, moving through pain and awkward looks and soft whispers. One day, we sat together under the old oak tree, Toby's mangled arm resting awkwardly in his lap. "Remember when this whole stupid war wasn't even on our radar?" he said. "Yeah," I replied, "we were just idiots pretending to be kings of the world." He cracked a small smile. "Now we're idiots with scars." But scars had become their own kind of story, proof we fought and survived. Even in the gutter of this messed up world, Toby found shards of hope. His sarcastic, stubborn fight against everything that tried to break him was nothing short of admirable. And us? We found a bond built in hospital rooms, greasy fast food joints, and classrooms plastered with whispered fears and louder courage. We weren't heroes, or at least not the kind movies make. We were just two messed up kids holding on tight. Because when the world tries to break you, sometimes surviving together is the real victory. Chapter 47, Morton Harris High School, age 15. The voices in my head aren't whispers anymore? They showed up like unpaid interns at a funeral, loud, overconfident, convinced they were essential. Not cute whispers tucked away like polite secrets. Not the faint static you can pretend is a bad radio. These are a full-on hype crew, 6 deep, wearing matching jackets, chanting about a grand finale as if the world were their stage and I'd been handed the spotlight at intermission. School tried to be normal that day. The gym smelled of floor polish and desperation, the fluorescent lights doing their best to pretend time hadn't already been wasted. Parents clapped because tradition demands it, teachers pressed mouth smiles that read like legal disclaimers. Toby stood there with his arm in a sling, looking like a defeated action figure, scuffed, inconvenient, and too stubborn to stop. The grand finale is near, one voice purred, like a used car salesman moonlighting as an apocalypse narrator. Curtains, climaxes, final acts, be ready to be famous or infamous. Either way, spectacle. I wanted to say, at least offer a trailer or an instruction pamphlet. Instead, I clapped along to the principal's speech about resilience, which, when translated, meant, get used to pretending until graduation. It was the kind of talk you could compress into an energy drink slogan and still underdeliver. Toby leaned over, his good shoulder low, eyes doing that squint he uses when sarcasm is the only oxygen left. "That man could put Mr. Douglas to sleep," I whispered. He snorted. "I'd offer him some of my pain meds, but then I'd be an accessory to performance-enhanced monotony." We laughed, quick and small, because noise is a cheap deflector when your head hosts a carnival. The voices hated laughter. It meant their show might be postponed. They adjusted, sliding into a conspiratorial low that had teeth. "They like him," another suggested. "They'll bring popcorn." The voices make metaphors and my life obligingly complies. Everything drifts into scenes, wide shots of assembly lines of faces, close-ups on bored pupils, the slow motion of a teacher dropping her notes. The world becomes a storyboard and I am both artist and exhibit. After the claptrap ended, the crowd thinned with the efficiency of people ejecting themselves from an awkward party. Toby practically evacuated, dragging the sling like a trailing flag. I followed, because misery that's shared is still misery but with better punchlines. Outside, the autumn air tried to paste sanity back on my face. It failed. The voices didn't. They continued with their business model, sell dread, upsell doom. Pivot point, they chanted. Crossroads. Sign here. Destiny's got terrible customer service, I muttered. People filter out murmurs of an anxious stranger like spam in a crowded inbox. Toby glanced at me, concern sharpening his expression into something real. He keeps both feet in the fight while the rest consider an early exit. Not everything is an omen, he said, and I wanted to believe him. I wanted the world to contract back into tolerable dimensions, homework, pizza, sarcastic comments. Instead, the voices expanded, pragmatic as mortgages. They pull images into my head like a Netflix algorithm gone rogue, blinking streetlights, a calendar torn in half, a bus that never arrives. They throw in movie lines and late-night infomercial certainty. It's absurd and methodical at once. You're the key, they insist, as if I were a cute plot device rather than a person with a caffeine deficit and an overdue library book. You unlock the change. You open the box. Great, I tell them. I didn't get the manual. Does it come with batteries? Toby's laugh grounds me. He jokes about his arm like a stand-up bit, pretending the sling is a fashion statement. His sarcasm tells the world he's not done. He makes jokes about being halfway to cyborg status, and for a moment I pretend laughter stitches up whatever gap the voices widen. At night, the lights go off and the hype crew goes from professional to predatory. Shadows reorganize until the corners of my room are crowded with faces I almost recognize from the inside of a locked drawer. They tell me almost time, like a classmate who knows the answer and shouts it to watch panic spread. They promise the finale will be spectacular and messy. I try to sleep. My brain offers silence like a pilot who misread the forecast. The silence is mechanical, empty of direction. The voices don't whisper then, they purr. They practice lines for a show I did not audition for. Step up, they urge. Don't be the person who turns away. I think about little decisions that become disasters, stepping into crowded hallways, not saying a thing, sharing a laugh you don't mean. Tiny actions have weight, like marbles piling on a scale until something snaps. I think about Toby's laugh and how brave laughter is. How brave is it to stand in a noisy world and refuse to be flattened by predictions? School becomes a theater of microaggressions. People stare, faces fold like worn paper. A kid calls Toby Iron Man, pity wrapped in a comic book title. Toby flips it like a pro, sarcasm a blade and shield. At least my arm's cool, your personality's tragic, he snaps, and the hall erupts because humiliation is social currency. We build friendship on sarcastic scaffolding and small rituals, eye rolls, shared snacks, a handshake that feels like an oath. The rest of the world offers explanations, faith, therapy, restraint. I take none for reasons of a teenager, skepticism tastefully applied like cheap cologne. There is real violence in adolescence, quieter than headline kinds. The way a look can echo for weeks. The way a rumor camps in your locker and breeds. Toby's fights are public, mine are private, an internal war waged with memos and metaphors. His scars show. Mine assemble in the dark. You gonna be okay? He asks once, while we sit under the gnarled oak declared a landmark by bored parents. Probably not, I admit. But I do a passable impression of okay. He watches leaves perform their slow surrender. We make it through the day, survive the week, mock the principle for a while. That's living. It's a modest survival strategy, but it works. Toby's presence is a steadiness I keep like a lucky stone and pull out when the voices get theatrical. They don't go away. That's clear. The voices promise a finale with the earnest commitment of a reality TV producer. Their predictions have rhythm, upsells and teasers, cliffhangers and slow burns. They feed on suspense and my inability to refuse an audience. Sometimes they tempt me with agency, you can change it, and sometimes they chant for effect, satisfied if I blink. So I keep living on the margins of their plot. I attend assemblies. I joke aloud. I make sarcastic remarks to passers-by who look like they're auditioning for apathy. Toby and I cultivate rituals, pizza on bad days, silence on worse ones, brutal honesty when the storm feels personal. Maybe the grand finale will come, with pyrotechnics and catharsis sold in trailers. Maybe it won't. Maybe the finale is just a loud Tuesday, and the world continues to be a sequence of small, ordinary catastrophes bound with flimsy human glue. If the end is being sold with such gusto, maybe that's their problem, not mine. I'll let them do the dramatics. I'll keep showing up for school, for pizza, for the laugh that sounds like armor. I'll answer their hype with a shrug and a joke. If the apocalypse wants a lead, it can find someone better. I'm busy pretending to be normal, and Toby's busy pretending to be a superhero with half a limb. Sometimes I picture the voices as a bad theater troupe with a dwindling budget, props worn, costumes threadbare, applause sparse. That image makes them less scary, more pathetic than prophetic. If I stare long enough, they stumble over their lines or argue about who gets the last dramatic pause. They are eager for effect and lousy at patience. There is a dark, brittle humor in that. It's a skill, finding a joke in the chaos. So I catalog small victories. Toby's laugh after a shitty day. A teacher's unexpected joke. A piece of pizza shared under a sky that refuses to dissolve into smoke and cinders. These are the scenes the voices don't sell. Quiet, unglamorous, they accumulate like pocket change until you have enough to buy a moment of peace. Maybe that's the real finale worth waiting for, not a catastrophic climax, but the slow collection of tiny, defiant everyday things that keep the light on a minute more. That's a finale I'll attend willingly, no hype crew required. Until then, we improvise, clap, and breathe through it. Chapter 48, Me at the Zoo, age 15. The Saturday air was thick and damp, that kind of moist heaviness that makes sidewalks glisten like veins. My parents had this weird idea that the zoo would do us good, whatever that meant. Everything else in the city was shut down: movies, arcades, the cafe Maya liked to haunt, so the zoo was our last resort for pretending we were a normal family. Normal. That word sat wrong in my mouth. Felt fake. Felt like a word invented by adults who forgot what it meant to have fire under their skin. Maya and I cuddled in the back seat while Dad hummed to some God's Gonna Cut You Down by Johnny Cash on the radio. Mom kept glancing at us in the mirror like we were wild things in a cage. Maybe she wasn't wrong. You two could at least try to look excited, she said. Her voice stretched into a smile that didn't quite make it to her eyes. Maya rolled hers, chewing her gum loud on purpose. Excited about what? Captivity? I couldn't help smirking. She had a point. Don't start, Dad muttered. Just enjoy the day. Enjoy. Another grown-up word that meant pretend. When we got to the zoo, the air smelled like metal fences and animal dookie, like something beautiful trapped. Kids squealed, couples took selfies, and vendors handed out paper maps like they were keys to kingdoms. I didn't need a map. I already knew where I was headed. Jaguars. Not tigers, not lions, jaguars. The shadow beasts. The ones who stare at you like they remember everything you forgot about yourself. Maya stuck by me, hands in the pockets of her black hoodie, eyes darting from cage to cage like she was searching for something that could still surprise her. You and your murder kittens, she said. They're not kittens. Sure they are. Just bigger claws. I smirked again but didn't answer. Some things don't need jokes, they need silence. When we reached the jaguar enclosure, it was quieter than I expected. The crowd was mostly gone, just a few kids pressed to the glass. And there he was, this jaguar, golden spotted and breathing slow, like he owned the time around him. His muscles trembled under his coat, not in weakness but in rhythm, like he could unfurl any second and the entire world would flinch. Maya stood beside me, her gum slowing. He looks sad, she said softly. He looks alive, I said. Alive and locked up. I turned toward her. That doesn't make him less dangerous. She folded her arms. Maybe that's the point. People like watching dangerous things that can't touch them. For a second, I thought about saying something clever back. Instead, I watched the jaguar blink, slow and deliberate, and I swear he looked right at me. Like he knew. Like maybe he recognized something in me, some ancient rhythm buried under skin and sneakers and school assignments. Maya, I said, does it ever feel like you're supposed to be bigger than all this? She snorted. What, like a motivational poster? Reach for the stars? No. I mean, way before we were human. Don't laugh. I'm not laughing, she said, though she kind of was. You're talking about, like, instincts? I'm talking about whatever it is that makes him, I nodded toward the jaguar, feel more real than anyone I know. Maya went quiet, staring at the animal now. Sometimes, yeah. Like I'm supposed to tear something apart just to remember I'm still breathing. I looked at her then. Really looked. There was this rawness in her face, something I'd never seen before. For a moment, she wasn't my sarcastic sister. She was an echo. Maybe we still can, I muttered. She raised an eyebrow. You planning to climb the fence? That made me laugh, the sound bouncing off the glass and startling a toddler behind us. But for a heartbeat, I almost meant it. We wandered after that, still half inside that animal silence. Dad bought a bag of roasted nuts and handed it to us. Mom pointed out flamingos. Maya kept poking me in the ribs whenever I'd drift too far into my head. You get this haunted look sometimes, she said. Like you're listening to music no one else can hear. Maybe I am. What's it sound like? Teeth. She blinked. Teeth? Yeah. You know when something sharp slices the air? That sound before it lands. Maya grinned slowly. You're so weird. I love it. Thanks. I awkwardly responded. Maya and I both had generalized anxiety disorder, which combined with my voices made for a brilliant fucking combination. Think psychosis combined with constant nervousness. Ain't that something? We passed the reptile house, and the air shifted, humid, dark. Inside, the glass shimmered with condensation, revealing snakes coiled in still perfection. Maya lingered by a boa constrictor that looked like it had swallowed time. You ever think about what it's like not to blink? She asked. I think about what it's like not to care. You do care, though. About everything. That's your curse. You say that like it's a bad thing. It's dangerous. So eventually, you either burn out or break free. Can't have your cake and eat it too. Her words hung there longer than the smell of damp earth. By midday, the sun started stabbing through the clouds, and the zoo grew louder with chatter. But something had changed between us. I couldn't name it. Maybe the jaguar had done something to us, reminded us that civilization was just a story humans tell so they can sleep at night. We stopped at a bench by the empty aviary, closed for renovations, a sign said. I kicked at the dirt. Maya traced something on the bench's wood, carving tiny letters with her fingernail. What are you writing? I asked. Nothing, she said, leaning back. But when I looked, I saw it, the word feral, scratched deep into the grain. You know that word? I said. Better than most. We sat in silence for a while, watching parents push strollers and kids drop ice cream. Everything felt too clean, too staged. There was no room for wildness here. Only performance. Then Maya said something that stuck to my ribs. I don't think we're human all the time. I turned to her. What are we, then? Something in between. Something the world tried to bury but never really killed. And she said it with such easy conviction that it made the hair on my arms rise. When we got home, it was quiet again. Mom said something about dinner. Dad fell into his armchair. Maya and I went straight to the back porch where the night waited, thicker and darker than we remembered. You think the jaguar's still awake? I asked. Probably pacing, she said. Dreaming of the jungle. Wish I could dream like that. She looked at me sideways. Maybe you can. Maybe we both can. You just have to stop pretending the cage isn't real. I met her gaze, and for a moment, there was no sound, just the pulse of some invisible drum between us. The same rhythm the jaguar moved to, slow and knowing. That's when it hit me, the primal pull in the gut, that thing older than thought. Call it instinct, call it curse, call it awakening. I didn't care. I could feel it humming beneath the skin like a secret too ancient to name. Maya smiled faintly, eyes reflecting the last gold of the sunset. You feel it too, don't you? Yeah, I said. I think we're finally remembering. Chapter 49, Maya's Nightmares, age 15. The morning after that night when the earth still pulsed beneath my skin, the world felt different, like the edges of everything were blurry, as if reality had softened and might fold up without warning. I sat on the edge of my bed, feeling the cold floor beneath my feet, and wondered if Maya felt it too. She hadn't said much since that night. Mostly, she kept her thoughts locked behind those sharp eyes and sarcastic smirks. But I could tell something was cracking inside her. My parents by some fucking miracle permitted me to spend the night at Maya's house. Yeah. It was weird. At Saturday breakfast at her house, she picked at her cereal with the sort of distracted dullness that sets off warning bells. Will, she said finally, voice barely more than a whisper, I had another dream. That kind of dream. I looked up. The spoon paused midair. Yeah? She nodded but didn't meet my eyes. You died. The words hit me like a punch to the ribs. The kitchen became too quiet. What happened? I asked, voice low. I was terrified out of my mind now. How did I die? In the dream, you were alone. Lost in some dark place, like a forest but made of shadows. You fell, and there was this loud crack. Then everything went quiet, and I was screaming but no sound came out. It was awful, she broke into tears. It's funny, the same girl that threatened my life now couldn't bear for me to lose it. I swallowed and looked down at the plate I barely touched. Why would you dream something like that? Maya shrugged, but her eyes glistened. I don't know. Maybe because I'm scared you're gonna disappear on me. I reached out, touched her arm. I'm right here. Brave heart, Maya, I attempted to calm her down. But she was just too broken. Too shook. She gave a half smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. Yeah, but dreams don't listen, do they? Days passed since that fateful breakfast, and that dream hung between us like a shadow. It made everything else harder, the noise, the smells, the gritty skin of the city closing in tight. It was like the zoo moment had torn a hole we couldn't patch. My mind spun in circles, trying to make sense of it. The jaguar, the heartbeat, the electric pulse under my skin. Was it real? Or just a trick our minds played after being stuck in those cramped places, starved for something wild? At school, I found myself staring through windows more often. The sky, the trees outside looked too sharp, too alive compared to the dull hum inside the boring-ass classrooms. It all seemed synthetic for lack of a better word. Like it was made of plastic. That's how artificial it looked. Maya didn't help much either. She joked, half mockingly, you and your wild animal fever. Need to drink some water, man. But sometimes, late at night, I heard her whisper to herself in the dark, like she was trying to keep hold of something slipping away. One afternoon, after school, I found her sitting on the swings at the park, legs swinging too high, too fast, like she was trying to fling herself somewhere else. A reality far, far away from here, perhaps. You okay? I asked. She stopped moving, looked at me with tired eyes. I'm fine. Do you want to talk about that dream? She looked away, kicked dirt with her sneaker. I keep waking up in the middle of the night, heart pounding like it wants to tear through my chest. I sat beside her. It's probably just stress. You know, everything going on. The zoo trip, school, life. Yeah, maybe, she said, but it sounded like she didn't believe it. She was equally at a loss of words as I was, and that terrified me. More than anything. For a moment, we just sat there, the swings creaking beneath us and a cold wind stirring the leaves. Then she said, Will, do you ever feel like the world is holding its breath? Like something bad's about to happen and no one knows how to stop it? I thought about that, felt the hollow thud from my chest. Every day. Her voice cracked. That's what my dreams feel like. Like a warning. Like I'm supposed to do something before it's too late. Later that night, lying in my room, I tried to piece it all together. Maybe it was just adrenaline, what they call a fight or flight response, but it felt deeper than that. The heartbeat, Maya's fear, the jaguar's eyes burned into my memory. I grabbed my phone and began searching: stress, adrenaline, hallucinations, shared psychosis, whatever could explain why Maya and I both felt like we were unraveling. When I asked Maya about it, she scoffed. You and your WebMD diagnoses. Can't you just feel? Sometimes feeling's what breaks you, I shot back. She laughed, but it was brittle. Then we're both breaking. In the following days, we tried to pretend normal. School distracted us, music, friends, scrolling through social feeds. But the edges kept fraying. I started writing everything down: conversations, random thoughts, odd sensations. It felt like control. Maya, on the other hand, spun stories sarcastic enough to make people think she was fine, but her eyes told a different story, one of exhaustion, fear, and too many silent screams. One evening, she burst into my room, pacing fast like wild feet couldn't stop. Well, what if that jaguar wasn't just some animal? What if it was all in our heads because that's the only way our brains can deal with the loneliness we feel inside? That means we're getting sick, I said, tired of the guessing game. Or that we're waking up, she whispered. That weekend, we returned to the zoo. It wasn't to chase ghosts but to face what was real. The jaguar enclosure looked smaller, less epic. The big cat lounged lazily in the shade, indifferent to the crowd. We stood there in silence. I could feel Maya's nerves fraying beside me. It doesn't look magical anymore, does it? I murmured. No, she said. Just a big cat. But as we walked away, the ache inside me softened, the wild fear, the shadows in my chest. Maybe the jaguar only seemed like a doorway to something ancient because we needed a place to push back against our own helplessness. Back home, Maya pulled me into a hug, tight. I'm scared sometimes, she said. But maybe it's okay to be scared. I nodded. Yeah. Maybe that's human too. We didn't solve anything that day. The dream still haunted her, the truth still a whisper beneath the noise. But for the first time in a while, the wild wasn't a trap, it was a reminder. A reminder that no matter how far the world tries to close in, some part of us will always fight to breathe free. I looked up common delusions online that night. Guess what? Not a single mention of delusions about jaguars. Like, no crap, Sherlock. What the hell did I think I'd find? Maybe a freaking jaguar support group or some mystical jaguar insight? Yeah, didn't happen. The closest I got to any real info was about persecutory delusions. Great, just what I needed, more confirmation my brain was hosting a full-on horror show. My voices? Oh, they'd threaten my life occasionally. Isaac was the star of the show. I picked that name because naming your tormentor apparently makes it less frightening. Spoiler, it doesn't. Then there's Claire, Spider, because why not, Anthony, and Kyle. They were always arguing like some dysfunctional sitcom cast. Honestly, it was kind of hilarious, like reality TV but inside my head. But Isaac? Oh no, Isaac was on a whole different level. This guy wasn't just threatening, he wrote in screaming threats to rape me and slice me into tiny little metaphorical pieces. And yeah, even if he was just a whisper inside my head, the mood dropped faster than my Wi-Fi when grandma's on a video call. Paranoia, anxiety, terror? Multiply that by 1,000, and you're kinda close to my daily vibe. I hate you, Isaac. I yelled, trying to sound tough. Guess what? It came out weak and pathetic, like I had glue on my vocal cords or some shit. Then, as if on cue, my dad's voice floats down the hall. Who are you yelling at, Will? A bully, I lied, because explaining your internal psychodrama to parents is like trying to teach calculus to a fish. That's not on. Tell that prick he can go fuck himself. Dad shouted, sounding like a cheerleader for my imaginary fight club. So I shouted, go fuck yourself, Isaac, at the invisible tormentor. He bursts out laughing, this long, disgusting laugh that went on for about 30 seconds like he just heard the funniest joke of the millennium. Oh, that's hilarious. A bully? That's the best you've got, he mocked. Do you ever shut up? I rasped, already regretting waking this emotional demon. Not like you could do any better, he shot back. Dad walks in confused as hell. What's he done? What's going on? Well, I can't blame him. Trying to explain voices threatening to eviscerate you doesn't exactly screen normal Saturday night. I was the weird kid, the one with the mental circus happening upstairs. Welcome to my life, population, me. Now do the same thing for this. He threatened to fight, Maya. I lied through my teeth again. But he's a man. He should know that it's not right to hit women, my father hissed like a pissed off cat. He threatened to fight, Maya, I said, lying with zero remorse like it was some Oscar-worthy performance. But he's a man, right? He should know hitting women is a hard no, Dad spat, sounding like a pissed off cat caught in a room full of rocking chairs. Like, yeah Dad, thanks for the gender stereotype PSA, real helpful. Never mind that I was dodging drama, not conducting a sociology class. Honestly, hearing him hiss like some territorial feline made me want to roll my eyes so hard they might get stuck. It's like, sure, blame it on the he's a man card, because that magically means all men are knights and all women are porcelain. Newsflash, not that simple. But hey, Dad was all fired up defending the unfairly attack because masculinity apparently comes with a rulebook, and I'm just over here trying not to get caught in the crossfire of his wrath and my own chaotic life. And I'm failing miserably. He'll know that I still hear voices and he'll be pissed. I don't hide them very well. Not if he finds out he's going to explode like that truck in the first Terminator movie towards the end of the film. What a great-ass piece of cinema. Grandpa showed me it during my summer break when I turned 10. I swear he'd let me watch anything aside from pornography. Don't you have homework, Will? Forget bullies and write your damn papers, he asked me out of nowhere. Hold on, old man, I replied cheekily, instantly causing an angry reaction. Old man, he hissed again at me. Yes, Dad. That is what I said. I ran into my room just as a dress shoe was flung at me. It just barely missed my crotch. That would not have been good. My paper topic was about lost historical inventions. I chose the Antikythera mechanism. It was the world's first analog computer. It was found underwater on the Greek island Antikythera, hence its name. And here I am, failing miserably at keeping anything secret. He's gonna find out I still hear voices, and trust me, it won't be a polite discussion. Nope. Not if he catches wind of it, he's going to blow up bigger than that truck exploding in the first Terminator movie towards the end with all that fire and furious carnage. Honestly, what a cinematic masterpiece. Grandpa showed me that flick during summer break when I turned 10, he'd basically let me watch anything except porn. Yeah, thanks, Grandpa. Real helpful. Don't you have homework, Will? Forget the bullies and write your damn papers, Dad's voice cut through my daydream like a drill sergeant out of nowhere. Hold on, old man, I shot back, cheekiness instantly causing an angry reaction. Old man, he hissed like a pissed off cat. Yes, Dad. That's what I said, retreating to my room just as a dress shoe was flung at me. Barely missed the jewels. That would not have been good. My paper? History class assigned me lost historical inventions. I chose the Antikythera mechanism, which sounds like a bad sci-fi villain but was actually the world's first analog computer. It was discovered underwater near the Greek island of Antikythera, hence the name. Ancient Greek tech that was basically a calculator before calculators existed. Bet it didn't have YouTube or Snapchat, though. Yet here I was, caught in the middle of the 21st century, dodging shoes, hearing voices, and pretending school was just a minor detail in my traumatic teen saga. Keeping my head down was impossible. I don't hide the voices well, so not if Dad finds out, he'll go nuclear. Visualize nuclear, then multiply it by 100. It's gonna be like that truck explosion, but instead of fire, it's just pure disaster energy minus the cool special effects. Remembering that summer with Grandpa, the truck explosion wasn't just entertainment, it was a metaphor for my life. Grandpa was that one guy who could show you the harsh realities but also the weird comforts of chaos. His Korean war tales felt more real than any history textbook, yet somehow less horrific than my own internal battles. Life's cruel jokes had plenty of setup and punchline, and the voices were the hecklers in the crowd. Speaking of voices, Isaac, my nightmare roommate, was on a different level. He threatened to fight. Okay, fine. When Pop asked, he threatened to fight Maya, I lied through my teeth again. Because what else do you say? Yeah, the voice in my head? Dad, of course, hissed back like a pissed off cat, but he's a man. He should know it's not right to hit women. Thanks for the wise words, Dad. Real helpful. Meanwhile, the rest of the voices, Claire, Spider, Anthony, Kyle, argued with each other like a dysfunctional family sitcom. Sometimes it was so absurd it bordered on hilarious. But Isaac's threats were anything but funny. He threatened things no voice should, and it sent my mood into a nosedive. Paranoia, anxiety, terror, multiply all of these by 1,000, and you get a sense of the daily hell. I hate you, Isaac. I shouted once, trying to sound tough. Instead, it came out weak and pathetic, like I'd lost my voice. Dad heard the noise from the hallway, asked who I was yelling at, and I lied again. A bully. Dad shouted back, tell him to go fuck himself. So I did, only to hear Isaac burst out laughing like I'd just said something funny. That laugh? It stretched for a good 30 seconds. Not exactly comforting. School was a brutal background noise to my daily survival. My main goal was just not to let anything break me down completely. I tried to write my history paper on the Antikythera mechanism, a piece of ancient tech way cooler than anything I might build, as a distraction from the voices critics in my skull. That paper topic was actually pretty solid: lost inventions, machines that shaped history. But my mind kept being pulled back to the voices and threats, the shoe nearly hitting my crotch, Dad's hissed warnings, and Grandpa's dramatic movie lessons. The chaos at home mirrored the chaos inside, and no amount of homework felt like it could fix that. Dad's expectations were a constant pressure. He didn't just want me to write papers, he wanted me to act normal, like I wasn't harboring a full-on internal war zone. I wasn't just struggling with voices, I was battling the aftermath of busted family dynamics, historical wounds, and the fragile threads of figuring out who I once was. When I shouted old man at Dad, the shoe launching followed. A reminder that sarcasm isn't my safety net, it's a minefield. But in some twisted way, it was the only shield I had. So I wrote my paper, with the Antikythera mechanism as my focus, and beneath it all, I scribbled margins filled with the mess of my mind. Caught between history's forgotten inventions and my own uninvited, remembered demons. Lost inventions, lost memories, voices I wished I could erase but couldn't. If that truck in Terminator was the soundtrack for my life, a fiery, chaotic explosion of all that went wrong, then I was stuck inside the wreckage, trying to rebuild with nothing but sarcasm and ancient Greek analog computers to hold on to. And somehow, despite all the madness, the shoe dodging, voice arguing, and struggling in school, I'm still here. The mess continues, the voices still shout, and history? It's not just in books. It's in me. And maybe, just maybe, that's the real lost invention, the ability to keep surviving the noise. I put on In Utero by Nirvana on my vinyl only to get yelled at by my father. Because he hates Kurt Cobain. He thinks he was just a depressed loser. As if that ever stopped Kurt from making killer fucking music. But tell that to my father. He hates anything that isn't calm. It's one of his biggest flaws. Being able to accept others' opinions. I slapped In Utero by Nirvana on my vinyl, ready to drown out the voices in pure, gritty noise, only to get my eardrums assaulted by my dad yelling from the other room. Because he can't stand Kurt Cobain. In his mind, Kurt wasn't some brilliant tortured soul, no, to him, Kurt was just another depressed loser who couldn't hack life. Like that ever stopped Kurt from cranking out some of the most killer, raw, fucking iconic music of the 90s. But try telling that to my dad, and you'd think you were debating the existence of dinosaurs. Dad's hatred for anything chaotic or loud is borderline legendary. Smooth jazz, elevator music, white noise machine, those are his jam. But pushing someone's creative genius aside because it's too messy or too loud? Welcome to one of his biggest flaws, zero ability to accept opinions that don't fit neatly into his calm little bubble. He'd roll his eyes, sneer about that noise, and storm off like the very idea of rebellion scratching vinyl was a personal insult. Meanwhile, I'm here feeling like Kurt's ghost is right there with me, punching through the speakers and reminding me that sometimes the best art comes from the chaos, the mess, the pain, the rage. Dad might hate it, but I live for that unfiltered fire. So there I was, texting Maya like I always do, only this time I could tell she was in a rough place just by how she typed. You know, those sad little dots and slow responses that scream, "My life's a dumpster fire." Totally worrying, but what can I do from my room except send some emojis and hope for a miracle? So I went full drama queen and typed, "I love you forever, Maya. I swear on it. I know it's way too early for this shit, but I want to marry you someday." Hit send and immediately wished I could take it back because, yeah, I'm brilliant like that. Then out of nowhere, she dropped the last thing I expected, "I'd like that." Like, holy crap, nearly gave me a heart attack waiting for her reply. So naturally, I played it cool, "I love you." She hit back, "I love you more." With a heart emoji, because apparently we're extra tonight. I replied, "Didn't your parents teach you not to lie?" Because, obviously, this is all a game, right? Finally, I admitted defeat, I really gotta sleep. It's 1 a.m. "K night," she said, and that was that. My last message of the night. Because nothing heals teenage romance like awkward, half-confident goodnights and possibly ruins self-respect. I must have caught some serious nightmare virus from Maya because that night, my brain decided to throw a horror show featuring people I care about dropping dead left and right. And, of course, Maya was on the first season of this nightmare reality TV. Like, thanks brain, appreciate the upgrade, you really know how to ruin a good night's sleep. Go to hell. Chapter 49, Nero, age 15. History class was supposed to be boring. I mean, it's literally called history. It's about dead people who made bad decisions centuries ago. But that day, Mr. Myers turned boring into a full-blown performance. The topic? Nero. The emperor, the artist, the pyromaniac, depending on who you ask. Okay, Mr. Myers began, pacing at the front like a stand-up comic who'd lost his crowd but refused to quit. Everyone loves the Greeks, right? Philosophers, columns, democracy, yada yada. But guess what? We're done. They're toast. Literally. So, your civilization, poof. Gone. All those temples, your gods, your marble statues of perfection? Reduced to ash. Talk about a bad day at the office. He gave a dramatic sigh, and the entire class chuckled, already hooked. That's the thing about Mr. Myers, he could make apocalyptic destruction sound like a sitcom punchline. Jake, sitting behind me, leaned over and whispered, "Great job, guys. We just burned down the house." I tried not to laugh, but it slipped out anyway. Mr. Myers grinned like he'd heard it. Exactly, Jake. You burned down the house, the neighbors' houses, and the temples for good measure. Bonus points if you manage to take the gods down with you. He turned back to the board and scribbled Nero in big, dramatic letters, underlining it twice. Now here's where it gets spicy, he said, tapping the name like it was a game show reveal. Because while Rome burned, rumor has it our boy Nero decided it was the perfect time to play music. A few kids groaned. Seriously? Lara muttered. That's so messed up. Mr. Myers's grin widened. Oh, it gets better. Some say he fiddled while Rome burned. Of course, historians can't agree on whether that's true, since fiddles weren't exactly a thing yet. But never let the facts ruin a good story. Emily raised her hand. Wait, so did he actually start the fire or not? Ah, Mr. Myers said, lowering his voice like he was letting us in on a secret. The million denarius question. Did Nero start the fire, or was he just really unlucky? Historians still fight over it, but back then, if something bad happened, you had to blame someone. Nero was powerful, but not stupid. So, naturally, he found someone else to take the fall. Lara frowned. He blamed the Christians, didn't he? That was horrible. Indeed, Mr. Myers said, pointing a piece of chalk like a weapon. Politics 101, when in doubt, blame a minority group. Works every time. You redirect the anger, the torches, the pitchforks, and suddenly, you're not the villain anymore. It's the oldest trick in the Imperial Handbook. Jake leaned back in his chair, whispering, "Man, ancient politics sound a lot like today." Mr. Myers smirked. "Oh, you have no idea." Mark, the quiet philosopher of the group, finally spoke. "So, was Nero really evil, or was he just broken? Like, a product of his time?" The class fell into a hush. Even Mr. Myers stopped pacing. "Good question, Mark. Depends who you ask. The Senate called him a monster. The mob adored him for a while. But here's the thing, Nero didn't start out terrible. He was young, artistic, maybe even idealistic. He wanted to act, sing, perform, basically, he wanted to be the first celebrity emperor. The problem? Rome didn't exactly need a theater kid running the empire." Everyone laughed, and Mr. Myers leaned against his desk. "Imagine giving absolute power to someone who just wants applause. You get chaos. You get fires. You get Nero." Jake grinned. "So he was like, the ultimate bad boy, set the empire on fire for the vibes." "Exactly," said Mr. Myers. "He wanted fame, not governance. Rome was his stage. Unfortunately, when the curtains burned down, so did the audience." Emily looked genuinely disturbed. "So he just watched Rome burn?" Mr. Myers shrugged. "Depends who you believe. Some say he helped organize rescue efforts. Others say he stood there composing songs about it. Either way, Rome burned. Thousands lost everything. And Nero? He rebuilt the city his way, grand, golden, self-indulgent." Lara raised her hand again. "Was that why Rome fell? Because of him?" "Not entirely," Mr. Myers replied, pacing again. "Rome was already crumbling under its own weight. Political corruption, military revolts, economic disasters, you name it. Nero was just gasoline on an already blazing fire. He didn't cause the collapse, but he sure made it more dramatic." Jake whispered loud enough for everyone to hear, "Emperor Arsonist, best nickname ever." Mr. Myers laughed. "Not inaccurate. But remember, history's not black and white. It's messy. Complicated. Heroes turn into villains, villains sometimes start as dreamers. Nero's story is about ambition twisted by fear, power, and ego." Lara looked thoughtful. "So what's the point? That power corrupts everyone?" Mr. Myers tapped the chalk against his palm. "Pretty much. Power isolates. It inflates egos and erases empathy. And when things go wrong, it's easier to point fingers than to admit the system's broken. Nero's fall wasn't just his fault, it was Rome's collective denial that things were falling apart." Mark nodded slowly. "So, blaming Nero was easier than admitting Rome was doomed." "Exactly," Mr. Myers said. "History loves a scapegoat. It's like storytelling, people crave villains. It's simpler. Cleaner. No one wants to hear that the empire collapsed because of centuries of rot and bad decisions. We'd rather blame one guy with a fiddle." Emily scribbled notes furiously. "So, what's the moral? Don't burn cities? Don't be Nero?" Mr. Myers put down his chalk and looked at her with mock solemnity. "The lesson, dear students, don't start fires, don't frame innocent people, and don't treat your city like your personal art project." The class cracked up. The tension dissolved instantly. The bell rang, that awful screech cutting through the laughter. Backpacks unzipped, notebooks slammed shut. But the energy was different this time, nobody was just shuffling out. Everyone was still talking about it. History class had actually meant something, which was kind of disturbing. Jake slung his backpack over one shoulder. "Mr. Myers, you're basically the late-night host of Ancient Disasters." Mr. Myers chuckled, pretending to tip an invisible hat. "I do what I can. History's dull without a little fire." As we file out, I caught a glimpse of the board one last time, Nero scrawled across the top in messy white chalk, underlined twice like a warning. It stuck with me. The idea that one name could carry centuries of blame. One man turned myth, turned monster. Maybe Mr. Myers was right. History does love a scapegoat. And maybe that's the real tragedy, not just the burning of Rome, but the way we burn people's names into symbols forever, whether they deserve it or not. By the time I hit the hallway, I could still hear Jake muttering behind me. Imagine being remembered for setting the world on fire. Rough legacy, man. I didn't say it out loud, but part of me thought, yeah. But at least he was remembered. Like, sure, Nero was basically the worst party host in history, started a fire that nobody RSVP'd to and then played the blame game like a pro. But hey, at least the dude didn't fade into obscurity, right? Instead, he's that infamous name everyone knows. Nero pulls more attention than half the emperors who actually tried not to torch the place. Not that I'm gassing him up or anything. I mean, being remembered for basically being the world's most notorious disaster isn't exactly a career goal. It's like getting a Lifetime Achievement Award for screwing up big time. Still, in the grand scheme of things, being forgotten sucks way more. Honestly, sometimes I wonder if being remembered, good or bad, is better than just disappearing like some background character in a story nobody finishes reading. It's kind of what the guy from Back to the Future wrestled with too, right? Chasing memories like they were tickets out of the chaos he was stuck in. Trying to leave a mark, even if the price was ugly as hell. So yeah, maybe Nero's got a weird kind of immortality. And maybe, in our own messed up ways, we're all just scrambling to be remembered somehow, whether it's by burning cities or rewriting the past. But here's the kicker, I want to be remembered for helping, not for being the reason someone's world burns down. At least Nero's in the history books, but I'd rather be the footnote no one forgets because I showed up when it mattered. And maybe, if I'm lucky, that's the kind of legacy worth chasing even if the world's full of all kinds of awful stars. Chapter 51, Caligula, age 15. History class started with one of those silences that felt suspicious. Like the calm before Mr. Myers decided to casually dismantle another ancient empire. The board was blank, always a bad sign. When he starts with a clean slate, it usually means someone in history is about to have their dignity obliterated. He turned to us, coffee cup in hand, and said, "All right, scholars. Today's topic, Caligula, Rome's favorite example of why absolute power should never be handed to someone who needs a therapist." Jake, sitting in his usual slouch, muttered, "Didn't we just do Nero? How many insane emperors did Rome have?" Mr. Myers raised a brow. "Roughly all of them, Jake. Rome's leadership pipeline was basically a roulette wheel of narcissism. But Caligula, he's special. If you thought Nero was bad, buckle up. This guy makes Nero look like a misunderstood theater kid." The class perked up instantly. We knew that tone. It was "this is going to be horrifying but funny" mode. Emily raised her hand. "Wait, wasn't Caligula the one with the horse?" Mr. Myers grinned like he'd been waiting for that. "Yes. His horse's name was Incitatus. Caligula loved him. Gave him a marble stable, a jeweled collar, and, because why not, a house. Some historians even say he wanted to make the horse a consul, which, for those unfamiliar, is like naming your dog Secretary of State." Jake snorted. "Dude actually said, nay means nay." "Exactly," Mr. Myers said, pointing at Jake like he'd just won the lottery. "And before you judge too harshly, remember, this is the same empire that worshipped cats and murdered relatives for sport. A horse in office? Honestly, not their worst idea." Lara, ever the serious one, frowned. "But was he actually crazy, or was that just propaganda? Like, did people exaggerate after he died?" "Good question," said Mr. Myers, pacing in front of the whiteboard like a late-night host setting up his punchline. "Caligula's name literally means little boots. He got it as a kid because he wore miniature soldier sandals while hanging around his dad's army. Cute, right? Everyone loved him. Then, plot twist, he grows up, becomes emperor, and goes completely off the rails." Emily leaned forward. How off the rails are we talking? Mr. Myers smirked. Imagine if your class president declared themselves a god, built a palace-sized shrine to their own greatness, and started demanding sacrifices in their honor. Jake raised his hand. Okay, but, was he actually a god, though? The whole class groaned, but Mr. Myers just laughed. Jake, I admire your optimism. No, he wasn't a god, just a guy with unchecked authority and severe mental health issues. Power doesn't just corrupt, it completely unhinges. Mark, ever the philosopher, spoke up. So, was he evil or just broken? Mr. Myers paused. He always liked that kind of question. Ah, the eternal debate. Evil versus unstable. Historians aren't sure. Some say he suffered from epilepsy, others think he had a psychotic break after almost dying from illness. Whatever it was, he returned to power acting like he had a direct line to Jupiter. And not in a metaphorical way. He literally spoke to statues. Emily scribbled something in her notes. So, delusions of grandeur? Exactly, Mr. Myers said. Imagine if your boss started having full conversations with the company mascot and promoted it to VP. That's basically Caligula's leadership strategy. Jake chuckled. My boss already does that at Starbucks. Mr. Myers gave him a deadpan look. Jake, that explains a lot. The class laughed. Then Mr. Myers turned serious for a second. But here's the thing, Caligula didn't start out this way. Early on, he was actually popular. People loved him because he wasn't like the old senators. He gave out bonuses, hosted games, lowered taxes, everyone thought, hey, this guy's pretty chill. Lara tilted her head. So what happened? Absolute power happened, Mr. Myers said, leaning against his desk. And grief. He lost family members, grew paranoid, and decided the Senate was full of traitors. So, naturally, he started having them executed. Or humiliated. Or both. Emily winced. Yikes. Oh, it gets worse, he continued cheerfully. He built a bridge across part of the Bay of Bai, just so he could ride his horse across it and declare himself greater than the gods. That's like paving over your local lake just to show off your new car. Jake leaned back in his chair. Man, this dude was the blueprint for rich people on Instagram. Mr. Myers laughed. Yes, Jake. Caligula was basically the world's first influencer, with better fashion and more bloodshed. The class cracked up. Lara raised her hand again. Didn't he also do something with, seashells? Mr. Myers nodded solemnly. Ah, yes, the seashell incident. Caligula once declared war on Neptune, god of the sea. He marched his army to the ocean's edge, ordered them to attack the waves, and then proudly collected seashells as spoils of war. Emily blinked. Please tell me you're joking. I wish I were, Mr. Myers said. He even made the soldiers call the shells plunder from the sea. Historians call it one of the weirdest flexes in history. Imagine returning home from war and your souvenir is a handful of shells. Jake put his hand to his heart. Truly, a hero of our time. Indeed, said Mr. Myers. But the thing is, people eventually stopped laughing. The madness got darker. He started executing anyone who bored him, insulting senators publicly, and demanding worship as a living god. His reign went from absurd to terrifying fast. Mark spoke quietly. So he was feared? Completely, Mr. Myers said. And that's what made it tragic. Rome didn't dare oppose him because everyone remembered what happened to those who tried. His assassination wasn't rebellion, it was survival. Emily frowned. Who killed him? His own guards, Mr. Myers said. Even they couldn't take it anymore. They caught him leaving a show and stabbed him to death. And get this, people celebrated in the streets. Jake whistled. That's when you know you've really messed up. Exactly, Mr. Myers said. When your own security throws the party after you die, maybe you weren't the best boss. The class laughed again, but it had an uneasy edge. It always hit weird when the humor ran up against the reality of it all. That's what Mr. Myers did best, made the horrors human and the humans horrifying. So, he said finally, crossing his arms, what's the lesson? Lara thought for a moment. Don't make your horse a politician? Jake grinned. Or don't start wars with seashells. Emily added, maybe, power without accountability is a disaster? Bingo, said Mr. Myers, snapping his fingers. Caligula's reign wasn't just a mental breakdown, it was what happens when everyone around a leader is too scared to say no. People laughed at his jokes, cheered his insanity, and by the time they realized how bad it was too late. Mark, still scribbling notes, said quietly, so he's a warning. Mr. Myers nodded. A warning with a horse and a seashell collection. The bell rang. The class groaned collectively, half because it was over, half because they wanted to hear how much weirder it could have gotten. Mr. Myers grinned, taking a sip of his coffee like it was all in a day's work. Jake slung his backpack over his shoulder. Mr. Myers, you seriously need a podcast. You make dictators sound like bad reality TV. Mr. Myers smirked. History is reality TV, Jake, just with fewer commercials and way more blood. As we file out, Emily turned to me. So, let me get this straight, Caligula made his horse a senator, declared war on the ocean, and talked to statues? Pretty much, I said. Jake chimed in behind us. Honestly, still a better leader than my stepdad. I snorted, shaking my head. As I walked out, I glanced at the board again, Caligula written in all caps like a warning label for humanity. Mr. Myers hadn't erased it yet. Maybe he didn't want to. Maybe that was the point. Because if there's one thing Mr. Myers teaches better than history, it's that madness with a crown always starts out looking like genius. Chapter 52, soon, age 16. It was my mother's birthday, and naturally, she decided we should celebrate as a family, which in her dictionary meant forcing everyone into awkward small talk over overpriced lettuce. So there we were, Mom, Dad, or Dan, as she always called him when she was in her I'm the adult here mode, my failing sanity, and me standing in the parking lot of this goofy-ass looking restaurant called Sammy's. And when I say goofy-ass, I mean it looked like if Pinterest in Whole Foods had a love child. Everything was this washed-out pastel green, and there was a mural of a smiling cow holding a kale smoothie on the wall. The cow had human teeth. I can't emphasize that enough. It was nightmare fuel. Mom was thrilled. Isn't this adorable, she said, clapping her hands like she'd just discovered fire. It's all vegetarian and vegan. Everyone's saying their Impossible Burger is life-changing. Yeah, because nothing screams birthday celebration like pretending plants taste like meat. Grandpa would have had a stroke followed by a heart attack if he saw the place. No joke, he's the type of man who calls anything green rabbit food and thinks the four main food groups are beef, beer, bacon, and more beef. But we didn't invite him anyway, he had the stomach flu and couldn't even keep water down. It just came right back up when he puked, according to his doctor, who described it way too vividly over breakfast. Happy birthday, Mom. Dad squinted at the menu posted outside like he was trying to find a loophole. Do they have real food here? Mom sighed. Dan, it's healthy. That's the point. Healthy, he repeated, like it was a personal insult. So, no bacon? No bacon, she said sweetly. Dad muttered something under his breath that sounded suspiciously like, this country's gone to hell. We walked inside, and immediately, I was hit with the smell of, how do I put this, sanctified quinoa. It was like walking into a yoga studio that served tofu instead of inner peace. The waitress, whose name tag said Sage Seedling, because of course it did, greeted us with a smile so wide I was convinced her face hurt. Welcome to Sammy's, she chirped, way too perky for someone alive before noon. Will this be for here or to go? Mom beamed. For here. It's my birthday. Sage clasped her hands. Ah. Happy solar return. Dad frowned. Her what now? Her solar return, Sage explained, eyes twinkling. It's when the Earth completes its orbit around the sun and you. Yeah, birthday. Got it, Dad cut in. Do you have fries? We have baked sweet potato wedges, Sage said, like she was offering him gold. Dad just looked betrayed. We sat down at a booth under a giant chalkboard that said plants have feelings too, eat mindfully. I tried not to laugh. Mom was already scrolling through the menu like it was a classified document. Her earrings swayed as she leaned forward. Okay, let's make this fun. Everyone order something adventurous. Dad didn't look up. What's adventurous about black bean paste shaped like meat? It's called innovation, Dan. He muttered, it's called lying. I ordered a spicy jackfruit pulled sandwich because it sounded the least like a moral statement. Mom got the rainbow veggie wrap because she liked the colors. Dad grumbled his way into getting the classic Impossible burger, emphasis on impossible. Mom, of course, ordered the enlightened Buddha bowl, which came with quinoa, kale, roasted chickpeas, and get this, positive energy. Didn't even know that last one was edible. When the food came, everything looked suspiciously beige. My spicy sandwich looked like someone had sneezed hot sauce on wet cardboard. The bun crumbled like it was trying to escape. Mom was taking photos, obviously. Smile, everyone. This is going on my story. Dad froze mid-bite, halfway to muttering a complaint. Do we have to? Yes, Dan, it's for the memory. The memory of paying $20 for beans? Dan. He shut up, but his eyes screamed, help me. Sage floated back over, hands clasped behind her back like she was leading a meditation retreat. How is everything? Mom practically glowed. Delicious. So fresh. I nodded politely because I didn't want to get grounded, but honestly? The sandwich tasted like a compost pile that wanted to be spicy but gave up halfway through. Dad just stared at his burger. I've had better texture in a sponge. Sage's smile faltered. It's our most popular dish. Yeah, among rabbits maybe. Dan. Mom hissed. Sage smiled again, but this time it was tight. I'll, let you enjoy your meal. She disappeared faster than my will to live. Behind us, another family was arguing about oat milk versus almond milk. The dad defended oat milk like it was his child, and the mom accused him of being too commercial. I swear, Sammy's was basically a cult that worshipped the blender. Mom raised her glass of cucumber-infused water. To family. Dad reluctantly raised his. To real food, may it rest in peace. To Mom, I added, for dragging us into vegan hell. She laughed, brushing it off like it was part of the charm. Oh, come on. This isn't that bad. A second later, my sister poked at her wrap. Is it supposed to be crunchy? That's the raw kale, Mom said. It tastes like lawn. Eat your lawn, Dad said, dead serious. Halfway through the meal, Mom started tearing up, not sad tears, more like sentimental mom tears. You know, she said softly, I'm just really happy we're all together. Even if Grandpa couldn't come. I miss him, though. Dad sighed. He'd hate this place. He'd have died twice, I added. Mom rolled her eyes but smiled. You two are impossible. Like the burger, Dad muttered. Dan. He grinned, victorious. Sage came back with a tiny vegan chocolate cake that looked like it was built out of guilt and cocoa dust. A single candle flickered on top. Make a wish, she said, setting it down dramatically. Mom closed her eyes, hands clasped like she was praying to the tofu gods. Dad leaned over and whispered, I'm wishing for a steak. I'm wishing for silence, I said. When Mom opened her eyes, she smiled like the world was perfect. I just want us to be happy, she said softly. Dad softened for half a second. We're happy. Just hungry. Mom laughed and squeezed his hand. You'll love. Doubtful, he said, stabbing his cake. This thing tastes like compressed sadness. After the meal, Mom insisted on taking a photo outside under the mural again. The creepy cow grinned in the background like it knew we were lying about enjoying ourselves. Say kale. Mom sang. Kale, we mumbled. Dad didn't even bother pretending, he just said, regret. On the drive home, Mom hummed along to Hotel California while Dad gripped the steering wheel like it owed him money. My head leaned against the window, watching city lights blur into soft streaks of gold and gray. Yeah, the food sucked. And the cow mural will haunt my dreams forever. But there was something kind of funny about it all, the absurdity of pretending everything was fine while our sanity wilted like the lettuce in those overpriced burgers. Mom reached back and patted my knee. Thanks for coming, sweetie. I know you think I'm ridiculous. I don't think you're ridiculous, I said. Just aggressively optimistic. She laughed. That's fair. Dad muttered something about stopping for real fries on the way home, and Mom just smiled, shaking her head. You're hopeless, Dan. He winked at her in the rearview mirror. And you love it. She did. Even if she'd never admit it out loud. And honestly? I guess I did too. Sometimes, that's enough. Chapter 53, Bernardo, age 16. So, I decided to take a criminology course outside of school because apparently, spending my free time studying the psychology of serial killers is my idea of a hobby. Some people go to the gym or bake sourdough bread, me? I read about people who turn murder into a lifestyle choice. I don't know what that says about me, but whatever. I've always been fascinated by killers. Serial killers, mass murderers, cult leaders, the whole morbid shebang. You name a twisted crime, and I've probably watched a 3-hour documentary about it while eating chips and questioning humanity. So, you can imagine my absolute thrill when our instructor announced that we'd be studying the case of Paul Bernardo and Carla Homolka. Like, finally, a true crime duo so toxic they make Romeo and Juliet look like an after-school special. Everyone else in class groaned, probably because they'd rather watch reruns of Friends than learn about two lunatics in matching mugshots. But me? I was practically vibrating. These two were like the Bonnie and Clyde of Canadian suburban horror stories, except replaced the bank robberies with, well, things a lot worse than bank robberies. Our instructor, Dr. Fisher, who looked like he hadn't slept since the Cold War, stood up there in his wrinkled tweed jacket, clutching a coffee like it was a life support system. Paul and Carla, he said, in that low dramatic voice professors use when they want to sound mysterious. A case study in the pathology of partnership. A few students nodded solemnly like we were about to attend a funeral. I, on the other hand, was grinning like an idiot because finally, someone was speaking my language: psychotic codependency, manipulation, sociopathy, romance gone to literal hell. Peak entertainment. And, yeah, maybe part of me found it relatable in a totally non-homicidal way. Because, honestly, Paul and Carla's relationship reminded me just a tiny bit of mine with Maya. Not that Maya and I were anywhere near serial killer levels of dysfunction, obviously. We didn't, beat each other half to death or commit felonies together. But the chaos? The emotional roller coaster? The constant arguing that somehow ended in laughter or weird tension? Oh yeah, that was us. Just minus the bloodshed and life sentences. Maya had that same dangerous charm, sweet 1 second, venomous the next. One time she told me she loved me so much it scared her. Which, in retrospect, probably should have been a red flag. But back then, I thought it was poetic. Because of course, I was 16 and allergic to self-preservation. Anyway, Dr. Fisher starts pulling up crime scene photos like it's show and tell for emotionally damaged adults. He's explaining how Paul and Carla's relationship dynamic was mutually reinforcing, which is academic code for they made each other worse. I swear, he could have been describing half the couples I know. You could have replaced their names with any two people in my friend group and the psychology would have still checked out. Then he asks, why do you think individuals like Paul and Carla are drawn to each other? Cue the awkward silence of 20 teenagers trying to figure out how to sound smart without sounding creepy. Someone finally raises their hand and says, because they both lacked empathy, which was, the safest answer possible. Dr. Fisher nods thoughtfully, scribbling something on the whiteboard like it's groundbreaking research. I raise my hand, because I can't help myself. Maybe it's not just about lacking empathy, I say. Maybe it's about finding someone who validates your insanity. You see the worst part of yourself in someone else and think, oh cool, they get it. Dr. Fisher pauses mid-scribble and looks at me like I just revealed his childhood trauma. That's insightful, he says, which is professor speak for deeply concerning. Meanwhile, Maya texted me during class, because of course she did, saying, if you're studying serial killers, I bet you're thinking of me. Like, yeah, thanks, Maya. Way to read my mind and terrify me at the same time. I sent back, only in the most flattering way possible. The truth is, I didn't sign up for criminology because I wanted to profile murderers. I did it because I wanted to understand how people could love someone and still destroy them. How you could be so obsessed with another person that your whole sense of morality just evaporates. It's kind of romantic, in a sick, messed up way. Like watching a candle burn from both ends, you know it's going to die out fast, but you can't look away. By week 2, we were deep into the psychological stuff, power dynamics, coercion, narcissism. I started realizing how close love and control can get when you strip away the movie cliches. Like, 1 second you're sharing playlists and calling each other soulmates, and the next you're in a battle of emotional warfare because someone forgot to text goodnight. I mean, not that I'm speaking from experience or anything. But what really got me was how Paul and Carla played off each other's insecurities. Every toxic impulse they had just kept bouncing back and forth, getting louder and uglier. It's weirdly magnetic, like watching a car crash in slow motion. And the scary part? They didn't see it coming. They thought they were in control. Everyone always thinks they're in control until the damage is already done. That's what Maya never understood. She thought she could pick fights, disappear for days, come back with a sorry, I was just overwhelmed, and everything would reset. And for a while, it did. But every reset left another crack. And one day, I realized I was keeping track of the damage like evidence in a case file. That's when I knew I needed to stop. Not because I didn't care, but because I cared too much and it was starting to feel criminal. So yeah, studying Paul and Carla didn't just teach me about criminology. It taught me about us. About how easy it is to turn affection into obsession, trust into leverage, and love into something that looks a whole lot like hate in a prettier outfit. At the end of the course, Dr. Fisher made us write an essay about what we'd learned from the case. Everyone else wrote about justice systems, psychological patterns, or moral boundaries. I wrote about relationships. About how maybe the scariest thing in the world isn't a serial killer in a mask, it's the version of yourself you become when you're with the wrong person for too long. Dr. Fisher gave me an A- and wrote, disturbingly perceptive in the margin. Which, honestly, might be the nicest insult I've ever gotten. So yeah. Criminology. 10 out of 10 would recommend. You'll learn a lot about murder and probably a little too much about yourself. Chapter 54, It's Time, age 17. No, I didn't intentionally skip my 16th year of life. I simply have no memory of any of it. It's like there is a massive void somewhere deep in the back of my brain that refuses to clear up. Think of a foggy window. That was me back then. I made all of my memories only to lose them all over again. Every thought I tried to hold became vapor, every sensation melted before I could name it. I remember fragments, glimpses of rooms that may or may not have existed, faces that shifted when I looked at them too long. The first hallucinations were subtle. A shadow out of place in the corner of my vision. A whisper that belonged neither to the present nor the past. I assumed they were stress, a natural misfire of neurons, until the mirror in my bathroom flickered, not like a reflection, but like it had its own pulse. My face stretched, blinked wrong, lips curling into expressions I hadn't made. I screamed. The sound that came out was half my voice, half something older, layered over itself, something cruel. My mother knocked. "Everything okay?" she asked, calm, oblivious. I wanted to tell her. I wanted to explain that the world had shifted in impossible ways, but I couldn't. Words didn't fit. The void grew then. Not physically, no, but as a weight in my synapses, a fog rolling through perception. People I knew appeared, smiled, spoke, but sometimes their eyes weren't theirs. Sometimes the room bent slightly as they moved, and I would glimpse the structure beneath the world, wires, pulsing veins of light, machinery of life exposed in the corner of my vision. I tried to tell a doctor. Dr. Holloway raised an eyebrow. Visual distortions can be neurological, he said. He didn't understand. He couldn't. I could see the edges of normal peeling away. School became a theater of horror. Hallways stretched like elastic. Lockers melted into each other when I wasn't looking. Teachers' voices split into harmonics, laughing behind the syllables. Kids' laughter twisted, mouths shaping words I had never learned. I scribbled in notebooks, trying to capture it all. But the paper refused to hold hallucinations. By the time I looked down, the symbols had shifted into something unfamiliar. I started sleeping on the floor because my bed seemed to mock me. It tilted when I wasn't watching, folding me into corners that didn't exist. Nightmares bled into day. Shadows moved with intent. Sometimes I would see my own body lying elsewhere, doing things I could not recall. I would wake convinced I had been somewhere else, someplace outside memory. The void wasn't just hallucination. It was a theft. I lost entire months, weeks, days. Names, faces, events all devoured. The doctors called it retrograde amnesia. Chronic, they said. Neurological gap. They didn't know the void wasn't a gap. It wasn't passive. It was alive. It had patience. It whispered at night. Friends tried to reach me. They would tap my shoulder, ask if I was okay, but I never knew which moment they were in. 5 seconds ago? 5 days ago? 5 years ago? Chronology collapsed. Conversations folded into themselves. I responded to words already forgotten, gestures not yet made. They laughed and called me distracted, sarcastic, moody. I was all of that, yes. But also a witness to time unraveling. Objects became anchors. A pen, a crumpled note, a key. I touched them constantly, trying to hold on. Even then, I could not trust the senses. One moment, the pen was heavy, metallic, the next, hollow, whispering echoes of writing I had never done. The key rattled like a skeleton bone. I checked, rechecked, obsessed. Each object a potential lie. Doctors offered diagnoses: hallucinations, temporal lobe epilepsy, anxiety, dissociation, medication adjustments. Nothing helped. The void only pulsed brighter, a lighthouse in a sea I could not navigate. They couldn't measure it. They didn't understand that the 16th year wasn't missing, it was being rewritten, slowly, cruelly, as a theater of absence. Sometimes I talked to it. Whispered into the nothing, who am I? What happened? The echoes returned, but never answers. They returned laughter. Sometimes screams. Sometimes silence so thick it pressed against my skull. Shadows appeared, took shape, and I named them. Faces, Mr. Ledger, my choir, creatures with 2 white eyes speaking riddles about events I could not remember. I documented obsessively. Words sprawled across journals in frantic loops, diagrams of walls bending, rooms folding, clocks with melting hands. I kept notes of hallucinations, trying to decrypt a message from another dimension. But rereading them, the sentences shifted, letters rearranging into meanings I had not intended. My handwriting became alien. Family became spectral presences, half real, half hallucination. My mother's voice echoed long after she had gone. My father appeared in impossible places. Faces, familiar yet wrong, flickered with other faces. Memory was no longer a compass. It was an illusion. Doctors tried cognitive testing. Recall your 16th year. I stared at the ceiling. Numbers, names, birthdays, they felt like foreign code. Every attempt to retrieve them ended in nausea, dizziness, panic. The void answered. The doctors could not measure it. It had become my life, my perception, my prison. Sleep became both sanctuary and torture chamber. In dreams, I walked corridors that twisted impossibly, walls breathing, ceilings dripping black light. Faces from hallucinations merged with shadows of my family. I would wake screaming, but the sound was never loud enough. Sometimes I found myself in corners of my room I hadn't entered, clothes in disarray, notebooks open. Real? Not real? Impossible to tell. Medication dulled hallucinations partially. The void adapted. Sharper. More insistent. Whispering in corners, tickling edges of perception, seeping into thoughts I had not yet had. Doctors shrugged. Chronic hallucinations. They said I had names for my madness, long, clinical things that sounded like spells whispered in a dead language. Psychosis. Confabulation disorder. Schizotypal personality disorder. False memories. Frontal lobe epilepsy. Each word felt like a coffin nail, hammered neatly into the meat of my name. But none of it fit. None of it felt true. I was a drifting leaf in a storm no one else could feel, just tumbling, spinning, whispering against unseen winds. Where was I going? Even the air didn't know. It just carried me because it could. I wasn't human anymore, not in any way that mattered. Something inside me had cracked open, and instead of light, there was just this gray hum. A buzzing. A fog that tasted metallic. I tried to grab at memories, but they turned to dust in my hands, like I was sifting through the ashes of my own brain. Faces, names, places, they collapsed into static. My parents? Gone. My friends? Gone. My reflection? It didn't even blink back anymore. I'd lost everything I once believed made me real. And for what? For a single wish I can't even remember making. That's the joke of it all. The great cosmic punchline. I bartered my soul for something I can't name, and now I just wander through the aftermath like a ghost trying to recall his own death. Sometimes, I think I can almost remember it, the moment it all split. A voice, maybe. Or light. Or hands pulling at me, dragging me across some invisible threshold. Then the world folded in on itself, like a painting being burned from the edges inward. And I woke up here, wherever here is. They say I'm getting better, that the medication is helping, that I'm stabilizing. They smile when they say that, all teeth and pity, like they're afraid to breathe too close in case the crazy is contagious. But I know the truth, I'm not healing. I'm unraveling. Slowly, beautifully, methodically. Every night, the walls whisper. Not in words, but in textures, in colors that don't exist, in sounds that crawl. The ceiling drips voices. The floor breathes. And sometimes, I swear I can hear the wish, the one I made, echoing from the dark corners of my skull. It says, you asked for this. And maybe I did. They couldn't measure the void. It lived inside me, feeding on uncertainty, consuming a year I had never claimed. Years blurred. 5, 6, maybe 7. Chronology lost meaning. Hallucinations became companions, teachers, jailers. Faces with eyes too wide, mouths too sharp, voices whispering truths I could not accept. Fragments of memory I had never owned, or echoes of what had been erased. Lucid then fragmented, coherent then incoherent. Doctors repeated themselves, retrograde amnesia. Chronic hallucinations. Dissociative disorder. Medication adjustments. Each word another veil. Each word a reminder that I had existed and been erased. They asked about my 16th year. I shook my head. The void answered for me. In rare moments, the world aligned. For seconds, minutes, an hour. Hallucinations quieted. Faces stable. I could walk through a corridor without seeing it bend. But the void was patient. Always. Eventually, it returned. With it, gnawing realization, I had lived a year that was erased, existing only as absence. And yet, I survived. I learned to live with the void. To speak to it. To navigate its halls. It whispered riddles about who I might be, who I had been, who I would become. Sometimes it mocked. Sometimes it guided. Always, it reminded me. Memory is not just to hold. It can betray, vanish, haunt. Doctors never understood. Family never fully understood. Friends never knew. I was a ghost within a shell. Walking through time no longer linear. A witness to a life I could not reclaim. Maybe that is insanity. Not hallucinations. Not lost years. Not the void itself. But the awareness that the world continues oblivious, while I float in the spaces it forgot to measure. Some time had passed, seconds, minutes, years. Nobody knew, time had no meaning, nothing did. Reality was just one giant hallucination. My brain created my own reality. And I was slowly going insane. As if I had sanity to begin with. Time slipped and warped, seconds, minutes, years, all bleeding into a swirl no one could track anymore. Time had lost its meaning, vanished, folded beneath itself like shadows chasing shadows. Reality? It became a vast hallucination with no edges, no exit, no safety net. I was trapped inside my own brain, a cage of gears grinding the thin line between perception and madness. And I was unraveling. Or maybe I never was whole to begin with. Your mind fabricates stories from broken fragments, sleepwalking through invented memories layered over truths too fragile to hold. You catch glimpses of things others cannot see, shapes flickering just beyond the veil, messing with your sense of what is solid and what is smoke. You have become broken, splintered, a mirror cracking from the inside out. But they say, we can fix you. That promise, so fragile it trembles on a knife edge between salvation and control, haunts the sterile rooms you now call home. It hums in the cold hum of machines, the soft footsteps echoing down endless halls. Yet what if fixing means erasing? What if mending the fractured mind demands tearing the ghost from the shell? The hallucinations lash at your sanity like hungry claws, whispers folding into screams, shadows twisting into faces you wish you could forget but cannot. You sway on the brink, the spiral winding tighter around your thoughts. The demons inside are not mythical. They are made flesh in the whisper of compassion and the question of trust. Your brain is confabulating. You are fractured beyond repair. But we hold the tools. We hold the keys. We will rebuild. You have visitors, Dr. Hathaway said to me as I was lying in bed, half conscious. Remember the clonidine? It didn't do jack but make me groggy as hell. I mumbled, let them in, I mumbled. And so she did. Is it always this cold? Toby muttered, shifting beneath the flickering fluorescent light that hummed like a restless ghost. He fidgeted next to me, a fragile figure trying to hold together strands of apology, regret, and unsaid things that tangled in the sterile air. I could barely stay awake. My world had folded into soft dark edges. Yup, I mumbled, voice cracking like dry leaves. Later, Woodruff arrived, not the man, but the shadow he dragged behind him. His gait was slow, a mix of age and weariness, whiskey breath following like a second skin. Oh, William, his voice cracked, fragile and raw, shattering the silence that had settled over the room like a funeral shroud. I am so sorry. It wasn't the first time I'd heard apologies. It never would be. Yet, in his words, something flickered, a light thrown into the fog, imperfect but real. Uncle Peyton's footsteps echoed later, hesitant and heavy like those who carry guilt like a secret burden. He sat beside my bed, words clipped and faltering like broken bones trying to heal. I should have stepped in, he confessed, his hands trembling but eyes steady. I'm sorry. The room swallowed them, those words. I wanted to believe them. I couldn't believe anything by that point. I was just too damn hurt and cracked like china. And then, Grandpa Woodruff, a figure carved from whiskey and ancient regrets, ended the procession of confessions. His breath was rough, voice gravel and ash. We're sorry, boy, he said. For all the ways we failed to catch you on the way down. Each apology was a flickering candle in a cavernous darkness. They were imperfect, hesitant, but enough. Enough to start waking me. And Maya. The only constant in the shifting shadows. She held my hand, her touch warm like fire sparking on dry kindling. Her eyes said what words could not as she whispered, without sound, but clear as thunder in my chest. I'm here. We're here. In that moment, the cold receded. The fog thinned. And somewhere, buried deep in the fracture, hope pulsed. Not healed, but breathing. Not whole, but present. "We'll make it," she breathed against my ear, soft, trembling, like the words themselves were afraid to exist. "Together?" I asked, though my voice barely felt like mine anymore, thin and uncertain, like it came from somewhere behind me instead of inside me. "Together," she said. And I believed her. For half a heartbeat, I actually did. Then everything folded inward. The air collapsed. The world blinked. Black swallowed it all, me, her, the room, the promise. What came after wasn't memory, just residue. A wiped-out whiteboard where meaning used to live. No words, no images, no sound, just the faint chemical smell of something that used to be there. But I guess none of it mattered. Because somehow I made it. Or at least, something wearing my skin did. I survived.